Excuse me, I don't hear your voice.
Oh, hi, Saber.
Hi, I know what I hear your voice.
Okay, great.
Can I open my video?
Yes, please, that would be great.
Hi, Megan.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Pleased to meet you.
We're going to get started in a minute or two. We're just making sure that everyone who wants to watch has arrived.
Yes, it might be, of course, it might be some technical troubles, but I try to connect you.
Nope, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the virtual conference, Opening Up the Ancient World. Thank you so much for joining us again. We had a wonderful day yesterday, very successful, and I'm looking forward to another excellent day of speakers and conversation with everyone who's able to join us. A couple of housekeeping bits before we get started. We will be taking donations. Save Ancient Studies Alliance is a nonprofit. They do rely on donations from people such as yourself to keep doing the fantastic work they're doing. Digital Hammurabi also runs a small nonprofit called Humans Against Poor Scholarship, and we provide grant money to PhD students and to Black undergraduate students who are interested in studying the ancient world. Any donations made over the next week will be split between Save Ancient Studies and Humans Against Poor Scholarship. If you would like to make a donation, please do not donate via YouTube. YouTube takes a ridiculous amount of donations through their platform. So if you would like to donate, please go to saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. And there is a donate now button right at the top of the page. So if you feel like chipping in a couple of dollars, you can do it through there. We are going to start today with a fantastic keynote speaker. Following that, we've got very interesting sessions with various presenters. The sessions will be 3 presentations of 20 minutes each, with 10 minutes of discussion following each presentation. If you have questions for any of our presenters today, please submit them through the chat box in whatever location you're watching. That includes YouTube, on the Save Ancient Studies webpage, Twitch, or Facebook. They all get funneled to the same place. So type your questions in and we'll get to them as long as time allows. Finally, before we get started, there is also a survey to give feedback on how the event has gone. Again, that is at saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. If you click the link that says feedback, there's a very, very short 5-minute survey. If you could give us your thoughts either now or during a break or at the end of the day, we would greatly appreciate it. That means we can better tailor the event and any future events that Save Ancient Studies Alliance runs to make sure that everybody is as interested and engaged as possible. So now that that is all out of the way, I am absolutely delighted to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. Saber Parian is an engineer and independent scholar of the Elamite language. His research interests include Elamite and Babylonian languages and the cuneiform writing system, which he's learned in 2011. Since 2013, he's expanded his work into Middle and Neo-Elamite texts, and in 2020, he published a new edition of the Elamite version of the Behistun inscription, which is one of the most well-known cuneiform texts, and his edition is incredibly important to the field of Assyriology, so we're all very grateful that he's taken the time and trouble to do that work. We're thrilled to have him here to talk to us about his translation of that important inscription. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Shall I start my talk?
Yes, please do.
If you agree, I share my screen. Okay. Are you seeing the first slide? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to give a lecture in the conference. I am Saber Parian. I would like to talk about the Behistun inscription and a research on its Elamite version. The experiences I have gained and address to other scholars and students who are eager to do research on the cuneiform inscription. The Behistun monument is situated high up on a precipice of a gully running into Mount Behistun, and is located near Kermanshah in the west of Iran. The Behistun monument, which overlooks the main ancient road connecting Babylon to Media, was established by Darius the Great in the second half of the 6th century BC to commemorate his achievements in suppressing revolts through the Achaemenid Empire. It consists of several reliefs that represent his victories over the rebel kings and several inscriptions around. The inscription has a reputation among Assyriologists for its major role in the decipherment of the other cuneiform texts. It is a royal declaration events that happened in the Achaemenid Empire a short time before Cambyses' expedition to Egypt and the victorious battles against rebellious kings shortly after his accession to the throne. It contains a trilingual inscription written in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, has 3 versions of the same text. Each version is arranged in a number of columns in which the text is divided into paragraphs by Darius the king says. Since the inscription is laid almost 100 meters above the ancient road, and the access road has been removed by stone cutters, and that they have cut and exported the rocks surrounding the inscription at the end, therefore reaching the inscription has become almost impossible for ordinary people. This largely prevented it from human damages, while it has been difficult for scholars to reach the inscription for a close study. Over the centuries, natural elements clearly eroded its cuneiform text. Generally, the erosion has been caused by rain and drifting sands, streams consisting of water in solution with calcareous compounds having flown over the inscription and deposits remaining on the surface. Due to these erosion parts, the cuneiform signs are partially legible at best, while in some others, they have become illegible or entirely lost. Other natural phenomena, such as rock fissures, has caused damage to some sculpture and cuneiform signs. Several reasons might be suggested that the stone cutters who smoothed the rock and the engravers who incised the signs had been aware of such natural phenomena, and so they took some measures to reduce the damage to the inscription in later eras. like Water and Kellman who have studied the insect have also discussed some visible errors. Such mentioned features and the difficulty of accessing the Beastun inscription demonstrates the importance of rereading its text. In the last 2 centuries, its cuneiform texts have been documented and closely studied in a few occasions. At the interval between 1835 and 1847 by Henry Rawlinson, 1803 by Abraham Valentine William Jackson, 1904 by Leonard King and Campbell Thompson, and 1957 by George Galen Cameron, and 1963 by Hans Luschai and Leo Trampelman. They attempt to document the inscription and obtain a copy of cuneiform text in order to collect and enhance previous editions. Despite these admirable efforts, unfortunately, there have been some deficiencies in their studies. They provided copies of the inscriptions employing methods that are today dated, such as drawing of signs, paper or latex impression, or photography by artists. Due to inaccuracy of prior copies in representing details of the original engravings, they offer limited help to archaeologists to provide improved editions. Scholars who worked the Beastun inscription had no choice but to refer to these copies so that their studies retained embedded errors and contains unread gaps and doubtful readings. Most of the published editions are not accompanied by detailed photographs or even a hand copy and cannot be verified to any satisfactory degree. It is an unfortunate truth that the quizzes resulting from George Cameron's closest study in 1948 were mostly damaged, and in 1957 he was able to secure only quizzes of the Babylonian version. Published in King and Thompson in 1907 does not adequately represent the idiosyncrasies of the original engravings and has been effectively impossible for archaeologists to judge many of their readings. Later on, Rüdiger Schmidt examined the photos which Luschai and Trampelman had taken in 1963, then published the edition of the Old Persian version in 1991. This was more improved than previous editions. However, as the photos he used were taken by the earlier generation cameras that were not high resolution ones, they also had limited help to clearly display the faint traces of damage signs. Thus, some parts of the Schmidt edition need to be studied again. Now, before we get into the Elamite version, let's have a brief talk about the older one, which is placed to the right of the reliefs. Several pieces of evidence substantiate that the older Elamite version, which was arranged in 4 columns, was the first to be inscribed in Beastun. But since it became necessary later to make room for the relief of the captured Stygian sepulchre, this version was erased by the same engravers, and then, as it copied the newer Elamite, was written beneath the Babylonian version. The newer Elamite version, or hereafter the Elamite version, contains 3 large columns with totally 260 lines. It has got severe erosion as well. Regarding the first column, 2 streams of water and calcareous compounds have flown over it. Meanwhile, several cracks are extended. Furthermore, a solution of water and calcareous compounds have flown over the first column, and not only has produced a ravine, but also left tufa deposits on its surface. Accordingly, many passages in the first and third columns have become entirely illegible, and the faint traces are somehow visible as best. However, fortunately, the second column is almost intact and its text is clearly legible. Just as the Babylonian version, the Elamite has been arranged in 54 paragraphs, except the first paragraph, each one begins, "and Darius the king says." Linguistically, his text is classified in the group of the royal declaration written in Achaemenid Elamite. It should be mentioned that it is the longest Elamite text ever found. For a long time, two copies of the Elamite version, which were the results of the closer study of the inscription, has been available for studies by Assyriologists. Nuris's plays published in 1855, taken from the papers quizzes that Henry Rawlinson had taken in 1844. King and Thompson cuneiform texts in the edition of the trilingual inscription in 1907. Nuris's plays were made in the era when Assyriology was in its early stages. What we know about the era is that some Elamite texts, especially the royal Achaemenid inscriptions, had just been copied and translated, and a study of the language was in its early stages. Therefore, the appearance of these places from the Beestun inscription was considered a great step forward to better understand as well as a closer study of the language. Nuris drew the wedges using a pantograph and colored the intact ones. According to the illustrations, he outlined the wedges or partially colored them. However, these plays don't reflect the real details of the engraving and imperfections. They were indeed taken just from Rawlinson's paper cast, not directly from the inscription itself. I conjecture some legible signs were not completely squeezed by Rawlinson, and this caused a misunderstanding by Nuris. Consequently, his plays couldn't be a basis for new research on the Elamite version today. Furthermore, in my survey, many of the illustrations don't match the visible traces or available spaces in the gaps. We restored many phrases comparing with old Persian and even Babylonian correspondences in Beestun. In this slide, I have shown that, for instance, his restorations of Harry Cash in lines 11 and 26 in the first column is just based on comparing the old Persian equivalents. Meanwhile, for some others, he just copied from the other Elamite texts from Persepolis and Naxxrostam, which Westergaard and Lassen had published before. I can refer to the name of the subjected nations in paragraph 6, which he had restored. Following Nuris, King and Thompson visited the inscription in 1904 and published the edition of the trilingual text in 1907. As the knowledge of the three languages has been increased since Rawlinson, this edition was a great advance in resolving many ambiguities. In the case of the Elamite version, they improved many of Nuris's readings, and the later editions, such as Weisbach in 1911, have been based on this edition with emendations and new readings added. However, as the cuneiform text was set in type and the wedges buried as a standard form, it doesn't represent the idiosyncrasies of the original engravings or imperfection. Accordingly, many ambiguities and embedded errors were retained in the later editions. For instance, since the traces which they observed and recorded were in the type form, many of them caused misunderstanding by later scholars. It seems that their materials didn't represent the detailed engravings to them. Some errors could be found in reading of discernible signs. For instance, not a misunderstanding of legible as bu in line 24 of the first column. As the other example, at the footnote according to line 23, they recorded the traces of re, ash2, and ma, but as they were in the standard type form, they have been ambiguous for the other scholars to be discerned. Also, as the entirely eroded gaps, they just copied Norris's registrations without considering traces and available spaces. On the other hand, this edition appeared at a period when many of the Elamite texts still hadn't been published, and as to the Achaemenid Elamite texts such as Persepolis tablets, otherwise a treasure trove in the study of the Elamite still had not been found. In 1948, Cameron studied and took quizzes of the whole cuneiform text. He conducted his project at a period when the knowledge of the Elamite was greatly developed. With regards to Achaemenid Elamite, Assyriologists were conducting the research on the Persepolis tablets. However, due to severe damage to the quizzes, Cameron didn't succeed in preparing the new edition of the whole Elamite version. He eventually published only several of his readings in 1960 without related photos to verify them. Later, Richard Halley inserted his new suggested corrections for some readings of the Elamite version in the glossary of Achaemenid Elamite in 1969. In addition, other Assyriologists, such as Francois Walla, Guillaume Suzini, Herne Schmidt, and Melbourne Lava, published their editions, including some new readings. However, as their research was basically relied on previous editions and they hadn't had access to accurate copies, many of their interpretations don't match the inscriptions engraving, and many ambiguities have remained in their works. I'm sure some other invaluable researches have been conducted on the Elamite Beastone by scholars, but unfortunately, I haven't had access to them. Therefore, such deficiencies show an urgent need to take accurate copies of the inscription aimed at reflecting its details with high quality and do research on them and establish a reliable text. To reach the inscription and obtain the copies without getting involved in difficulties, facilities like scaffolding is needed. Besides, due to advancement of digital imaging technology, it is possible to obtain the accurate images today, even if we use personal cameras. On the other hand, the Elamite is an extinct language, and no known linguistic relationship has been established for it. As we know, the decipherment of the Elamite version of the royal Achaemenid inscriptions was not done by comparing lexical evidence like the old Persian text or recognition of Semitic cognates like the Babylonian ones. In fact, the analysis of the Elamite language had to proceed on a formally descriptive basis, with the other versions supplying the general contents. These facts induce us to explore a line Elamite text with areas of linguistic analysis. The Beastone inscription contains the longest Elamite text ever found. Therefore, its study is very significant for the investigation of the language. In recent years, some scholars, like Abdulmajid Arfai in Tehran, have studied the inscription. In the late 1990s, a photographic project was conducted by Zolfagari from the Tehran University, which produced a 3D map of the monument. Fortunately, the Bisujun Cultural Heritage Center in Iran has taken some invaluable measures regarding the inscription. It is worth mentioning the installation of a scaffolding with a wide platform to easily reach the inscription and stand directly in front of that to perform photography works. In addition, a laser scanning of the inscription has been carried out by the auspices of the Bistung Center, which a group of scholars from the German Archaeological Institute have researched on its achieved images, and Walter Henkelmann from the École Pratique d'Arts in Paris has sought to provide a new edition of its Elamite version. Furthermore, Salman Aliari from the Tusha University has performed research on the Elamite version based on his photos of the inscription and has published his new edition in 2014. I started research in 2013 with some background in Elamite text. I was focused on the preparing and the production of accurate copies and improvement of the edition of the text. For the documentation of this research, I needed to have original high-resolution photos taken directly from the inscription. By the permission of the Bisujun Center in Iran, I planned to climb the scaffolding several times and took photos with the digital high-resolution cameras. However, the problem with doing the photography of inscriptions such as the Bisujun is dealing with daylight or the natural phenomena in the monument. Furthermore, image distortion is inevitable. Therefore, I needed to measure column dimensions in order to scale and prepare the images for copying the inscription. Now I'm going to describe the method I use for producing accurate copies of the inscription. Fortunately, the Elamite columns have been carved on the flat, smoothed surface of the rock with a rectangular shape, and it makes them easier to scale. So using Photoshop, I selected several photos which depict the measures and overlaid them with a larger picture of the same angle to have a metric reference for the analysis. Then I directed the whole column via these references so that the horizontal distance between every two grids is 1 centimeter. Consequently, it became possible to determine the exact position of the measures through these references photos and use them as a basis for examining the Elamite version. These new images have the advantage to reduce the potential misunderstanding. As depicted in the examples, the position of traces and distance between signs are discernible. Here I should mention that we are dealing with a large inscription containing extensive erosion. The study is time-consuming and would be painstaking. It is necessary to examine the cuneiform text in detail. Using the photos without any scaling yields a mistake in realizing the traces as well as the signs filling the gaps. With the new method, we were mostly prevented from such errors. In addition, by using the software, it is possible to analyze the cuneiform text and restore the damaged sign. This method has an advantage to working on the original images and maintaining its idiosyncrasies. I have researched the Elamite version based on the following steps: reading the cuneiform text directly from the inscription, recognizing traces and determining the signs filling the gaps, representing new illustrations through the mixed images, collation of reading the Elamite text with the earlier editions, also comparing them with the old Persian and Babylonian correspondences. and producing hand copies and then preparing a new edition. Obviously, many earlier readings should be corrected. Apparently, in the previous examination, errors in reading the cuneiform text has caused some misunderstanding. Fortunately, a lot of traces are discernible through the high-resolution photos, and the tips of wedges are visible. Surely it helps us to discern written signs and restore them. It is also worth saying that the reading of columns greatly helps us to estimate the available spaces and restorations filling the gaps. By using this method, we might be able to restore the damaged or even the illegible signs. The mixed photos can be considered as accurate copies on which further studies can be based. Archaeologists can examine them in their research and even judge the new readings. Furthermore, I have tried to replicate the inscription in the hand copies and record the information about the idiosyncrasies in the margins. As the Elamite version contains a line text with a variety of terms, phrases, clauses, and sentences, these copies would be a reference for studying Achaemenid Elamite grammar. Furthermore, the improved edition of the Elamite version and the suggested corrections to the earlier readings, particularly of the first column, are the main achievements of the research. According to the first and the third columns, I have corrected a lot of earlier restorations or suggested my readings. Some of them would be significant from the linguistic point of view. Amongst them are some new suggested verbal forms or derivatives, which I hope to be ascertained by other scholars. In comparison to previous studies, the new research is offering a new edition, which is matching the original text more than ever. The edition of the first and the second columns have been published articles in Cuneiform Digital Library Bulletin, and I will submit the articles according to the third column soon. The research has not been limited to only preparing a new edition of the Elamite Beastone. Clearly, the one who studies the inscription would be eager to do a research on the related topics, which I have summarized as follows. The phenomenon of multilingualism in the royal inscriptions of the Beastone of the Persian Empire and the literary stemma of the Beastone inscription. The trilogy of the Beastone is a version which has been produced from an original text with some literary variations and new pieces of information added. Archaeological evidence substantiates that they were not engraved at the same time. At first, the older Elamite version to the right of the reliefs was engraved, and then the Babylonian version in 54 paragraphs to the left of the reliefs, including the number of casualties and captives, as well as Semitic months names. After that, the old Persian version in 70 paragraphs was engraved, in which the above-mentioned statistics have been omitted, while the Iranian months names were written instead of the Semitic months. Furthermore, a new paragraph was added in the end. Eventually, the new Elamite text in 54 paragraphs was engraved, including the Iranian months names without any statistics, finished the Babylonian version after erasing the older one. On the other hand, the Aramaic and Babylonian fragments, which are copies from the Beastone text, have been found in Egypt and Babylon. These collections would encourage scholars to study the literary stem of the Beastone inscription, as the inscription has also been influenced by literary traditions, namely those of Urartians and Assyrians, or even the Medians. A tricky question would arise. How had the process of preparing the Beastone versions been after being dictated by the king? It is worth saying that some scholars, like Chul Hyun Bae from the Seoul National University, have published their invaluable research. Research on the older Elamite version. This version, which was arranged in 4 columns, was entirely erased by the engravers just after making room for the relief of the captured city of Sigmuka. As evidence shows, this version was the first long one to be inscribed in the Beastone. I should mention that the Elamite version, which I have studied, is a copy of the older one and was placed to the left of the old Persian inscription after erasing the older Elamite version. Since it is located on a high precipice and that its text has been entirely illegible, there have been no copies or editions published so far. George Cameron, who visited the inscription in 1948 and 1957, quoted that the text of the older version, as its contents are identifiable, is in any respect identical with the newer one. However, contrary to his belief, some differences could be found between the 2 versions. Regarding the 3 lines beneath the relief, which are vaguely legible, corresponding to lines 62 to 65 in the first column of the newer Elamite version, there is a differences that I have found based on my examination in line 74 of the first column in the older version. The Elamite Mara means saying was probably written just after the quotation, "I am Nebuchadnezzar, son of Nabonidus." While this term hasn't been written after the mentioned quotations in the line 62 in the newer Elamite newer version. We know that the Elamite Mara appears after some other quotations in the Elamite Beastone, as well as some Persepolis texts. Despite being erased by the engravers, tips of wedges are discernible in its many parts, so it is possible to restore lots of damaged signs as well as the text, then collect it with the text of the newer Elamite. I suppose that there would be some differences between the content of the 2 texts, and in a personal communication which I had with Abdolmajid Arfai in Tehran and Gian Pietro Bazzello from the University of Naples, they have suggested some significant opinions regarding the differences. The interpretation of the 70th paragraph of the Beastone and the problem of innovating the old Persian script at the time of Darius or earlier would be one of the main subjects to be researched. The 70th paragraph is situated at the end of the 4th column of the old Persian version, which is seriously suffering from erosion. Thus many of its key terms that helps us to read and translate the paragraph have been illegible. Consequently, there has been an ambiguity in understanding Darius's message in the 70th paragraph. The latest suggested reading has been produced by Rudiger Schmidt in 1991. Based on Schmidt reading, the 70th paragraph announced that by order of Darius. New scripts, or what Schmidt has translated as the form of writing in Aryan, has been innovated. Besides, the signature as well as the genealogy had been put on the new writing too. Despite the uncertainty in reading of the some cuneiform sites in the paragraph, its Elamite correspondence is entirely legible. However, there is an argument over the Elamite term tupime, whether it means script or text. As a result, there is a controversy amongst the Assyriologists as regards the innovation of the old Persian script in Darius' time. Some scholars, such as Walter Hinz, believe that the old Persian script had been innovated by order of Darius, and the archaeological evidence also supports it. On the other hand, some others, like Pierre Lecoq, rejecting this opinion, believe in the existence of the old Persian script in the time before Darius. In addition, as the interpretation of the other key terms like hish, mean generally translated as name, and epi, probably means genealogy, are still unclear, there have been ambiguities in understanding the message that Darius is going to get across in the 70th paragraph. Does it imply the titulatures that Darius used in the first paragraph of the Old Persian and the Near Elamite versions? Are they relevant to Darius' ancestors, which he names in the first two paragraphs? Assyriologists like François Valla, Melmran Lava, Guyot Suzini, Clarisse Herneshby, and so on have conducted invaluable studies and published their results. At the end of the talk, I hope I could have more discussion about these topics in the future, and my shared experiences would be helpful for others who have a plan to study of the inscriptions like the Beastone. Thank you very much for the time you spared and listened to my talk.
Thank you so much. This was genuinely mind-blowing. The amount of work you've been able to do is incredible. And the grids that you've produced to be able to analyze the inscription is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We have a couple of questions before we move on to the next session. Is there any publication in which we can find all of the translations and transliterations of all the different versions, all different languages in the Behistun inscription, or do we still have to look across different publications to find everything?
Excuse me, could you repeat your again?
Absolutely, sorry. Is there a single publication that contains all of the versions of the inscription, or do we have to look at individual publications for each language?
There have been many. There have been a lot of editions of that published from the Behistun inscriptions. If we want to refer to comprehensive editions of the 3 languages, he can refer to King and Thompson edition published in 1907, and these editions contains all the text of the Behistun inscription, Old Persian version, Elamite one, and the Babylonian version. Of course, some invaluable researchers independently have been conducted, and but more of them based on the King and Thompson edition. As I mentioned, unfortunately, as the Behistun had been inaccessible in prior eras, and the scholars had no choice but to refer to, for example, King and Thompson in his King and Thompson publication, and and with footnotes that they had in their editions, for example, and their accounts written regarding their reading, and I could answer to your question. I could answer to your question.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. And we have 2 more questions before we move on. Do you know if the cuneiform markings were painted at all to make them easier to read from a distance?
Your question, reading of the cuneiform, reading of the cuneiform mark, excuse me, you mentioned?
Would they have been painted or colored to make them easier to read?
I have produced the hand copies that I think that I have tried to paint all of the cuneiform signs, of the beast. And if anyone interested to have, I can send to him. I can send to him or her.
Thank you. Do you know if the inscription on the rock would have been painted?
On the work, you mean that on the work, you mean on the inscription itself?
Yes.
And the inscription itself, you know, it has been squeezed by not painting, just I think the first one would try to paint the cuneiform text directly from the inscription was Rawlinson, and then as the squeezes has been applied for taking the copies, and we need the copies of the inscriptions in order to work on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perrin, for your time and your expertise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I apologize,
delight.
I couldn't answer your questions well.
You did perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on now to our first session of the day, which is entitled Ancient Identity 2. And we're going to start with Heidi Yahulian. I'm so sorry. I know I've butchered your name. Please forgive me. She has a doctorate in Egyptology from the University of Helsinki in Finland, and her dissertation from 2009 dealt with feasts at the workmen's village of Deir el-Medina. After, she studied computer science and worked in 2 digital humanities projects unrelated to ancient Egypt. But since the beginning of 2021, she is finally back in Egyptology, working to produce machine-readable hieroglyphic texts. So we'll be hearing about the state of encoded hieroglyphic texts. Heidi, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you
very much.
Okay, Heidi, I think we're ready. There we go.
Can you
Perfect.
see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for organizers for having me here. And hello to everybody from Finland. I want to talk to you about encoded hieroglyphic texts and explain to you what they are. But I will start by telling about digital methods and machine readable texts, because that's why I need I need encoded hieroglyphic texts. Then I will talk a little bit about hieroglyphs in order to explain why we need encoded texts for them. And there are several ways of encoding hieroglyphic texts, and I will present them to you. To finish the presentation, I will tell you what I plan to do to produce texts that can be used with digital methods. So with digital methods, one can study large numbers of texts fast and find statistical regularities or irregularities that one wouldn't otherwise see. But in order to use digital methods, the texts have to be machine readable. And of course, a book is not machine readable. And if you scan a book and turn it into a PDF, it might be machine readable, but it depends on what program you use to do that. Word documents are machine readable, but only in a specific software, Word, and some other softwares. But for digital methods, the text should preferably be machine readable by all different programs, sort of basic programs. Now, for large modern languages such as English, there are openly available digital corpora of texts. And these corpora can be huge, and they can be meant to be digital from the beginning, such as Wikipedia. Now, a smaller corpus is sufficient for many purposes, and there are several corpora built specifically for historical research. Assyriology, for example, has freely downloadable corpora of machine-readable texts, such as open richly annotated cuneiform corpus, or ORAC. But the lack of such corpora hinders the digital study of ancient Egyptian texts. Now, with a corpus of machine-readable texts, one can, for example, identify languages or text genres and so on. And with machine-readable texts, one can train new digital methods. For example, in order to use optical character recognition, or OCR, on hieroglyphic texts, the method would first have to be trained with annotated texts, lots of annotated texts. On a smaller corpus, one can use the search function and study frequencies of words or phrases, for example. And one can study regularities of how words or signs appear in those particular texts. Now, just a little bit about hieroglyphs. They were, of course, generally used in monumental texts, and they can be written in different directions, from right or left and from up down. But when writing literature or letters or administrative texts on papyri, or so-called ostraca, as here in the picture, ancient Egyptians usually used the so-called hieratic writing. And that is a cursive handwriting that is based on the hieroglyphic writing. Hieratic could also be written from up down, but at least in the non-literary documents of the New Kingdom, it was generally written from right to left. In Egyptology, hieratic documents are generally published in books with a photograph, or with a facsimile, a line drawing of the object, or nowadays both photograph and a facsimile. And the hieratic text is usually transcribed back into hieroglyphs. The hieroglyphs used to be drawn by hand, but nowadays they are produced with computers. Now, having hieroglyphic writing in a book is not as easy as the writing with Latin letters. Before computers, some publishing houses had in the manual typesetting movable types for hieroglyphs, but mostly the texts were written by hand. So in this example, we have both typesetting hieroglyphs and handwritten on the same page. Hieroglyphic text in a published book is not machine readable. Even if one scans the book and turns it into a PDF, and the computer can actually understand the writing in the Latin letters, it can't read the hieroglyphs. And the search function, for example, does not work. And the hieroglyphs in a book are often more like picture. The hieroglyphic texts need to be encoded in order to display them correctly in books. But why is this? And why not just have a font for writing them, a font that a computer could understand? Now, hieroglyphs have different functions, and one sign can have different function in different contexts. And sometimes signs can be used to denote what they depict, like here the sandal strap on the left, but most hieroglyphs also have a phonetic value. And with that, other words that have the same consonants can be written. And the sandal strap sign, ankh, can be used to write the word life. Then classifiers, which are also good determinatives, are used at the end of a word to tell the different words with the same consonants apart. With a sitting man, ankh becomes a living person. And with a man pointing to his mouth, it becomes an oath or the verb to swear. Now, hieroglyphic text does not indicate word boundaries, just like, for example, Akkadian, nor does it tell where the sentence ends. But the main reason why we need encoding when using hieroglyphs in a computer is that hieroglyphs were written in kind of boxes. A sign is often above or even over another sign. So in order to display the signs properly, hieroglyphs are encoded with Latin letters and Arabic numbers. The codes come from the so-called Gardiner sign list, which is a standard reference list for Egyptian hieroglyphs. The list was compiled by Sir Alan Gardiner in 1927 for his Grammar of Middle Egyptian. And the letters refer to various categories of signs, while each sign has a number within the category it belongs to. When encoding the text, it's also possible to use the phonetic value of a sign as the code for it, at least if the sign only has one value. And then the encoding resembles more of the transliteration, which is here on the bottom line. And actually to write it that way is easier for Egyptologists because they are used to transliterating hieroglyphic texts. The most often used encoding is called manual decodage, which has been used as a kind of a standard since 1988. In order to get a sign above another one, manual decodage uses a colon. And to indicate that signs are next to each other, one uses an asterisk. Now, one of the problems with manual decodage is that it cannot be used to indicate different sizes of signs. And sometimes a sign is nested inside another one or over another one. And you can't do that with manual decodage. These two signs, which are nested, they are actually one sign in the Gardiner list. So they have the code U4. But these two signs, although they make a very often used word to speak, they do not have just one sign. And this example shows how manual decodage displays the signs. This next example shows how the words were usually written. So the snake is kind of wrapping around the hand. Manual decodage is used in various softwares that are often operating system specific. And in each software, these things have been dealt differently. For example, in a software called JSES, it is possible to manually position the signs and resize the signs as well. But then the coding looks something like this, quite complicated. In JSAS, there are also ready-made signs where a cliff is, for example, over another one. Or you can use the @ sign to do this. But like I said, these measures are program specific. And that's another problem with manual decodage. There are several implementations of it that differ from each other. Mark-Jan Nederhoff proposed a new encoding system, which he called Revised Encoding Scheme, or RES. And with RES, the signs can be nested and positioned over each other in multiple ways. And the position is not absolute, but it's in reference to other signs and to the top and bottom and the start and end of the sign group. RES has not been widely adopted by Egyptologists, and the main objections to RES have been that it takes too long to write because of the precise commands. And it's also considered irrelevant because Egyptologists usually use graphical interfaces to type hieroglyphs and are used to manual decodage coding used in those interfaces. And also because the coding has just been a phase when publishing texts, and the coded texts have not been needed after the book or article is out. Unicode is another kind of encoding. Since 2009, the Unicode has included over 1,000 hieroglyphic signs. However, it was only possible to position the signs one after another. So it's not really proper hieroglyphic writing. In 2019, the so-called format control characters for positioning the hieroglyphic signs were introduced in Unicode in its version 12. But producing hieroglyphic text with Unicode is not easy because the hieroglyphic characters are outside the so-called basic multilingual plane. Okay, that means that unlike many Unicode characters, such as the Coptic letters that have a 4-digit Unicode hex input, that's how it's called, hieroglyphs have 5 digits. And this makes them more difficult for even computers to handle. And I know of a specific virtual keyboard to write Unicode hieroglyphs, but it does not seem to have the format controls to position the signs. Well, not yet anyways. There are also fonts for Unicode hieroglyphs, but they require specific tools depending on where you want to use the font in, whether it's a web page or a document. So you cannot just download the font and start writing hieroglyphic text into a Word document, not with the correct positions of signs anyways. So all the different encoded hieroglyphic texts, they are machine readable, and Egyptology has thus a tradition of producing machine readable texts. Unfortunately, there is no tradition of publishing those texts. And instead, they are actually sometimes just discarded after the book has been published. A transliteration of a text on, for example, a plain text file would also be machine readable, or as a TEI file or XML file. But of course, transliteration is already an interpretation of the text, and it's not possible to see which signs were used and how. Of course, it would be preferable to have both versions of the text for the use with digital methods. So I am planning to publish the text that I used for reconstructing the festival calendar of Deir el-Medina in my PhD. And in the dissertation, only the relevant passages were mentioned, but I want to publish the whole texts. And I want the text to be machine readable. The planned workflow is this. I encode the text with the SASA software. And SASA is one of those platforms for producing hieroglyphic texts with manual decodage. The good thing about SASA is it can be used in both a PC and a Mac. And from SASA, it is possible to export the text as pictures, vector graphics, PDFs, and so forth. And you can also copy out the manual decodage code and the text as Unicode. I then want to transliterate the encoded text with an automatic transliteration method. And Serge Rochemorduc published very recently a method which uses deep learning and has been trained with sentences in about 4,000 texts annotated in the Ramses project. The method takes encoding as input, and it works well with short sentences of texts. But in the texts I work with, the sentences are not marked and they span often over line boundaries. So Rochemorduc's system does not always work, especially when I want to transliterate an entire document at one go in order to get the words at the line breaks also transliterated correctly. So I'm working to develop my own transliteration method that would work also on longer texts, but we'll see how that goes. Now, as the automatically produced transliterations, it's a raw transliteration, obviously. It needs to be checked and in places also corrected. And I want to publish the text in as many different versions as possible. I want to publish the CLIF files produced in SASA so that the text can be worked on later. I will also publish the manual decodage code for use in digital methods. Hopefully, in the future, the Unicode will be easier to handle and work with. So I will publish the Unicode versions also. Unfortunately, of course, since the Unicode is produced with manual decodage in SASA, it does not contain all the format controls, but maybe they can still be used for something. And I will, of course, publish the transliterations of the texts. And these will hopefully be useful for Egyptologists. And all the different versions of the text will be offered for free download. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that fascinating presentation. I found it very interesting, and I think the audience did as well. We had someone asking about the specific computational architecture you're using for the project. Would you be able to speak on that a little bit more?
I wonder if that's about the transliteration method that is meant.
I am not sure. It's someone from a computing background rather than an Egyptological background. If Creo, if you have can you rephrase the question maybe, and then I can ask Heidi if she could talk on that for us. And we had one other question. Let me find it. Less a question, more a comment, I think. Someone saying the problem with hieroglyphic transcription is that it is being created for hieroglyphic word processors, and only later it was discovered that you can then encode it for thesauri and databases. We do not seem to have any other questions?
Yeah, the problem with hieroglyphs is that especially the programs that you can encode hieroglyphs with, is that originally it's meant for publishing the text in a book. So it's people don't think about the encoded text as important, or haven't been thinking.
That makes sense. How big is the data set that you're working with?
I have about 400 texts in my dissertation, because I used not just the text that mention feasts, but also texts that tell when the workmen were working in the Valley of the Kings, in the tomb of the king, or when they were free, so having a free day, indicating that it might be a holiday. So about 400 texts. How far I will get with this depends on my funding. I only have funding for this year, and I'm applying more funding, so it depends on that. For the automatic transliteration method, Serge Rochemauduc already tried the sort of deep learning, where you can't really, it's kind of a black box. You put the texts in and then you get out something, and it works quite nicely. But I was thinking of, since he published the text that he used for it, to use those to try something more rule-based and based on the already known transliteration of each word, but maybe also kind of bigrams or trigrams, so how different words occur together to get the transliteration for the words that you don't have in the list of words. But that's something I'm trying. And Serge, yes, he had 4,000 texts to work with, so that's a lot of machine readable texts for others to use too.
Excellent, thank you so much. Well, I'm afraid we're not going to get to the other questions because we do need to move on to our next presenter, but thank you, that was fascinating and very informative.
Thank you.
Next, we have Professor Stacey Davidson and Anne Austin. Stacey is an Egyptologist and historian who teaches for the continuing education and history departments at Johnson County Community College in Overland Park, Kansas. She's the co-founder and the first president of the American Research Center in Egypt's Missouri chapter, as well as the creator and team lead of the Egyptology State of the Field project. She received a 2021 Mellon ACLS Community College Faculty Fellowship for her interdisciplinary project, We Are for Egypt, which includes archival research, an educator's handbook, and musical recordings. Her project produces an inclusive history of Southern Illinois, also known as Egypt or Little Egypt, and focuses on the changing meaning of an Egyptian identity in the region. Stacey is presenting with Anne, who also lives in the United States. Anne holds a PhD in archaeology, and her research combines biological and textual analysis in Egypt to better understand daily life, including healthcare practices, tattooing, and more. She also researches best practices in data reuse in archaeology and took up whittling during the pandemic, which is not a pandemic hobby I've come across, so that's absolutely fantastic. Stacey and Anne, thank you both very much. Please take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so as Megan said, my name is Stacey Davidson, and I'm the creator and team lead of the Egyptology State of the Field project. I'm joined today by team member Dr. Ann Austin. Before we begin, I would like to extend gratitude and appreciation for the SASA and Digital Hammurabi staff who have put in countless hours to organize this conference with the mindful intentions of accessibility and inclusivity by reducing financial and geographic barriers to attendance. The Egyptology State of the Field team are delighted to debut our project in this venue.
Stacey, I'm not seeing your screen share. That could be me.
Can anyone see?
No, it's not up yet. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Yeah, yes. Okay. That's okay. You only missed the title slide. All good? Okay, excellent. So this project began in the spring of 2020 during the global pandemic shutdown, but the roots of this project extend back many years to my time in graduate school. I was inquisitive then, as I continue to be, about the kinds of questions that required introspection and a critical look at what the field was, who the Egyptological professionals were, and what sorts of jobs they held. I wanted to know how many people were active in Egyptology, the gender breakdown of scholars, the demographic makeup, how many Egyptology jobs are posted per year, how many Egyptology PhDs are awarded each year, and importantly, why so few scholars of African descent were professionally working in a field that consisted of studying an ancient African civilization. None of my questions were answered. As we were grappling with the Black Lives Matter movement and the racial reckoning that propelled issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion into mainstream conversations, it was clear that no more time could pass, and the project needed to be launched. Collecting and analyzing demographic, educational, and occupational data is something that many professional societies in the humanities and STEM fields have done and continue to do on a regular basis. In order to create effective change, you must understand the status quo as well as identify areas for improvement. Two such organizations who regularly collect these data are the American Historical Association and the American Chemical Society. The AHA has a robust series of publications regarding educational and occupational data about the historical profession. Two initiatives include the Directory of History Dissertations and Where Historians Work. The Directory of History Dissertations includes 75,976 dissertations from 204 different history departments in the United States and Canada. And Where Historians Work exemplifies the career outcomes of 8,523 historians who earned PhDs in the US from 2004 to 2013. There will be an update coming this fall, which includes 2014 to 2017 data. The American Chemical Society has made DEI work a major consideration in chemistry education and job preparation. Perhaps as a scientific society, the ACS was more willing to design surveys and studies, but they were also effective at analyzing the data they collected and using that data to affect change. One such example is the Bridge program, which, quote, aims to increase the number of Black, Latino, and Indigenous students earning doctoral degrees in the chemical sciences, unquote. No such database-backed initiative currently exists for Egyptology. Through a varying amount of studies over the years, including in 2019, there was an ACS salary survey in which chemists who identified themselves as Black represented 1.9% of ACS membership, while US Census data showed that 13.4% of the US population identified as Black or African American. In their member publication, Chemical and Engineering News, they regularly include articles on diversity and address the quote unquote leaky pipeline, which refers to the significant reduction of participation in the chemical fields as students progress higher in educational degree programs. In 2017, Dr. Carl Walsh and Mr. Justin Yu designed a survey aimed at studying the current state and future prospects in Egyptology and related fields for current PhD students and early career researchers. This is the first study of which I'm aware that highlighted the necessity for data collection, and I am eagerly awaiting their publication results. While their study was international and focused on PhD students and early career researchers only, the Egyptology State of the Field project focuses on American citizens, people who have gone through the United States higher ed system, and people who work in Egyptological careers in the United States, with the intention that this is not a definitive study, but a spark to launch a regular evaluation of the field and its scholars. We encourage other countries and regions to collect data and to find out the states of their fields. I'd like to take a moment to introduce my team. We coalesced organically. The team members include myself and Dr. Ann Austin, of course, Dr. Emily Cole, Jessica Johnson, Dr. Sarah Orell, Dr. Kathleen Shepard, Jason Silvestri, Dr. Jen Thum, Dr. Julia Trochet, and Clara Wright. 6 of us were founding members of the Missouri chapter of the American Research Center in Egypt. And through our network of contacts, we were able to assemble a team that represented scholars from various stages, including recent BAs and PhD students, to contingent faculty, to museum educators, to tenure track and full professors. We also represent a diversity of racial, ethnic, and religious backgrounds, first-generation rural and low-income scholars, scholars with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ+ community. We are currently spread out from California to Abu Dhabi, so you can imagine getting together for Zoom meetings was a little challenging, but always rewarding. What we all have in common is a desire to make studying and working in Egyptology more accessible, inclusive, and diverse. I'm exceedingly proud of each of my team members and their dedication to this project. And I would also like to say that we are all unpaid volunteers, and with the exception of a grant to help us transcribe audio interviews, we are also completely unfunded. So our outcomes are in 3 primary areas: education, diversity, and employment. This is kind of a broad amount of things that we want to tackle, and I think that it's very ambitious, but from our results in the survey and the interview round, we will be able to determine a path forward to be able to sample other results. So our first, education. We are evaluating curricula with the hope of suggesting pedagogical reforms. We would also like to isolate challenges in the completion and retention rates for graduate students and early career scholars. In terms of diversity, we want to address inequities in historically marginalized populations and the lack of diversity in the field of Egyptology. And for employment, we want to identify roadblocks for graduate students and early career researchers in the Egyptological job market, as well as provide guidance for those seeking tenure track careers or careers outside academia. So in this slide, we have our project stages. So in February 2021, we launched our survey. So we had begun meeting in the spring of 2020, and over the course of that year, we figured out what we wanted to ask on the survey, how we were going to do that, and also disseminating that out to different programs, professionals, personal contacts, social media, etc. The survey was done through the Qualtrics program, and it was also self-selected. So people were allowed to opt into the survey. The issue with that is that we love our results and we love how many people participated, but we at this time do not know what percentage of that is representational of the entire population of people who work with Egyptology in the United States, because we don't have that data yet. So the questions on our survey include demographic information. We ask about issues of inclusion, support, and discrimination, graduate requirements and support, and also if people are currently working in Egyptological fields. So we can determine where those are and hopefully help the next generation get jobs. We recently concluded our interviewed stage, which is the second arrow here, in May and June. So we had a sub-team from our main team who took human subjects research training. We also went through an IRB process to determine that we were exempt. So we're following all of the best protocols for human subjects research. We included issues of informed consent. We also allowed people to opt out at any time of both the survey and the interview process. The interviews asked for more open-ended responses to issues about background and support prior to graduate school, mentorship and experiences in graduate school, as well as postgraduate career trajectories. We're currently in our data analysis phase. where we are going through both the survey results and the interview results. And currently, we are doing a cleanup of our transcriptions. We will then do coding of the transcriptions so that we can analyze that data in along with the survey data. We are presenting today our first presentation of our project in this venue. We will be continuing to apply to other conferences, and the goal is that we will have an initial publication, hopefully next year, where we will release the data from the survey and the interviews. And in the future, we are going to invite other scholars to use our data. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. So now I would like to turn this presentation over to team member Dr. Ann Austin to dive into the data.
Thank you, Stacy. So we just wanted to briefly introduce you all to one case study on our data that looks at our questions on race and ethnicity. But to give you a sense of what our overall results are, we had 203 people complete the surveys and meet our qualifying criteria. Now we had a goal of understanding Egyptology in the United States. So in terms of qualifying criteria, we required that people participating either be or previously have been participant in a graduate program in the United States in Egyptology, or have an Egyptology related job. For the graduate program, it doesn't have to be listed as Egyptology. It could be in a field adjacent to that. But our goal was to understand the entire structure of people who enter graduate programs and perhaps leave, all the way through people who join in a job related to Egyptology, perhaps having done graduate school elsewhere. So therefore, we included US citizens and non-US citizens in this survey. And in terms of follow-up, we gave people the opportunity to opt in to a follow-up interview. And we had 40 completed audio interviews we did that ranged from 45 minutes to about an hour, with questions that were more focused on the qualitative topics that Stacy just discussed. Now, as I mentioned, I want to give a little bit of a dive into our questions on race and ethnicity, not just our results, but also the process by which we decided to ask this question and structure it. As you can see, the question that we posed to people combined the categories of race and ethnicity, and we provided the following options: Arab or Arab American, Asian or Asian American, biracial, Black or African American, Hispanic, Latino, Latina, or Latinx, Indigenous American, Native American, or American Indian, multiracial, Native Hawaiian and or Pacific Islander, white, prefer to self-describe, or decline to answer. In structuring this question, we made sure that we had a checkbox system, so multi-boxes could be checked. Now I'd like to talk about how we structured that. So Stacy, if you could go to the next slide, please. One of the most important things for us was to be able to create a data set in Egyptology that was comparable to other major data sets. For example, we want to be able to compare our results with the US Census or with other data sets that collect information about higher education. To give you a sense of what it looks like in the most recent US Census, the census has two questions related to this. One that was specifically about ethnicity, where the only options were to identify if you are Hispanic, Latino, or of Spanish origin. And then a second question focused on race, where you had the option to choose one or more boxes, with the boxes being white, Black, American Indian, or Alaska Native, and then a larger set of boxes that indicated Asian nationalities and Pacific Islander nationalities. And then you've had a final box that said some other race. Once you check the box in the US Census, you then had to enter a write-in response beneath it. And that write-in response was specifically for if you check the boxes for white, Black, and American Indian or Alaska Native. Under the white box, you had to include nationalities, and the examples they provided included Egyptian and Lebanese. Recently, in a Washington Post opinion piece by Dalia Azim, she writes in the title of the post, "I am Middle Eastern, not white," and explains that as somebody of Egyptian descent, it was the first time she was required to check a white box to indicate that she was Egyptian, and how this felt incredibly uncomfortable for her. This was something we kept in mind as we are considering what the survey should look like. So while we wanted comparability to other major data sets, we also wanted to have applicability to Egyptology and the flexibility for the complex ways people define their own racial and ethnic identities. We therefore added an Arab or Arab American checkbox, which is usually not included. We also had our preferred self-describe area where people could enter information if they didn't feel anything of the above really applied to them. This meant that, for instance, if someone filling out the survey identified as Egyptian and none of those categories, they'd have a place to put it instead of having to enter themselves underneath another category. Next slide, please. And here are our results. These results are based on the number of boxes that were checked. Because we allowed people to check more than one box, anybody who identified as having more than one racial and/or ethnic identity was able to select those. So while this indicates the overall rates that we have for our checkbox, keep in mind these data on this slide don't represent the overall rates per person. As you can see, we have 74% white, but what I'd like to focus on this slide is actually, instead of the ratios, kind of the representations that we're seeing. And as you can see, the preferred self-describe area had 4% of our checkboxes included that. I'd be happy in the Q&A to talk about some of the answers for that. But what's helpful for that is it gives us a sense of how representative our checkboxes were they working? Was there a lot of data that we were missing? You can see as we look across the representation, we have lower numbers between 1 and 6%. As we look at Arab or Arab American, Asian or Asian American, biracial, Black or African American, Hispanic, Latino, Latina, or Latinx, Indigenous American, Native American, American Indian, multiracial, and then Native Hawaiian and or Pacific Islander. We did have one person indicate Pacific Islander in their response in the fill in the blank. So there is one box that we could potentially add to that, but we have, as you can see, very low numbers for some of those categories. Next slide, please. I think another way that's really helpful to look at these data, though, is by individual. So we reanalyze the data to look at whether or not there is a single response or a multi-response, and then broke down those numbers in the slide that you see here. And to give you a point of comparison, I like to indicate what the values are at the US Census level. These aren't for the 2020 census, since these data were just released 2 days ago, but they are representative of the data published as of 2019. So I'm going to discuss moving left to right from the multiracial percentage left to right for the US Census data, and I'll give you those numbers. Didn't want to busy the slide too much, so you can see how Egyptology compares. So the numbers on the slide currently are from our survey. Here are the US Census numbers. 3% of people identify as 2 or more races. There was no option in the US Census for prefer to self-describe. 6% identify as Asian alone, 13% as Black or African American alone, 19% as Hispanic or Latino, 60% as white alone and not Hispanic or Latino. When you look at these numbers, you can see, for instance, areas where we have more representation in our survey and areas where we're clearly have much lower numbers than what we compare to the US Census. Next slide, please. But what's nice about our survey, we had over 50 questions that we asked. So it gives us the flexibility to also explore how different questions interact with each other. One of the things we asked is if people had faculty positions. And of the 87 people who responded yes, we gave them the option to identify what kind of faculty position they had. Here's a distribution where you can see that we have a fairly large number of adjunct lecturers, followed by a small number of non-tenure track faculty, increasing from assistant to associate to full, and then a small number of people responding as other. Again, I can explain what those responses were in the Q&A. Next slide. And here's what those data look like when we add in our race and ethnicity. What you can see from the slide is decline to answer is in green. So keep that in mind that some people felt uncomfortable providing all of the data that we asked. In some cases, that might have been because they were worried about their anonymity. Even though we ensured anonymity, you can imagine in a field as small as Egyptology that once you start providing a certain amount of identifying information, it might be easy to kind of figure out who's being represented. Now we've got increasing numbers of overall rates of faculty as we go up, as we discussed in the last slide. But here you get a little bit more of a sense of where diversity is higher and where it's lower. For example, among people who self-identified as non-tenure track or other, we have exclusively white representation. But let's see what this looks like when we compare it to higher ed more broadly. Next slide, please. And this gives us a better sense of what we are looking at. For instance, here we can see that the number of overall adjunct and non-tenure track faculty in Egyptology is actually much higher than what we see in higher ed more broadly. And we can also see areas where representation is missing in Egyptology. For instance, the light blue color representing Hispanic, Latino or Latinx is only represented in the adjunct and assistant professor level in Egyptology and nowhere else. Additionally, the yellow represents Black or African American, which across higher ed has much more representation than in Egyptology. Conversely, we actually have a much higher percentage of people responding as multiracial than what you tend to see in the 2018 survey of higher ed from the National Center for Education Statistics. Next slide. One final way to analyze that is by looking at the percentage single response white faculty by position across those two surveys. So basically, what percentage of people are exclusively identifying as white in those different positions? And to make it a little easier to read, I've put these data side by side with higher ed represented in blue and Egyptology from our survey represented in orange. And here you can see that in general, Egyptology has higher representation of white, single response white faculty than what we're seeing in higher ed more broadly. Next slide. Now, these are just some preliminary results. We initially advertised our survey in February, but we are open to getting more respondents since, as Stacy mentioned, we actually don't even know the true number of Egyptologists in the United States. So if you haven't yet participated and you meet our qualifying criteria, consider spending just 15 minutes to expand our data set. The QR code on the screen will bring you to our survey, but you can also go to our website, egyptologystats.org, to learn a little bit more about our project and to learn about our qualifying criteria. Next slide. In terms of our next steps, what we really want to do is to create a baseline data set that we can all use to explore where the field can go next to become more diverse and representative. So as we provide those data, our goal is to include a call for papers that encourages people that may not be represented in our team or whose opinions we really value in being able to increase representation in the field. We would love to have more participation of Egyptologists who are members of historically marginalized populations, scholars interested in pedagogical reforms, and professionals in alt-ed careers to contribute to help us understand how to make Egyptology more inclusive and diverse. And we'd also like to have all of our publications, including our initial results and these subsequent publications, open access so that people both inside the field and outside of it from a variety of backgrounds will be able to see what we've been able to publish on our project. Finally, we'd consider where we're going to go from there. So from the data and the publications, our team will decide the next stages for a project, including whether or not we want to have additional follow-up interviews or surveys about the field. Next slide. So here are some of the links we referenced during our talk. And final slide, we'd like to thank and acknowledge the Egyptology State of the Field team, the survey and the interview participants, as well as the different institutions and people we have consulted with and has helped us to put this together. And with that, we're open for any of your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you both very much. This seems like an incredibly important data set to get more information on. And I wish I could say I was surprised that it didn't already exist. I have a question of my own. What would you recommend as first steps for people looking to do this in Egyptological adjacent fields, say Assyriology?
Yeah. We're happy to discuss. I mean, I will volunteer myself. If you have specific questions about how we determined what our process was, just contact me. I think that first and foremost, probably demographic information would be useful, as well as occupational information, where people are getting their degrees from and what they're getting them in, because not everyone who goes on into a graduate program for serology, let's say, went to undergrad for that. So there's also this issue of access that we're looking at, since so few universities and colleges offer Egyptology programs or any kind of focus, if it's called Egyptology, if it's called Near Eastern or Middle Eastern studies, what have you. There's already an access issue with the fact that there are so few programs and they're very highly selective. So that's also something that we didn't talk about very much today, but that we're looking at the transition of how people are even coming to these programs. And we captured some of that in our interview data.
Lovely, thank you very much. And we have a question from the YouTube audience. Were you surprised by any of the results that you got?
I don't know. Anne, do you want to take that one?
Sure. I mean, I think the data that I just presented to you, I was not surprised at in terms of what I have experienced for race and ethnicity and representation in Egyptology. I wasn't surprised to see them, but what's important for us is to get them as that baseline, because that can give us the opportunity in 10 years to look back and say, what direction are we going? As we asked, as I said, over 50 questions in the 15-minute survey, and we also did these follow-up interviews. And so I think when we get a chance to speak more broadly, there were some surprises for me, at least, especially as we start to analyze these. I think we're going to find some things that are unexpected just based on our own personal experiences. But I don't want to get into that too much yet. I'm just going to say we'll be presenting as well at ASOR for those who can, and then we'll be happy to share some of our results as well on social media for those who can't attend to expand on what we've talked about today.
Thank you very much. And finally, before we move on to the next presentation, would you mind just taking a minute to talk about what kinds of responses you got in the I don't identify in any of these, your self-identification box?
Yeah, we'll be happy to. So we did have one person identify that they were Egyptian, which was not offered as an option, which I think is something made me reflect too as well on, like, would we have done this differently if we, had a chance to review it? We also have, let me just go. We also had people identify as being both white and Pacific Islander. We had somebody identified as Slavic or Greek. We had somebody identify as North African / Egyptian / Middle Eastern. Somebody is Jewish American, someone is Armenian, someone is Hispanic, but from Spain, which I think is interesting because a lot of the surveys in the US don't even really provide that as an option. Somebody as Caucasian technically in their terms, and then Afghan American. So in a lot of these cases, I think it's when people have multiple identities that they wanted to make sure that those were really represented, which is, I think, great feedback for us to have.
Excellent. Well, thank you both so much. This was very interesting, and I'm going to keep an eye on where you go, and probably email you, Stacey, because I think this is work that needs doing for serology as well.
Yes, please. I'm happy to entertain questions and help how I can. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to our third and final presentation of this session, which will be taken by Amber Zambelli and Anna Goldfield, who will be presenting on human stories, lessons learned from podcasting the past. And if you're familiar with the DIRT podcast, these are the wonderful people behind that project. So Amber Zambelli is a writer and podcaster committed to archaeology and anthropology education for audiences of all ages and backgrounds, best known as one half of the DIRT podcast. Her research interests focus on the history of archaeology as a discipline in the United States, the intersections of archaeological research and empire, and the development of American archaeological inquiry in the Arabian Peninsula. She holds an AB in Classical and Near Eastern Archaeology from Bryn Mawr College and completed graduate work in Near Eastern Studies at the University of California, Berkeley. Originally from Central Appalachia, Zambelli divides her time between coasts in the US. Presenting with her is Dr. Anna Goldfield, an archaeologist and science communicator. As host of the DIRT podcast, Anna brings stories about archaeology, anthropology, and our shared human past to listeners of all ages and backgrounds every week. As a columnist for Sapiens, she writes about human evolution, Neanderthals, and the experience of anthropologists in the field. Thank you both. Please take it away.
All right, thank you. And just to check,
Thank
you're
you.
all seeing the correct slide, yes?
Yes, we are.
Okay, you're not seeing my
Yes.
notes. Good, okay. All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Megan, for that. And thank you to the previous presenters this morning. And thank you, everyone, to joining us today, especially to David, Megan, Christian, and Karen for all the time and labor you've invested into making this conference a reality. Thrilled to be here. So we join you today from our respective homes, mine in the unceded and stolen territory of the Shawnee and Haudenosaunee peoples who maintained this land and water long before we called it Central Appalachia, and Anna on the lands of the Muskogee and Cherokee nations. The DIRT podcast is a weekly downloadable audio series hosted by myself, Amber Zambelli, and Anna Goldfield, which brings the human story to thousands of listeners all over the world and from all walks of life. The show takes a big tent approach to archaeology and anthropology. However, no small part of it is dedicated to the topics that fall within the traditional purview of the classical world and the ancient Near East. In this presentation, we'll share our successful model of presenting archaeology, anthropology, and ancient history to the public. We'll also outline our philosophy for education and public outreach in archaeology, share the tools and approaches that have helped us succeed, and suggest directions for the continued work of bringing the past to life for an audience outside of academia. A quick clarification of terms before we go any further. When we say anthropology here, we're referring to the overarching inquiry into all things human, including human lives in the past. For our purposes, archaeology is nested within that as the study of the materials from the archaeological record as a proxy for lived human experiences. We tend to use the terms interchangeably, but for the most part, we're talking about the archaeological corner of anthropology. The DIRT's approach in presenting stories from the ancient past is to humanize the humanities and to emphasize that archaeological assemblages are records of lived experiences. We highlight stories in which listeners can see themselves to demonstrate that the countless ways in which people have lived in the past mean that there's no single correct way to inhabit the world as a human being. In an effort to push back against academic gatekeeping and expand perceptions of the discipline, we bring in guests from a broad range of anthropological foci and personal experience to demonstrate the many ways that one can do anthropology. Most importantly, while we often take a lighthearted approach to the presentation of these stories, we draw attention to the real human joys and tragedies we glimpse through academic study, as well as the attitudes and biases brought to topics by past and present researchers. We created the DIRT podcast in 2018 when we were both on the job market and looking for a way to take advantage of our respective anthropology and archaeology experience. We both listened extensively to podcasts and saw a need for a show that engaged with archaeology on a level that someone with no background in the discipline could still enjoy. We felt that most of the existing anthropology and archaeology shows that we were aware of were by experts for experts. We saw an opportunity to bring the subject we love to the broader public. After months of workshopping our vision for the show, as well as cultivating a list of topics to ensure a degree of longevity for the project, we released the first episodes of the podcast on July 1st, 2018. Since then, we've released an episode each week for the past 3 years, with the exception of an annual hiatus in January. Episode 150 dropped this morning. Within our first few months, we established a relationship with the American Anthropological Association and joined their podcast library. And in 2019, we joined the Archaeology Podcast Network. Through these developments, we've remained editorially independent and self-sustaining. We research and script each of the episodes ourselves, with the exception of our guest interviews, which are much more loosely scripted and rely on organic conversation between hosts and guests. Each episode is released with show notes listing all sources used in our research so that our listeners can investigate a topic further if they wish. Our reading lists intentionally pull from a wide variety of sources, from articles in public and popular publications like HuffPost and National Geographic to peer-reviewed journal articles and academic book chapters.
In addition to our weekly show, we record and release monthly content for subscribers to our Patreon. Bonus episodes for patrons include Old News, a roundup of archaeological news stories from the previous month, Deep Cuts, an episode that looks more closely at a topic from the past few episodes, and Dirt After Dark, an adults-only episode that deals with topics and often language considered less suitable for young listeners. The funds we receive from Patreon, combined with proceeds from our show's merch shop and listener-sponsored episodes, cover the costs of producing the Dirt. Remaining funds are earmarked for representation at conferences, such as the annual meetings of the American Anthropological Association and the Society for American Archaeology. Would-be travel funds from 2020 to present are being reserved for a small grants program to support student researchers when conference travel is safe once again. Additionally, we redirect a portion of our monthly Patreon revenue to a microgrants program administered by the Black Trawl Collective, who describe themselves as, quote, a collective of archaeologists at all career levels committed to the active support of archaeology students from working class and historically looted communities who are both regularly excluded by traditional scholarship and academic programs or who require more economic support than those resources cover, end quote. Now that we've introduced the history of the show and made our funding sources transparent, we would like to explain the philosophy that guides all content and presentation decisions we make on the Dirt, before continuing on to share with potential content creators what we have learned works for us, both in matters of production and product. Our philosophy is threefold. First, no single human experience is like any other, and this was as true in the past as it is now. We aim to reflect that variability and demonstrate the many ways that archaeological approaches can access different aspects of lives lived in the past through the types of archaeological and anthropological material we include on the show. Second, an academic background is not a requirement for learning about the human story. We deliberately produce our content with accessible and engaging language using a storytelling approach combined with explanations of any specialist terms or concepts that arise in a given episode. Third, and perhaps most apparent to listeners of the show, we aim to humanize the past and the people who study it. We use humor and a light approach when appropriate, in addition to a scripted storyline for each episode that brings together discussion of archaeological methods, application of theoretical frameworks, and interpretation of the past to tell human stories. We originally gravitated toward podcasting in 2018 as two unemployed young adults because it is an accessible platform that requires little expensive equipment. In fact, there are mobile apps available that are designed to record, edit, and distribute audio for free beyond the cost of data or a mobile device. The skill set to make a show is relatively simple to acquire, although there is certainly a learning curve, as we found out. The following materials and methods described are certainly not the only or even perhaps the best podcasting tools, but we will describe them here to provide a basic blueprint that can be followed and modified by anyone wishing to do so. Here come our secrets. Our recording setup consists of two Audio-Technica ATR 2100 USB microphones with a small tripod stand. Each is fitted with a pop filter, which sits between the microphone and the speaker's mouth to reduce distortions from plosive syllables and other mouth noises. These microphones connect to a Behringer Euphoria UM2 preamp, an interface that transforms the microphone signal to digital data, which is then fed via USB into a MacBook Air laptop. We typically record from two separate locations, so each session is recorded via a Zoom call with one host's audio coming directly from their microphone and the other host's audio captured via recording software through the computer's audio output. So now moving from hardware to software, we record using Audacity, a free open source cross-platform software that includes filters that allow us to make important edits for sound quality. The most useful of these is the noise reducer filter, which can take a sample of dead air or a few seconds of silence in a recording and use it as a template for ambient noise, which it then removes from portions of the recording in which someone is speaking. We primarily use Audacity for recording and sound quality edits. Content edits, which remove long pauses, reading mistakes, and the other material that inevitably hits the cutting room floor, are done in GarageBand, which is included in the Mac OS suite of programs. The final component of our show is web hosting. Given the large and ideally ever-increasing amount of storage taken up by audio files hosted online, standard website hosting services did not provide a viable long-term solution for us. We initially hosted our earliest episodes on SoundCloud, which pushed new episodes via RSS feed to all directories in which we were listed, such as Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, and so forth. Now that we are a part of the Archaeology Podcast Network, our show is hosted on Megaphone, but for now, our back catalog remains on SoundCloud. And finally, we use Squarespace for our show's website, thedirtpod.com, which serves as a central point to find all episodes, show notes, social media content, as well as other resources, such as a syllabus for educators.
These materials and services have enabled us to produce a show that lives up to our goal of sharing the human story with our audience. As for our approach to the subject material, allow us to please present here 3 case studies that exemplify the broad categories into which any given episode may fall, as well as demonstrate how we discuss the different archaeological approaches used to access these lived experiences in the past. So our first category, which you may have seen, is thematic episodes. So these assemble concepts and case studies from that center around a central subject. These episodes are typically very popular with listeners because they cover introductory basics, but also go into enough detail that more experienced listeners will still find plenty to interest them. In addition, a thematic formula allows us to set up a satisfying question and answer structure, or to bust a myth about the past. So the case study here is episode 129, The Archaeology of Childhood. So within each of the studies cited in episode 129, we aim to demonstrate that childhood can mean many different things depending on cultural context. We pull examples from medieval European and early Mesopotamian texts, prehistoric African butchery sites, North American indigenous archaeology, and more. Our thread through the episode is that child's play seems to be universal, though what that play looks like and the likelihood that it's tied to learning tasks that will become important later in life differ in time and place. We especially emphasize that the early anthropological theory of children in the past as invisible or not valued is inaccurate. No matter where or when you are in the human story, there is evidence that children were special and important to their family groups and to the wider social group as well. Placing value on children and childhood is something that any listener to this episode will be able to relate to, whether they have children of their own, are a child themselves, or remember their own childhood. Our second category is methodology. So a number of episodes of The Dirt deal specifically with methodologies, where we use examples to show how archaeologists use a given method or material to query the archaeological record. The goal is to address the question, how do we know what we know about the past? Our methods episodes are included in a section of our modular syllabus for educators, which we created to offer supplementary content to anyone teaching archaeology, anthropology, history, geography, or other related topics. The syllabus also includes each of our guest interviews and other episodes which correspond to Archaeology 101 content. So the case study here is episode 58, The Dirt Podcast, Ceramics and Archaeology. Our goal for methodology episodes is to start with the most basic principles, in this case, how ceramics are made, from forming the clay fabric to the various ways of shaping and decorating a vessel to firing. Our goal is to ensure that any listener starts off at the same baseline, whatever their level of anthropological experience. We follow the introduction to ceramics with the basics of typology, as well as the history of assigning artifacts to classes, and some of the pitfalls and false assumptions that can come from this form of analysis. From there, we move to analysis of ceramic fabric itself and the types of questions that ceramic petrography and mineral sourcing can answer about mobility and decision-making in the past. We also include a discussion of residue analysis of ceramic vessels, which is a topic that's arisen several times in other episodes. We conclude the episode with case studies, including an unusual example of Arctic pottery made with seal's blood. We try to do this often in our episodes, not so much to show a typical methodological approach, but to highlight a particularly interesting or unique example of a human technology or something that might perk up the listener's ears if they aren't as interested in methods. And then finally, we have the category of guest interviews. And this is perhaps the most varied and fun category of episodes on the Dirt podcast, which are those featuring a guest expert. These may also be the most valuable for our goal of showing anthropology to be an accessible discipline. We aim to feature guests from as many different backgrounds, areas of expertise, and career stages as possible in order to show that there are myriad ways to do anthropology. We highlight archaeologists from or who work responsibly with underrepresented communities wherever we can. We interview our guests via Zoom and record remotely in order to impose as little as possible on them. We also send each guest their interview questions at least 2 days in advance so that they can prepare if they wish. Our editorial control of the podcast means that we can also assure each guest that if they make mistakes or say something that in retrospect they wish to remove from the episode, we can accommodate those. We ask every guest of the Dirt between 8 and 10 questions, and 3 of these are the same across each guest interview. The first of these questions opens the interview and the other 2 conclude it. And those questions are, firstly, what was your trajectory to your current work and how did you come to anthropology? Then the last 2 are, what's your favorite thing about anthropology? And the final one is often the hardest for our guests to answer, which is, if you could be on a fly on the wall for any moment in the human past or any moment in the history of anthropology itself, what would you choose? Our aim is to drive home the explicit point to the audience that there is no single path toward or definition of a success in a career in anthropology, and that there is many things to love about the discipline as there are people participating in it. A final goal of guest interviews is to provide platforms for anyone who joins us on the show to plug ongoing projects, research, causes valuable to them, or their social media handles, if relevant. We typically reach out to at least 2 potential guests per month, usually via Twitter, to gauge their interest in appearing on the show. Once someone has agreed to join us for an interview, we make sure to familiarize ourselves with their current and past work and ask them what they would like us to highlight. We do our best to frame our interview questions and reflect those preferences. Other topics often come up organically in conversation, and we love the occasional unexpected directions that our interviews take. And so our case study for this last category is episode 79, Not All Heroes Wear Capes, with Dr. Damien Huffer. In this episode, we interviewed Damien Huffer, who's unique among our guest episodes because it represents a full circle reprisal of an earlier episode segment a year previous in which we drew from Dr. Huffer's work. We begin by discussing how Dr. Huffer made his way to anthropology and then focus most of the episode on aspects of his work countering the online trafficking of antiquities and human remains, something very relevant to us. In this particular case, Dr. Huffer's perspective on the material past is relevant to anyone listening, since social media and online connectedness contribute significantly to the black market antiquities trade. Much of episode 79 acted as a public service announcement for listeners who may not have been aware that the illicit trade of human remains is an ongoing issue. We conclude the episodes by discussing opportunities to engage with the organizations working against antiquities theft and illegal sales.
The structure, methods, and philosophy discussed above have been successful for the Dirt podcast. We share these in the hope that other educators and science communicators will be able to adapt some or all of these pieces for their own content. Our goals continue to be to expand perceptions of anthropology and what studying the past can bring to the present, to counter gatekeeping, and, in the other direction, to counter public mistrust of science. We offer archaeology as a counterpoint to history, but with frequent reminders that both disciplines cannot be without the biases inherent in the backgrounds of researchers and in the problematic histories of the disciplines themselves. Finally, we aim to continue to engage the public through storytelling, humor, empathy, and through reintroducing a human element to the ancient past. Even as we continue to work toward these goals and look at the success of our show with pride, we will be the first to say that there remains endless opportunity to improve upon the work of the Dirt. We're heartened by the work of individuals and communities like our hosts for today, Save Ancient Studies and Digital Hammurabi, and are honored to be just one of a community of creators passionate about sharing the human story with the public. Perhaps our presentation today will inspire others who have been looking for the right medium for outreach, and we welcome you to contact us with questions about anything we've shared here. So by way of parting thoughts, we want to highlight some elements that we think cannot be overutilized in public outreach. Firstly, Our show seeks to tell stories from all time periods, from hominid ancestors to the speculative future, and we constantly search for new sources and guests to push our geographical limitations and challenge our blind spots. By design, it's impossible for us to dive into any place or topic to the depth it deserves, and we love shows that provide depth that can serve as a complement to our breadth. Secondly, an audio format is not the most accessible or appropriate medium for many potential learners. Creators that utilize video or other visual media will appeal to individuals that prefer or need other means of presentation in order to receive and retain information. Likewise, we realize that without transcription, a podcast leaves behind a large population. But transcribing content is a costly and time-consuming project, and we are currently finalizing arrangements to transcribe our back catalog and future episodes, and we applaud and are grateful to all projects that incorporate transcription or closed captioning from the outset. Thirdly, it's critical that scholars from underrepresented and marginalized communities are given a platform, whether through citing their work, inviting them as interview guests, or as creators themselves. The traditional image of our fields is one of wealthy, able-bodied white men discovering the curious worlds of colonized others, and we owe it to the people whose lives we study, our colleagues and future scholars, to change that. And finally, we cannot overstate the value of creating content with humility, compassion, and authenticity. No approach is for everyone, but every approach is for someone. Your love of your research is infectious, and if you present yourself as curious, generous, and respectful of your audience, you will be amazed at the impact you can have on others. Creating The Dirt for these past 3 years has been at times overwhelmingly time-consuming, but at the same time is immeasurably rewarding. It's a privilege and an honor to share our curiosity and our friendship with thousands of people every week, and we are so grateful for the chance to share our story and what we've learned along the way with all of you here today. Thank you everyone so much. Thank you to the organizers of the conference. And please feel free to reach out to us with questions or discuss your own goals and ideas for public outreach. We're here.
Thank you both so very much. It was wonderful to have kind of like a look behind the curtain of how a successful podcast works. One of the viewers on YouTube have asked, have you ever considered doing a YouTube show as well as the podcast?
You want to take that, or?
I mean, we certainly have considered it.
Sure have.
There are certain limitations that we have in terms of like hardware, charisma, time, that may hold us back a bit from
I can promise you charisma is not a holdback. I've managed very well with zero charisma, so.
Oh, stop. We would love to expand to creating some video content, and to that end, we've collaborated with some excellent producers of video content on YouTube. In a world where this becomes our day job, I think we would do that. But as it is, the time constraints, there's only 24 hours in a day, and I need to sleep for some of them.
Yeah, but I found that collaboration has been a great way to do that, which is something that I think might be a good takeaway for people tuning into this, that you can only do so much as an individual.
Yeah.
And you can only have so many talents and so many skill sets. And so by looking to folks that are better at video production and understand how it works, we're happy to lend our voices and our research, which we've done in the past. Anna has lent her face to rave reviews on YouTube. But yeah, it's something that we would love to find a way to make that happen, because that's something else that will appeal to other people and other brains that need visually shared information over audio.
Thank you. I was wondering also if you have any information about your viewing demographics. I asked because I know that a large proportion of Digital Hammurabi's viewers are white men. And I was wondering if you have had a similar experience, or if you have a more diverse audience.
I think that if there's a demographic that seems to not be as partial to us, it would be white men.
But we've gotten a couple 1-star reviews that are heavily indicative of being from that that demographic.
But we've never done anything formal along the lines of sort of asking among our audience, but I have noticed, and this is like a skewed sample, so it's probably not statistically significant, but I have noticed that we have a lot of folks who engage with us and who follow us and who write to us that are, we have a lot of folks that live with disabilities. We have a lot of queer folks. We have a fair number of first generation students or individuals from working class backgrounds. And so I can't speak to many aspects of identity, but I am very proud that I've created something that that we have something out there that people feel sort of safe listening to, and that they feel that there is that we include them in our understanding of the world. And so I would be interested to know, because I would be interested to know if there are individuals to whom we are doing a disservice. And so for that reason, more than anything. But we've also got like a really amazing age range of people who listen to us. We've got very young listeners. And we have folks who
I think our youngest listener is on screen right now.
Yes.
Listen to us right now.
Are a very small discussant. But we also have folks who are retired, or folks who maybe studied anthropology years and years ago, who life and their career took them elsewhere. And so we're really grateful for all the folks that find us. And sometimes it's a little surprising to be like, oh, you like us? Well, that's great. So I don't know if that helps any.
Yeah, we get, and
it was purely curiosity on my part.
It's also a function of having our show hosted by the Archaeology Podcast Network. So we get a certain amount of data back sort of about our listenership, but it's more about numbers and less about demographic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have one more question, and then I think I'll be handing over to David for our next session. So someone from YouTube is saying, any archaeology, regardless of race, gender, or ethnicity, if the archaeologist would surely be peer-reviewed and published on its own merits and quality, ? Are there any issues in this area?
I'm not sure I understood the question. Like, are there issues with peer-reviewed published archaeology?
I think the question is asking, is there a problem with having archaeology from more diverse archaeologists published through a peer review system?
Well, I think that the issue, the biggest issue that I see in terms of the research that ultimately gets like peer reviewed and published is it's not so much that what is published is the problem, it's what hasn't been published and what hasn't been researched. And so you have the research that the research that's done in archaeology is only as good as the questions that are asked. So if you're not asking questions about specific populations or specific places or looking for specific things, you're never going to find it. Not to say that we find what we look for, but there's something very valuable in having many different positions or experiences coming to the field and looking at the same data, looking at the same questions, and providing alternative explanations, because we only see such a small sliver of all the aspects of life in the past that there's so much room for interpretation and for getting closer to understanding that there is we do the discipline a disservice if we only have a few scholarly traditions and pedigrees of one person teaching their student who teaches their student that sort of this is what we think. And we've seen that in recent decades, that as you start to open the field up to more individuals from more backgrounds, you start to notice that, like, oh, there is all this evidence for people with mobility issues being contributing members of their societies. Because if nobody looked at that before, then you would never know, you'd never think to look for specific signatures on skeletal remains. You'd never look to pull that into the conversation. So it's not a problem of the research that gets peer reviewed often is very good and it's very solid, and it's something that folks agree upon, but it's what doesn't get investigated that we're hoping work like ours and the people that we inspire to become archaeologists and anthropologists can help flesh out, as it were, our understanding of the past. So I hope that answers your question.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amber. And thank you both for your presentation. That was absolutely fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am going to hand over to David. I think we're going to take just a couple of minutes break to make sure that we get all of our presenters in for the next session. If you have not yet filled out the feedback survey on the Save Ancient Studies website, please go take a couple of minutes and do that, because it really helps us and it helps Save Ancient Studies to tailor the content that we and they produce to make sure it's interesting for you. So the web address for that is saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. While you're there, if you have been meaning to donate, there is a donate now button at the top right of the screen. We would very much appreciate your donations. Save Ancient Studies is a non-profit organization and does rely on donations to continue the good work that they are doing. So thank you all so very much, and we will be
Okay, we're back. I believe we're just waiting on our next presenter. Let me see what's going on there.
Is my sound okay?
Your sound is good, Ron. I thought that we were going to go to Allison next, as I understood.
Yep, just wanted to make sure, check in here before it starts.
Oh yeah, you sound good.
Okay, thank
I like
you.
the background too. It's very scholarly. Always a good choice, the bookshelf. So we're just waiting on our next presenter, and we'll give her a couple of minutes. I suppose that means I should stall. Maybe I can use this opportunity to plug my Egyptian language classes. So I am teaching a free online ancient Egyptian language course. The introduction to Coptic has come and gone. That began last year about this time and ended just a few weeks ago. And the introduction to hieroglyphic Egyptian is starting this Saturday. So if you're interested in that, go to kcegyptologist.com and send me a contact. Just fill out the contact form, and I will get you all set up, and you can join that class. It's totally free. It's Patreon supported, so you're welcome to come and join. Check it out without any feelings of obligation. And I think now I'm going to turn it over to David, who has some SASA issues that he'd like to talk about during this short break. David, take it away.
Hi. Since we're waiting for our next presenter to come on, I thought I'd take this opportunity to follow up a little bit on the presentation that Stacey Davidson and Austin gave about their project about looking at the field of Egyptology and who is involved. Just to give you some idea of what we're doing at SASA regarding the downward trend in ancient studies, and that we are also studying the downward trend from an educational sociology perspective, although we're looking at all fields and subfields of ancient studies altogether. And we have a little bit less of a focus on demographics than they do, than Egyptology stats does. But I invite you all to come join our page, take a look at our page when you have the opportunity. This is on saveancientstudies.org, and under projects and downward trend research, we have a nice page that gives some of the information of our recent results. I'll share my screen just for a moment now so you can see what that looks like. All right. This is the saveancientstudies.org website, and you can see here, this is under projects tab, downward trend research. And this first screen right here is a video of a 20-minute presentation that the SASA research team leader, Valeria Zubiadolupo, and I gave at a recent conference about our findings, our preliminary findings on two of the indicators or proxies for the health or lack of health of ancient studies fields aggregated together. They look at the indicators of language course enrollments, this is in the United States, and of degree completions at all different levels within all ancient studies fields aggregated together and split apart, separated. I invite you to come and look at saveancientstudies.org/research to learn more about this. And I think we have our next presenter ready and waiting, and I will pass back over to Christian.
Okay, so we're ready to get started with our second session of the day. I forgot the name of the session. Oh my gosh, I just had it. It's here. Oh, the ancient world today. Wow, that's so easy. Okay, with our second session of the day, the ancient world today. And we will begin with Allison Manley, Allison Manley is from Minnesota in the United States. She has a bachelor's degree in elementary education from the College of St. Benedict in Minnesota and a master's in archaeology from the University of Cambridge. Her broad resume includes roles from classroom teacher to financial analyst. She currently works for a global agriculture organization and hopes to continue finding ways to research and share stories from the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia. Today, she will give a talk entitled Lapis Lazuli Cylinder Seals of Ur, 3rd Millennium BC Burial Trends. So go ahead now.
Thanks so much, Christian. All right, I'll go ahead and get my screen shared here. All right, so my paper addresses lapis lazuli cylinder seals from the 3rd millennium BC burials from the city of Ur and utilizes data that I gathered from my MPhil dissertation. The overarching question of this paper is, given that lapis lazuli cylinder seals can be interpreted as a symbol of elite social status, what can we infer about other materials and objects buried with individuals interred with lapis lazuli cylinder seals? So to answer this, I examined burial trends from the Royal Cemetery of Ur with and without lapis lazuli cylinder seals. Then I defined potential correlations between burials with these cylinder seals and other objects. So first, I'll attempt to quickly provide the necessary background information. Beginning with our setting. Heavy occupational presence at Ur ebbs and flows throughout history, but permanent settlements are dated as early as 6000 BC. As urbanization spread during the Uruk expansion of the late 4th millennium, Ur was one of several city-states that emerged with agricultural and herding strategies, specialized manufacturing of basic and luxury items, local and long-distance trade relations, and political and social hierarchies. By the end of the early dynastic period, there were 20 to 30 city-states, each considered its own politically distinct entity. During this time, the city of Ur began to flourish. The early dynastic graves of the 3rd millennium BC provide evidence of stratified social structure via massive influx of luxury materials, including lapis lazuli. Ur is home to at least 2,000 individual graves, the lushest of which include Willie's famed 16 royal tombs. The rise of Akkadian powers brought significant cultural change as Akkadian began to replace Sumerian as the language on written documents. Roughly 200 years later, the Akkadian collapse was followed by the short reign of the Ur III dynasty around 2100 BC, and this dynasty fell with the invasion of the Elamites and the rise of Amorite powers in the cities of Isin and Larsa near the end of the 3rd millennium. The presence of cylinder seals begins to decline after this. The Isin-Larsa period ends with the rise of Babylonia and Hammurabi's defeat of Rimsin of Larsa, and the Old Babylonian Empire fell in 1595 BC, and Ur transitioned into the Kassite period. After the decline of the Kassites, Ur remained relatively quiet, according to the archaeological record, until the Neo-Babylonian rule in the mid-6th century BC. Unfortunately, the city had its fate sealed with the water which originally gave it life. The drying of the riverbed led to the stoppage of waterborne traffic, the ruin of the whole elaborate system of irrigation, and the end of agriculture. The Euphrates was essential to Ur's trade relations and facilitated the growth of craft specialization and creation of fine wares using materials that traveled from afar. These items included jewelry, vessels, and cylinder seals. Cylinder seals of the ancient Near East have been objects of fascination for audiences ranging from modern students of the Mesopotamian archaeology to tourists visiting the Middle East in the early 1900s. Varied intricate carvings and luminous materials enhance their aesthetic appeal. Developed around 3500 BC, cylinder seals were used in Mesopotamia through the 5th century BC. They are primarily known for legalizing contracts and other documents, but there's evidence they were also used to seal vessels, baskets, boxes, and storage rooms. As writing developed and became more complex, so too did cylinder seals. The use, material, and iconography of these objects evolved throughout their 3,000-year existence. There are some clear iconographical trends that can be used to help date cylinder seals. Unfortunately, there is no division of time consistently applicable to all Mesopotamian seals. Cologne in 1987 notes absolute dates are likely to be inaccurate and to fluctuate according to the fashion of the day. So thus, while temporal categories as shown here and thematic categories to be defined shortly have been assigned to the study for methodological purposes, they are not to be interpreted as absolute or applicable outside of southern Mesopotamia and should even be cautiously applied outside of the city of Ur. Over 1,400 cylinder seals have been found in the archaeological remains of Ur and the surrounding area. Only completed or finished seals were included in the study, and I excluded seals with unidentifiable iconography and those without a confirmed find spot. Of those remaining, 297, which are shown here in gray, could still not be confidently dated. So general trends are established using 1,038 cylinder seals confidently assigned temporal, material, and iconographical categories. These trends provide a baseline evolution of iconography and materials of cylinder seals used in Ur. The pre-dynastic category encompasses the early civilizations in southern Mesopotamia through the first early dynastic period around 2800 BC. There are very few cylinder seals from this early period in Ur. Shown here are the typical designs, animal patterns, daily life scenes, and geometric patterns. And the most prominent materials are carbonates, steatite, shell, and marble. With political changes during the early dynastic, it's possible there was need for more individualized cylinder seals. The major iconographical trends that arose include contest and banquet scenes, as shown here. And contest scenes are defined as depicting two or more pairs of combatants, which frequently included heroes and hunters, fighting bulls and lions. And they're usually shown standing on their hind legs. Banquet or symposium scenes show individuals seated and drinking through tubes from cups or eating at tables. The use of shell material increased in popularity, also seen as the massive increase in lapis lazuli. Only 2 seals in the pre-dynastic period were of lapis, so this represents a major shift in material choice or availability. The Akkadian reign shifts to a possible glorification of the gods in seal design. Contest scenes maintained dominance on nearly half of Akkadian seals, and presentation scenes became more popular. Those are identified as introductions to gods, goddesses, or deified royals, where one individual typically leads another and sometimes presents an offering. Steatite became the most popular material of the Akkadian period, followed by lapis lazuli, which still represents 22%. And after those two materials, there's generally more diversity, including carbonates, marbles, and fine quartzes. During the Ur III period, ritual worship, contests, and presentation scenes were the primary depictions. Worship scenes, used minimally prior to the Ur III period, are those with individuals standing and praising a god, goddess, or religious symbol. The vast majority of seals are made with varieties of steatite, though lapis lazuli still represents 11%. The archaeological record from the Isin Larsa and Old Babylonian periods shows a decrease of cylinder seals. This time period produced less than 150 reported cylinder seals, even though it encompassed 4 centuries. By this time, the cylinder seals that do exist fully shifted focus to prioritize the seal owner, as evidenced by seals showing text only. Though presentation and worship scenes are most popular, there was generally more variety in iconography during this time. Steatite still constitutes the largest percentage of material, but increased variety can be seen here as well. However, lapis has dropped to only 4%. Less than 50 cylinder seals were found from the Kassite rule. Kassite excavations focused heavily on sacred structures and private houses, and all of the graves that were found were located beneath house floors. The iconography reflects ancient Mesopotamian tradition and imagery, but often supplements it with long prayers. Kassites in Ur began using glass-like materials for cylinder seals. Glass could imitate the look of precious materials like lapis lazuli and jadeite. The Neo-Babylonian era features a more balanced variety in iconographical themes. Mythological, animal, hunting, warfare, contest, and worship scenes share the bulk of depictions. Glass-type materials remained popular, along with chalcedonies and other types of quartz. Lapis lazuli was scarce, which is surprising since the growing Babylonian Empire should have had access to this limited resource. After the Neo-Babylonian period, stamp seals gained popularity, especially during the Neo-Assyrian Empire, slowly ending the cylinder seal's employment. Overall, contest scenes, presentation, and worship themes are the most popular iconography from Ur. Steatite is by far the most popular material, followed by shell, lapis lazuli, and carbonates. Saxcalon and Lease from 1993 explain changes in cylinder seal material as determined by availability rather than choice. It is possible lapis lazuli became increasingly difficult for those in Ur to obtain after the early dynastic period, but selection of material was also likely influenced by physical properties. As Benzo 2015 states, the natural inherent properties of certain materials have the intrinsic potential to give a perception of inherent sacredness, holiness, or divinity to the objects made of such materials in their finished form. Using objects for protective purposes can be traced as far back to the Stone Age amulets, and cylinder seals were no stranger to this amuletic expression, and the stones used to create them had influence on their perceived power. Many have investigated the symbolism of imagery on cylinder seals, but a seal's material is arguably an equally important discussion. For example, William Ratchey examined iconography of early dynastic 3 cylinder seals from Ur's Royal Cemetery and found female attendants often owned lapis lazuli seals depicting banquets. He interpreted this as representative of leading ladies or their servants. Male attendants in the royal tombs alternatively often owned shell seals depicting contest scenes and were surrounded by weaponry, leading him to infer that they were men capable of serving arms. He placed a very heavy priority on iconography while considering material secondarily or perhaps even coincidental. Fromk in 1977 laments that the attempt to formulate relationships between the owners of cylinder seals and the scenes depicted on them has proved to be one of the most unrewarding aspects of the study of cylinder seals. If apparent correlations are found on one seal, they are often contrasted by other examples. It may prove useful to examine iconography as a secondary element to material. So perhaps it was the material that was the primary source of amuletic, protective, or identity-defining power. Lapis lazuli, with its aesthetic appeal and divine association, is an ideal starting point for investigating this theory. With little archaeological evidence, most researchers agree the Badakhshan region of modern Afghanistan is the main source of lapis lazuli. The credit for this argument belongs to Georgina Herman, who stated, of the dozen or so confirmed sites at which it is found around the world, only 3 are within the geographical range of Mesopotamia. And the Badakhshan mines have been generally accepted as the principal source, or indeed as the unique source, of lapis lazuli for the ancient Near East. Lapis lazuli is an opaque semi-precious stone consisting mainly of a blue mineral, lazurite, with streaks of gold pyrite and white calcite. It can range in color from deep violet blue through light blue or even green shades like turquoise. Generally, stones with a higher content of blueness hold the highest value. However, we must remember that color is a cultural construct and is not limited to hue. Simply identifying lapis as blue can be problematic because features such as softness, shininess, darkness, or wetness may have held meaning in identifying appearance. Winter from 1999 suggests that luster may have been a defining characteristic of lapis lazuli. Akkadian terminology differentiating lapis lazuli is highly developed. There are terms for of lapis, with lapis, like lapis, lapis lazuli sky, and even lapis lazuli beard. In the second millennium, correlating with the rise in popularity of glass material, Akkadian language began to differentiate between lapis from the mountain and lapis from the kiln. Both the material properties, the color, hardness, sheen, and the ascribed properties, the amulet, protective, or associative dimensions, defined lapis lazuli. The amuletic and protective properties of lapis lazuli can be gleaned from its representation and description in various texts. In the divine world, lapis was used by Inanna to descend into the netherworld. It is identified as the beard of the moon god of Ur in religious poems. In the poem of Ninurta's exploits, the god passes judgment on 19 groups of stones, glorifying lapis lazuli, among other stones, stating it will be worshipped by all since it supported him with strength. Additionally, lapis lazuli is mentioned in the Assyrian dream book, where lapis lazuli cylinder seals are directly associated with the gods. For humans, lapis lazuli was propitious and safeguarded the wearer from evil. Magical texts suggest the stone possessed properties related to gender and fertility. So there's little question that lapis lazuli was highly valued throughout the historical sequence in ancient Mesopotamia for both humans and gods alike. It was a favored material for cylinder seals in Ur from the early dynastic to the Ur III period. There are 2,000 some well-recorded graves at the Royal Cemetery, and according to Herman, 300 graves contained at least one object made with lapis lazuli. I have found 178 lapis lazuli cylinder seals from Ur and the surrounding area as charted here. It is often assumed banquet scene iconography and lapis lazuli material go hand in hand. Of the 1,335 seals from Ur in this study, 49 depict at least one banquet scene. Of those 49 banquet scene seals, 33 or 67% occur on lapis. So clearly lapis was a favored material for the banquet scene. But because patterns can change over time, we can also examine the correlation temporally. Most banquet scenes are from the early dynastic, during which roughly 1/3 of seals were made of lapis. Logically, one would think that then 1/3 of banquet scenes would be on lapis, but the correlation rate is actually nearly 71%, confirming a significant relationship between the material and iconography. When looking for other iconography patterns, the obvious majority of lapis lazuli cylinder seals in Ur show contest scenes. Contest scenes were generally popular in Ur, but they primarily occur on steatite and shell, while only 17% are on lapis. Other popular iconography on lapis lazuli include the already noted banquet scenes and also worship and geometric scenes. Worship scenes are actually less popular on lapis than they are on seals overall at Ur, so they will not be discussed further. We will instead take a closer look at the correlation with contest and geometric scenes. Data shows changing correlations between contascenes and lapis, suggesting attitudes regarding the use of material for contascenes may have changed. The Akkadian era brought an increased presence of gods to cylinder seal styles, so perhaps this change in material choice reflects the overarching societal shift and divine association with lapis lazuli. Interestingly, several contascenes, much like banquet scenes, are shown on double registers, either depicted on both registers or on one register and paired with an animal motif. There are 14 of these seals in the early dynastic and Akkadian periods, and of these 14, 10 are on lapis lazuli. This suggests perhaps there is a correlation between multiple registers and lapis. Though only 6% of Ur cylinder seals have geometric carvings, they too show a significant correlation with their depiction on lapis lazuli. And the remaining iconographical categories show no significant discrepancy or show a decrease in use, like the worship scenes, when comparing total seals to lapis lazuli. To summarize thus far, the use of lapis lazuli materials shows a higher correlation than expected with banquet scenes, geometric patterns, and seals depicting multiple registers. Contascenes, while the most popular on lapis lazuli, seem to have a changing relationship over time. To dive deeper, I investigated if iconography or material would seem more important in determining other grave goods. In short, helping to understand an individual's identity based on grave goods. Out of 178 lapis lazuli cylinder seals in Ur, 160 were from the Royal Cemetery area, which Woolley labels as PG or PJ. These seals are primarily from the early dynastic, Akkadian, or III periods, aligning with known temporal use of this cemetery. Thus, the remainder of this study focuses on well-recorded graves from the Royal Cemetery. Well-recorded includes graves with noted burial types and or other grave goods, eliminating 28 seals found loose in the soil. These parameters provide 343 graves, with 117 of them containing 132 unique lapis lazuli cylinder seals. And here, just for transparency, I've listed the parameters of what was included in the grave good counts that you'll see on the following slides. Since it has been generally confirmed banquet and lapis cylinder seals have a high correlation, I separated these two characteristics to find a baseline comparison between material and iconography. The dark color you see here on the bars is the presence of the characteristic and the light is the absence. So both banquet, iconography, and lapis material show seal owners are more likely to be buried with gold, silver, beads, and stone vessels. Owners of lapis lazuli cylinder seals, unlike owners of banquet seals, are more likely to be buried with multiple cylinder seals and copper vessels. To show this isn't an anomaly, I compared contest iconography, the scene most commonly shown on lapis. I also compared data on burials with multiple registers and geometric patterns, as those were the two iconographies that showed an increased correlation with lapis lazuli material. So on the next two charts, I'd really like to draw your attention to the other seals and the copper vessels data. Burials containing lapis lazuli cylinder seals show consistent gravegood patterns. Graves containing cylinder seals made of lapis lazuli with contest scenes show increased correlations with gold, silver, beads, and stone vessels, as is seen in the general lapis lazuli and banquet cylinder seal burials. But more importantly, the burials with lapis lazuli contest cylinder seals show a significantly higher presence of more than one seal in a burial and the inclusion of copper vessels, meaning the type of iconography does not impact the inclusion of other seals or copper vessels. Graves containing seals made of lapis lazuli with multiple registers are shown here. For a third time, the pattern emerges that graves with lapis seals containing multiple registers show a higher correlation rate with multiple seals and copper vessels than their non-lapis counterparts. For cylinder seals with geometric iconography, the data differs just a bit. So for example, there's a very small association with gold grave goods, and unlike other burials, there's no significant difference in the presence of silver or beads compared to the average graves. And the other items show a slight but rather insignificant difference. However, graves with lapis lazuli geometric seals are again more likely to have multiple seals and copper vessels. The pattern is consistent across the board. Graves with lapis lazuli cylinder seals showing banquet scenes, contest scenes, multiple registers, and geometric patterns are all more likely than graves with their non-lapis counterparts, and more likely than the average Royal Cemetery burial to contain multiple seals and copper vessels. The consistent factor in this pattern is the material used. The choice of seal stone does not appear to be an arbitrary decision. Rather, the strategic choice of using or owning a lapis lazuli cylinder seal, regardless of iconography, must hold some consistent meaning. Based on the data found, the first question raised was why an individual might need or use multiple cylinder seals. And the answer may lie in social identity, status, or rank of the individual. Near Eastern seals provide the richest material to understand how identities of the people from different social levels found expression in the material culture. We know that the loss of a seal had both legal and spiritual ramifications, so there's no doubting the meaningful relationship between a cylinder seal and its owner. Perhaps the lapis lazuli cylinder seal was not intended for rolling, but for wearing as adornment or as a symbol of social status or identity. Many cylinder seals in the Royal Cemetery were found in positions suggesting they were worn as a necklace, bracelet, or pinned to a cloak. Another theory may be that both seals were used, but for different purposes, since seal types can be broadly divided into 3 categories: personal, official or state, and votive or temple seals. The lapis lazuli seal could have served any of these purposes, including as a means of accessing the netherworld. Graves with lapis lazuli cylinder seals also show an increased correlation with copper vessels. Copper is not often discussed as an elite material, especially in comparison to gold, silver, and electrum. Copper is mentioned in ancient texts as a material that traveled long distances and was likely a part of elaborate trade relations. Maury in 1994 states copper was the most widely used of metals of all Mesopotamia. So it's interesting that those with cylinder seals of a rare material would have metal vessels of a common material. A deeper evaluation of this extends beyond the study's limitations, but several approaches would be insightful. So first, acquirement and use of copper throughout southern Mesopotamia would enhance the understanding of the material. And second, evaluating the use of specific bowl objects during events such as feasts or libation rituals could explain its presence in the elite burials. This study shows when studying cylinder seals, material must be properly considered. Lapis lazuli cylinder seals, regardless of iconography, have an increased correlation with individual burials, including multiple seals and copper vessels. While iconography of cylinder seals has been thoroughly researched, it would benefit the field to give equal research to finding meaning behind purposeful choice in material. Lapis lazuli is an obvious starting point to demonstrate this theory, as its divine significance is evidenced through text, art, and archaeological records. Further research could enhance our holistic understanding of cylinder seals and how their object history might connect with other more enigmatic objects or materials in the ancient Near East. I have all my references listed here that I'd be happy to share if anyone is curious. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. There were a few questions from YouTube, and you can also take your time a little bit in answering them because one of our speakers wasn't able to make it, so we have a little bit extra time, which is so rare in conferences that you actually get to answer questions as fully as you would like. So the first question, this question was submitted really early in your talk, so I think it pertains to something at the beginning. How was the date of 6000 BC determined?
That was from a source. So let me go back and see. So the evidence that did exist was that you would expect from civilization. So there were, basic burials, evidence of, fire pits, broken pottery, things like that. So roughly 6000 BC is when they see evidence of a more permanent civilization. And that is from Maury and Woolley in 1982.
Okay, and the next question, this seems like a big one to me. Is color a cultural construct? Is color a cultural construct or the value placed on colors? So is color or the value placed on colors a cultural construct?
So I do think that color and the associations that come up when we say that word are part of culture. And I like this question because I do think that the power of color is also a cultural construct, and what that can mean to a person is definitely dependent on the culture that they value and that they are from. So I think as a broad answer, yes. My investigation into color was definitely specified, very specific with lapis lazuli. So I can't speak to really the impact or influence of other colors and how that might hold power in any given civilization. But I do think that both color and the power of color are cultural concepts and are unique to each culture throughout antiquity, time, and space, you know?
Okay, that was our YouTube questions. I have a question of my own, if you don't mind. Did you wear an ultramarine shirt because your talk is about lapis lazuli?
You know what, that was not a purposeful choice, but that's a fantastic coincidence, isn't it?
It is, it works very well. Well, thank you so much, Allison. I think we'll start the next talk a little bit early, and then again, we'll have plenty of time for questions. So our next speaker is Ron Clark. He is the Executive Director for Kairos Church Planting Support, an organization developing and mentoring church planters, new ministers, and new churches and campus ministries. He's an adjunct faculty member at George Fox University and Portland Seminary, and is co-chair of the New Testament and the World of Early Christianity section of the Society of Biblical Literature's Pacific Northwest region. Clark has been a minister and church planter in Portland and partners with local and state agencies addressing houselessness, intimate partner and sexual violence, trafficking, and building healthy families. He has authored books and journal articles addressing domestic violence, houselessness, biblical texts, and theology. Today, he will give a talk entitled, "Your Warriors Will Become Women, the Feminization of Exiles, Captives, and Survivors in Ancient Yehud."
Thank you. So let's begin. Do you see the full PowerPoint?
I do. I see the full PowerPoint screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. And then let me make sure this is up, so we're good. All right. So I'm actually, one question they may be asked a lot is, why is this guy presenting here? And that might be the biggest mystery, but as a person who's worked with biblical texts and then done ministry, I found the opportunity to bridge the gap in working with a lot of different areas of ministry along with texts. The paper is available through SAS, or you can email me at the email address there for a copy of that. Ancient texts use feminine language toward many individuals who suffered violence through military conquest, sexual assault, and forced migration. Valiant men are described as weak, afraid, confused, prostituted, or rape victims when defeated by a more powerful nation, king, or God. The Hebrew scriptures also use this type of description to indicate the defeat of Yahweh's foes within the community of Israel or outside its borders. This gendered violence language can be ruthless, cruel, and misogynistic. Biblical texts, however, use this language toward Yahweh to nurture and protect victims of similar violence so that shalom can exist. The God of the captives was also oppressed to redeem the exiled nation. In the Christian movement, this suffering Lord also is identified with oppressed population, marginalized by the dominant culture. The humiliation of Jesus became an identifying mark for this movement. As a minister working with intimate partner violence, houselessness, prostituted individuals, and others who are marginalized through feminization by a toxic masculine culture, I find a strong connection between the God of exiles, captives, and survivors. This shared identity provides hope and healing to those oppressed by a culture labeling them non-masculine. And so my take then is to begin with what we would call the, so this is not working.
We're seeing the entire, the PowerPoint
Okay.
working screen.
Okay.
You should click the.
So what I should do is that better?
Still seeing the working screen. Can you click the from beginning?
Yeah, so what I think I need to do is try this one. Is that better?
There we go. That's right.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. We've been using Zoom over a year and a half, and I'm still having trouble. Okay, so on the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some of the ancient texts. As we read through many of the ancient texts that are in the ancient world, such as Egypt. Let's move to this next one then. Well, that's not working either. I'm sorry. There we go. All right. And so in many of the ancient texts from the ancient world, we find this language used in reference to, for instance, Enuma Elish, and the language used as Marduk, split Tiamat like a shellfish. The whole concept of fettering, putting them in chains, holding them down, oppressing them, using them as a footstool. That was very common in Enuma Elish, and of course, human beings being created to be slaves of the gods to make their life more easier. We also read this in many of the Assyrian texts that use very graphic descriptions of oppressing soldiers, warriors, treating the soldiers or the warriors like they will become women or they'll become prostitutes. The idea of trembling, collapsing, knees bowing, and so forth, kissing, bowing the feet, shaving the beard, described in texts, iconoclasty, the destruction of the gods and the statues, destruction of the land, torture, imprisonment, humiliation, rape, humiliation of an opponent, enemy, and hyper-violent death, hyper-masculinity, murder, and even psychological terrorism. As Nemet Najat says about Assyria, they used a lot of psychological terrorism in their texts to oppress other cultures to get them on board. We don't read as much about this with Nebuchadnezzar, but you do read this in other Babylonian texts as well as Egyptian texts. The whole idea, of course, of these texts was to show that this is what happens if you don't fall in line. And I think we see this, even today, but mostly in the ancient world. There's this idea of humiliating the enemy, oppressing the enemy, making sure that they understand who's boss, who's in charge, proving that your gods are weaker than our gods. And so as in the paper, I describe a lot of this and give a lot of examples of how this language is used. But when we come to the term, feminization, what do I mean by that? What is that, how we use that in domestic violence and so forth? My definition of feminization is basically, it's just a language of humiliation. And while we have always said that females and males are equal, they're deserving respect, we know that a dominant masculine culture uses feminine terms to humiliate others. And so this feminine language is used to prove that one is not truly masculine. And this dominant culture is the one that defines who is not masculine. Typically, it's a military culture or a king or a violent, hyper-masculine, hyper-violent god, hypersexual god as well. Feminization legitimizes the oppression of another individual or group, and it justifies, this is why we can do this, they're weaker than us, they're not men, they're not masculine, and so forth. And so we see this term as being used quite often in the biblical text. Yes, we do see this used by Yahweh in some of the prophetic texts as well, but it's the idea of humiliating another culture. If we understand when the nations of Israel and of the Yehud were taken captive to both Assyria and Babylon, these traumatized communities experienced this form of humiliation. Things such as the emotional distress of being taken into captivity. You see many of the Hebrew words used throughout the prophets that suggest the ideas of being imprisoned, fettered, changed, bronze fetters, imprisoned in a pit without water, the idea of heat, the idea of being in the furnace. And we understand that the exilic community expressed this form of humiliation as a captive nation. We also know that there was mourning was common throughout the captives. And another thing is of course, post-traumatic PTSD, PTSS, traumatic bonding. There's the idea of the evil eye, the gaze, the memories. And why I bring this up is in our work with my regional Society of Biblical Literature, American Academy of Religion, I've talked a lot about many of the houseless individuals in the homeless villages that we've built here, and working with them, their feelings of being exiled and displaced. And we found a lot of similarities between the exiles of Yehud, as well as many of the individuals who live on the streets, who are in these houseless villages. And in talking with a lot of my colleagues, they've indicated that, it's a kind of a way to put, skin and flesh on these individuals that we read about. As one of my colleagues said, I've always seen the exilic people as kind of a literary construct, but she said, these terms kind of make it real, that these are truly captives. These are displaced individuals. The emotional toll of captivity and of the humiliation that they experience in the world carries a tremendous emotional content in the scripture. And of course, Psalm 137, by the rivers of Babylon, we sat and we wept when we remembered Zion. There on the poplars, we hung our harps, for there our captors asked us for songs. Our tormentors demanded songs of joy. They said, sing us one of those songs. And so the idea of the gaze, the evil eye, I hear this in individuals in our houseless villages. What are the things that people say about the homeless? What are the things that people write on Facebook about the homeless? What happens when the news comes out as a story on a lot of our youth groups or campus groups working to build some of these villages? What happens when it's posted and you start reading the comments? The language that's used towards captives, towards those in exiles, can be very traumatizing. It can be emotionally damaging to the men and women and children in these areas. And so we get this idea that the captives who experience this form of humiliation, the feminization, the terms used to oppress them, now we're seeing them through the texts. But even more, these individuals who are in captivity, Yahweh continues to be their God. If we understand the stress and the emotional toll that the captives are facing, loss of a temple, the loss of God's home, the loss of honor, the level of shame that exists in that community. Yet Yahweh continues to be among them. We read this in some of the Daniel, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther. These are stories of heroes who live in this culture and rise up, or even Ezekiel, Jeremiah, who live in the ruins or live in Babylon, and they experience this level of shame, yet Yahweh continues to be among them. The prophets live among the people. Samuel Meyer points out that the prophet is in the divine council in the earlier prophets, but as we move towards the exile, the prophet is exiled with the people, and the prophet is not among the council. It's the idea that the prophet represents the people. The prophet represents this disconnection, but Yahweh is also traumatized as well. As we kind of, the comment was made one time in presenting this with a group of guys, to use the current masculine term that is misogynistic, but the idea that Marduk has made Yahweh his, bitch, is the idea that Yahweh is weaker than Marduk. Yahweh is weaker than the Babylonians. So this misogynistic, toxic masculine language that goes around today would be used in that same way. Yahweh is weak. Yahweh is inefficient. Yahweh is not the powerful God that they had believed. And yet Yahweh continues to woo the nation of Israel, the people of Yehud. Yahweh dreams of what can be. Yahweh seeks reconciliation. Yahweh continues to court this nation that's been taken into exile. As Jacob Neusner says, because of this and during the exile, exilic literature takes on a different form. It becomes very creative. It reflects this level of hope, and it reflects this level of shared suffering. I am with you. I am suffering with you. You are humiliated. Therefore, I am humiliated to be with you. And so now the God, Yahweh, the God of the captives, is making this connection, is experiencing this shame with the individuals. And so exilic literature focuses on hope. There's this idea of a new story, a new vision, a new dream. The temple that was rebuilt was really not that glorious, but in the book of Haggai, this temple will be more glorious than the early one. Why? There's this idea of hope. There's this idea of a new story. There's this idea of redemption, or as Jeremiah chapter 14 states, or chapter 16, excuse me, states, you won't remember me as the God of the Exodus. You'll remember me as the God who brought you out of the north. No longer am I the one who redeemed you from slavery. I'm the one who forgave you and reconciled with you and brought you home. So there's this idea in the text that this humiliated nation now suffers with God. And Yahweh is traumatized alongside of the nation of Israel. Yahweh suffered from sin and rejection. Yahweh was the hurt spouse. Yahweh was the one who was faithful, and yet the spouse continued to be unfaithful. Yahweh suffers with the exiles. As the people of Israel felt, where is your God? That was also a slap in the face to Yahweh. There was a loss of honor, a level of shame that Yahweh has. And yet, throughout the prophets, when I bring you back home, when I redeem you, you will receive this honor. I will be honored. There is honor and reconciliation and recovery. Yahweh offers this level of hope. There's judgment, but there's hope, bringing people back. These are important concepts when you work with people who have immigrated from other cultures, people who live and feel like exiles. The new story, the story of hope, the story of peace, the story of becoming a nation once again is such a powerful message. And Yahweh sought relationship with the people. And Esarhaddon, when he returns, his father Sennacherib takes the gods out of Babylon, and Esarhaddon, he returns the gods so that there can be reconciliation and hope in the land. But yet with Yehud, Yahweh seeks relationship with the people to bring them back home. And we also have, of course, in my book, The God of Second Chances, I talk a lot about the hope that Yahweh offers of reestablishing a covenant or relationship. The land is destroyed, but it's rebuilt. And it's interesting because in Deuteronomy 24, there's that passage that, if the individual divorces their spouse and then that spouse goes on and marries another and that person divorces them, to take that divorced spouse back was defiling the land. And yet this is exactly what Yahweh does. Yahweh takes the divorced nation, the rejected nation, the nation that chased other lovers and has been left alone. Yahweh brings the spouse back. And in order to do that, there's the new heavens and the new earth. And so the land's been defiled. So what does Yahweh do? New heaven, new earth. So the taking the spouse back has this, this cosmic, cataclysmic, apocalyptic language there, that this is all creating something new so that Yahweh can have the relationship. Was Yahweh feminized with the captives? That's the question that we often share with individuals. What does it mean to be the God of the captives? And I want to be clear, when I use the term feminization, feminized language, I'm using that from the perspective of the toxic masculine culture. While I agree that term is wrong, it is a term that is used by militaristic, masculine, toxic masculine cultures. But imagine being the God of the captives and sharing in their fate along with the shame that the culture has placed upon them. And then again, the Torah is once again proclaimed from the margins, not the dominant culture, but from the margins. Switching, then this similar pattern tends to happen when we get into in our work with the Christian religion. And so in Luke 4, verses 16 through 19, the great synagogue sermon that Jesus gives, he talks about freeing the oppressed. He's using that, delivering the people from captivity. Well, as we go through Luke, we find that he spends quite a lot of time with marginalized populations. And in my book on Luke, one of the things I point out is while Homer met marginalized monsters, he killed them. In Luke, Jesus meets marginalized individuals and includes them into the movement. And probably one of the most famous ones is in Luke 7, where John the Baptist sends his disciples to ask Jesus, are you the one to come or do we wait for another? And of course, Luke is the only one that mentions, it's mentioned in Luke and Matthew. Luke says in Luke 7, at that time, he healed, and so forth, these individuals. And it's this idea that Luke is saying they had trouble understanding that Jesus was representing the God of the marginalized populations, that he was not here to save those in the dominant culture. He was there to reach the captives, those who were suffering, those who were hurting, those who were needing help. And so we see this in Christianity, along with many of the other passages in Philippians 2, where the Apostle Paul talks about Jesus carrying the shame or the humiliation of the incarnation and the cross. And I think, we've tended to use humility psychologically, having a very calm presence, but the word actually is the idea of humiliation, the humiliation of the cross, the humiliation of the incarnation. And Romans 12, associate with the humiliated, and that's referring to the very poor, marginalized individuals in that congregation. Or 1 Corinthians 1, the idea that you have a lot of slaves and a lot of poor in that congregation, and yet the idea is not many of you are wealthy or wise. God chose the weak type of thing. And so you have this whole concept now of marginalized populations being included because there's a God of the captives, the Jesus being, the incarnation of this, the God of the exiles, and stressing that in early Christianity. And so how to kind of wind down here, this is why I appreciate being invited here to show that in the midst of all of this scholarly textual work, this is important for today. Some of the things that we've done here in Portland, my wife and I especially, we've worked, for instance, with biblical narrative support groups. We've had, the Exodus, we read through the book of Exodus with women who are domestic violence survivors. And we approach that when we ask them their opinion, and they journal and they write and they give us feedback. What is it like to be under Pharaoh? What is it like to ask yourself, why is Pharaoh so bullheaded? Well, they tell about their, ex-husband, why he was so bullheaded, going to court and the judge, confronting the judge, and the judge, sentences him to even greater punishment than he would have had before. Biblical narrative support groups with some of the women who've left the sex industry or were stripping or in prostitution, introducing them to the text and letting them know, hey, the God of the marginalized populations is a God who understands you. Working with a lot of the men's groups that we've had to work with. What is toxic masculinity, and how does that come across in the text? This language that's used to oppress and humiliate is actually a reflection of toxic masculinity. How do we, as at least in my work in America, and then of course at some work in Malawi and Albania in the past, but in working with in online now with India, how do we help individuals recognize the damage of toxic masculinity and using feminization to oppress and humiliate others? So getting them to understand, what does it mean to have a safe and sacred space? What does it mean to serve the God of the captives? If you, a popular podcast is Christianity Today's The Rise and Fall of Mars Hill. And Mars Hill was one of those mega churches where they were very much into ultimate fighting, the UFC. And the minister, Mark Driscoll, used quite a lot of very degrading, humiliating language, not just of women, but of men who supported their wives and partnered with their wives, or men whose wives went to work because they made, more money doing that, and the men stayed home. What kind of language was used there? You see, so working, that applies to today and how we work with people. College students, working with college students, teaching at a level where we took some of the violent texts and we had them listen to stories of women whose husbands were abusive, or women whose husbands had affairs, or men whose wives had affairs, and understanding the profits from the hurt God. What does it mean to have your spouse be unfaithful and then to humiliate you and mistreat you that way? This is This is Yahweh, the God of the captives. This is why the prophets tend, as O'Connell says, that it sounds like sometimes reading Jeremiah that Yahweh has signs of clinical depression. When you work with people who've experienced that, they can share it. Yahweh's venting. God's just angry. God's feeling this emotional stress. In some of our community work with houseless individuals, vets who have PTSD, intimate partner violence, sexual assault, the sex industry, helping people to understand that the God of the captives understands their plight. The level of humiliation and shame can be identified with Jesus, with God, the God of the captives. And then, of course, congregational ministry, helping the congregation to understand that the Torah is proclaimed from the margins, that the gospel is proclaimed from the margins. But what does that actually entail? What does that mean? How does that apply to our lives, to understand that it's proclaimed from the margins? And who are the people living on the margins? And what is the dominant culture that we are facing? And that's just kind of a quick overview of the paper. I left some time for questions, but this is, of course, I appreciate the time and the opportunity. This is my email. If you have questions, further questions, I want to talk more about our work, but this is the idea of trying to live in both worlds, bridging the gap and bringing them together. So thank you for this time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ron. That was really interesting. There are a few questions here. One that I myself wouldn't even begin to know how to answer, but perhaps you will. What is the meaning of feminization in Ezekiel 23:4? The older was named Ohola and her sister was Oholiba, and in Isaiah 54.
Yeah, so the first of all, the two adulterous sisters, we do use that in the group with the women who've left the sex industry, because we want them, it's very violent language. What I'm understanding is that, and this is what we would say, this is a God who's been extremely hurt, who is venting and using some very coarse language to express the deep hurt and the deep pain. And the women who, were in prostitution, were prostituted, as they read through that, they said, we understand that this is a reflection of a God who's deeply hurt, deeply grieving, deeply angry. And that language is very coarse, very harsh, but it's one that expresses deep pain and hurt. And yes, it is misogynistic language. It's hurtful language. They indicated that it helped them to feel safe, like they could connect with this God. And so I hope I'm answering your question, but that is what I heard. And while the language troubles me, and while I had a difficult time even having them read that text, their feedback was, okay, there's a lot of raw emotion here that's flying all over the place, and maybe stepping back saying, okay, it's the depth of pain that Yahweh's feeling and the depth of sin that the nation is creating to God. Hopefully that answers the question. I wrestle with that as well. So,
Okay. Yeah, I think that was a very good answer, actually. I'm not sure what they meant by the question. So, but yeah, I think that was a very thorough answer. Let me see. Some people mentioned parallels to the history of Black slavery, and parallels with any indigenous people who have been enslaved and forced to convert to Christianity. Might be an interesting thread to pull there. Another question, is the Tetragrammaton always used to refer to God in the exilic literature? I'm sure there are exceptions, but interesting question.
Okay, go ahead. So what was the question then?
Is YHWH always used to refer to God in the exilic literature?
Wow, I've seen both. I've seen both used, so Yahweh and Elohim, but I'm not, and that would be an area of weakness. I will work on that and find that answer out. My understanding would be that the use of the Tetragrammaton, Yod Hey, Vav Hey. I mean, you have a lot about shame and the name. And I think the use of that just kind of indicates that even though there's this level of shame against Yahweh, there's this, my name is still there, my name is still there, my name is still important, but the name of Yahweh is being shamed in exile because of, you know, what's happened in the people who were supposed to be honoring that name. I love the thread with Native American conversion to Christianity, African American. We saw that with Exodus. We tried a new spin. We just said, well, let's invite women who've been in abuse to share that story, and we find a lot of parallels. But I think we find a lot of parallels, and it helped us, especially when Black Lives Matter, when that was really becoming part of our, you know, last year, you know, more, we were more aware of it. It really helped us to see that this is just oppressed language, and this is language that really offers peace, or this is text that offers peace to those who are oppressed from any perspective.
Okay, very interesting. There's a comment here. I'm not sure where the question is, but I'll just read the comment as it's written, and you can comment on that. It has been said that El Shaddai is feminine in some way, even meaning the God, quote, of the breast, unquote, and so forth. And then Jesus saying, "O Jerusalem, to gather you as a hen gathers her chicks."
Yeah, there's a, Rahum, womb love has been one. Overwhelmingly, Yahweh is a God of Rahum, there's a lot of language, and that's one of the things that we do with masculinity. We show that there's terms used of Yahweh that in that culture would be considered feminine. And that gives us a broader picture of Yahweh, that Yahweh is not masculine or feminine, Yahweh is God, and that male and female are in the image of God, and we have this shared relationship. An example, Ephesians chapter 5, when I meet with men and women who work with abusive individuals, the first thing we say is don't get in a scripture argument with them, because the Christian abusive individuals, they're manipulative. But we go to that Ephesians 5 passage, and the one about husbands, loving your wives, we compare that with Roman culture, that in that culture, men typically didn't love their wives. And then Paul uses two terms, nurture and cherish, that would be considered kind of feminine in that culture, that we always stress to guys, we are called to nurture. And, how do you nurture your spouse? And it's brought, resistance with the toxic masculine Christian culture. Men don't nurture anything. Well, what do you do with this text? What do you do with that? It's what it says. And so we do see a lot of terms for God, for Jesus, that would be considered feminine in the ancient world. And I think, the followers of God were always meant to be a people who reflected a very nurturing, caring, merciful, loving spirit. And that's going to be at odds with any culture where we live. So I hope that answer, or I hope that was a valuable comment.
Yeah, I think you addressed it quite well.
My boys say I don't always answer questions. I just like to hear myself talk. So I just try to.
I know all about that. Normally the question is just sort of a jumping off point to start saying things that you're interested in. I mean, that's how I treat them anyway. I don't know. I would like to have a list of all places in the Bible that are used to support your position. So I think that's a request for information about the paper and bibliography.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I believe that question was asked before your final slide, where you gave some contact information and more information about the paper.
Yeah. And yes, and sure. And that's just sharing what we've done. Any advice to better that is appreciated. This is a work in progress, but sure, the paper's there, and we can start a conversation. And always would love to build that and help that to be stronger.
Okay. looking for solid questions here. A few comments that I encourage you to go read and look at. A lot of people have had comments. There's a question here that I have to go, I think I have to go to Twitch. I can't see the old chat. I can only see part of this question. It's, how can I see the rest of this? Looking for solid questions here. A few. Oh, that's my own voice. Read and look. I don't seem to be able to see old chats. I think it was on the Save Ancient Studies Twitch. So we unfortunately don't have the rest of the question. The person who posted that, if you can post it again, it was posted by Lady of Thought. The beginning of the question is, it's great that you're trying to change the dialogue of the Bible to fit your mission to help marginalized societies, especially bringing down toxic masculinity. Do the women or men you work with typically identify as Christian?
Some do, some don't. And I butt heads with faith-based people, men, and we're finding more females. My wife, she butts head with a lot of females. I don't mean that in a negative way, but Christian females, because there's a real resistance. And I would say, you know, I'm conservative. I'd be considered part of a conservative evangelical movement, but that's where I get my biggest criticism. White conservative evangelicals. My wife would say that as well. But we have people that aren't faith-based, and they work with us, they support us, they love what we do, they're encouraging, and we have less conflict with them, believe it or not. So, but we have all different groups work with us in a lot of different ways.
Okay. And there's one last question here. Any comment on the famous neither man nor woman in Christ?
Neither male or female in Christ. Yeah, I think from what I understand, some of the Roman philosophers saw wisdom, and they were coming to a time where they saw wisdom as uniting male and female. And I understand Paul kind of doing that with the Spirit, that the Spirit is really uniting. And this is where you have male or female, slave or free, Jew or Greek. The idea is that the Spirit creates this community where we are one, we are together, we are united. So I would say, as a church where we had houseless individuals, women who were prostituted had come, we tried to create this climate where we were all felt equal, where we all felt one, where we all felt safe. What I found from a lot of the people who came from the marginalized populations, that the key was feeling safe and feeling valued. So when I hear that, neither man nor woman, I hear that as the Spirit uniting people together, the community uniting people, where everybody feels valued and appreciated and supported. And we would call that sacred spaces, because they're safe, sacred spaces.
Okay, I actually had a small question about something in a previous comment. You said something about, like, in a Roman cultural context, Roman men didn't love their wives. I was wondering what that meant. So I took it to mean that they didn't, like, publicly demonstrate affection or things of that sort. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I did a paper on Paul's use of proestemi in, for the elder to be the husband of one wife, must manage his family. So the idea of proestemi. And what I understood from the reading is that typically the elite Roman individuals had their outward affairs or sexual exploits, and the woman was basically just expected to stay home in the isolated parts of the house and raise children and manage the slaves. So there wasn't that level of, hey, I love my wife, like we would use the term love, or like I believe Paul is using the term in Ephesians 5 and Colossians 3, that the idea was, I have my exploits And then I got a woman that stays home. She's my wife. She's expected to be this way. And, I don't show that romantic love to her like I would outwardly. And so that's what I would be referring to. And that's why I would say, the whole point of loving your wife would be countercultural in that culture, what Paul was asking.
See, well, very interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Ron, for this super interesting talk and really thought-provoking discussion. So we have a short break while we're waiting for the next session to start. We will be back at 2 p.m. So just stay tuned until then, and we'll see y'all in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Really appreciate it.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Sorry for my last minute coming in. I had the wrong address in my Zooms and I couldn't figure out what was going on, but figured it out.
Okay, great. We're live.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so this begins our third session of the day, Literature 2, so our second literature session in the conference. And our first speaker is David Miano. David Miano, is that correct?
Miano, that's correct.
Okay, great. I just want to double check. David Miano is an ancient historian specializing in the histories of the Near East, Egypt, Greece, Rome, India, and China. He earned his PhD at the University of California, San Diego. He is the author of Shadow on the Steps, Time Measurement in Ancient Israel, geared towards scholars, How to Know Stuff, a little ebook designed for the general public, and several anthologies designed for classroom use, including Ideas in the Making, a source book for world intellectual history to 1300, and Pen, Stylus, and Chisel, an ancient Egyptian source book. He currently teaches at the Academy of Classical Arts and Humanities in Sarasota, Florida. Previously, he taught at the University of California, San Diego, and at San Diego Mesa College. In 2009, he received the Revelle College Outstanding Faculty Award in recognition of his excellence in teaching, and he continues his efforts to improve. Additionally, he is the founder and executive director of Scala Antiquorum, a national nonprofit academic society dedicated to the study of ancient history. So, Dr. Miano, he will be presenting a talk titled, Who Wrote the Tel Dan Inscription? Dr. Miano, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. A quick technical question. Is there a way I can start the slideshow without taking up my whole screen? Because I have to see my notes as well.
That I honestly don't know. It does presenter view on
I
Zoom.
have it on presenter view, but when I hit slideshow, it fills the entire screen. So I don't know how to minimize it without just escaping from it.
I have never dealt with that before. David or Megan, have you ever dealt with this issue before?
Yes,
No,
there's
I'm
a way.
sorry.
There's a way to adjust how the screen share goes. If you go in the PowerPoint towards the top in the screen share area, there's settings somewhere, and you can adjust them to what you can show. And if you go into window view or something like that, you'll be able to share only the PowerPoint window, and it won't take up the full screen.
Okay, where is that? It's not monitor, primary monitor. That's not it, right? I hate to just take up this time. Oh, customs. No, I don't see that. Well, and I don't want to keep everyone waiting. So could I just use the keep it in the work mode? I mean, or I could do it without the slides. It is possible too.
I think work mode is perfectly fine. It will show your notes as well, so you can see them. We're not pressed for time. If you want to take a second
okay.
to work it out, that's perfectly all right.
Okay.
I'm sure our audience will show a bit of forbearance while we.
Okay, so
this
could you
out.
say again where that was, where I would adjust this?
Yeah, I'm looking right now under the slideshow tab in PowerPoint.
Okay.
And then if you click on, what was that? Set up slideshow.
Set up slideshow. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Okay.
And then the second option on the left, show type browsed by an individual window, I think is the one that you're looking for.
All righty.
And then if you hit play slides to play the slides, it'll show up only in a window. And now when you share your screen, you can share only that window of PowerPoint.
Oh, yes. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so now share screen, PowerPoint slideshow. How does that look? Is that working?
That looks great. Yeah, it's working perfectly.
All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to share a presentation on the Tel Dan inscription, as if there hasn't been enough written about this already, right? On July 21st, 1993, at Tel Dan, archaeological surveyors discovered a fragment of an inscribed basalt stone. The language of the inscription was recognized as early Aramaic with close affinities to Hebrew and Moabite, and it immediately gained notoriety because of the phrase House of David found written on it. The slab appeared to be part of a stela that had been erected in ancient times, but was later smashed and used as part of a wall in a large piazza at the entrance to the city's outer gate. On June 20th, 1994, another smaller fragment was found approximately 2 meters from the original location of the first, and 10 days later, there was a third. The latter two fragments can be joined in an obvious manner, and Avraham Biran and Joseph Nava, the publishers of the inscription, have attached them to the first fragment so as to produce a fairly coherent, continuous text. And my second slide, I can show you the 3 parts together. So this hasn't really been questioned by most scholars. They think that this is a sound reconstruction for the most part. And so we're going to proceed under that assumption. Since the discovery of these last 2 pieces, dating the inscription has been relatively easy. It mentions the deaths of King Jehoram of Israel and King Ahaziah of Judah, events that the Bible describes in conjunction with the coup d'etat of Jehu the Israelite. This makes it probable that the text was composed in the lifetime of one of Jehu's contemporaries. This would be the 9th century BCE. Ascertaining authorship, though, has proved more difficult since the beginning of the inscription, in which the writer would have identified himself, is missing. The chief reasons for ascribing authorship of the inscription to a king of Aram are 2. 1, the language of the text is Aramaic, and second, the inscription includes references to the Aramean god Hadad. Authorship is most commonly attributed to Hazael, who usurped the throne of Aram from his predecessor Hadad Idri sometime prior to the coup of Jehu. But the location of the stela in a territory not known to be under Aramean hegemony at the time of its creation is strange and deserves some scrutiny. Is the twofold support for Aramean authorship as strong as is usually supposed? Well, we can't dismiss the fact that the inscription was found in an Israelite city, strategically crucial to the security of Israel's northern border and one of its 2 primary religious centers. Biran and Nava, without delving too deeply into the matter, suggested that the writer of the inscription must have temporarily conquered Dan and erected the stela when the town was under his control. Yet evidence to support that conclusion is lacking. They draw attention to 2 Kings chapter 10, verses 32 and 33, which speaks of Hazael striking the Israelites on all the borders of Israel. They admit, however, that the text mentions only the territories east of the Jordan River. K.L. Knoll asserts that Dan was taken by the Arameans as far back as the reign of Asa, citing 1 Kings 15:20. However, the biblical text makes no mention of the capture of Dan or of any other cities. Ben-Hadad, at Asa's instigation, merely struck key fortifications on Israel's northern border to provide Asa with the diversion he needed to take Ramah in the south. If we are going to use the Bible as a source of evidence for who controlled the city in the time of Jehu, we are led rather in the other direction. The passage in 2 Kings 10:29 seems to indicate that during Jehu's reign, Israel was in possession of Dan. To be sure, these observations do not prove that the Arameans never occupied Dan, either in Hazael's time or in any other period, but they do demonstrate that concrete evidence for Aramean occupation, apart from hypotheses based on the inscription itself, does not exist. Moreover, the absence of a mention of Dan or its territory in 2 Kings 10:32 and 33 is noteworthy. It would appear that the stela was erected in an Israelite town during a period in which Israelites had control over it. The presence of the inscription in the Israelite stronghold of Dan can be explained in either of 2 ways. 1, the Arameans temporarily captured and occupied Dan, during which time they erected the stela. Or 2, an Israelite king wrote an inscription in Aramaic. Each of these explanations has its problems. Up to this point, however, the first has almost been universally accepted, with little or no attention given to the alternative. To my knowledge, only Jan Vesalius has entertained the possibility that an Israelite wrote the inscription. Although there are weaknesses in his argument, his basic thesis has much to commend it. The fact that the Tel Dan inscription is written in Aramaic does not necessitate the conclusion that the author was a king of Aram. It signifies only that the inscription was put up in an area where Aramaic was commonly spoken. Israel was Aram's immediate neighbor to the south, and Dan was situated very close to the border, if the concept of border is not anachronistic. Such proximity to Aram must have had some influence on northern Israel. Language and dialects are no respecters of national boundaries. We expect, in both the ancient and modern worlds, a gradual shift in language between areas with very fuzzy borders where bilingualism is the rule and mixed dialects may arise. The city of Dan likely had many Aramaic speakers, and perhaps Aramaic was indeed the dominant language there. Even if Israel held the city, it would make more sense for a king to put up a monument in the local language, lest none of the literate people there could read it. That states possess official languages in which all their administrative documents, correspondences, and monuments are written is a modern notion which should not be imposed upon our understanding of ancient societies. We should set aside the equations Aramaic equals Aram and Hebrew equals Israel as too simplistic. The second support for attribution of authorship to an Aramean king is the reference to Hadad, sometimes considered the patron god of the Arameans. I'm going to go on to the next slide here. Oh, there's a close-up of the text, and we can come back to that. But I want to look at one particular clause here, and that's this one. So this is the phrase with Hadad. The statement, Hadad made me king, and Hadad went before me, seems to indicate that the man speaking is an Aramean, or at least a worshiper of Hadad. I'm not going to entertain the notion that the king of Israel at the time would have paid homage to Hadad. Granted, Shalmaneser III himself dedicated an inscription to Hadad of Corbail, which coincidentally happens to mention Jehu of Israel's submission to Assyria in the same context, but it seems unlikely that Jehu would have dedicated anything to Hadad. In subsequent years, Jehu was recognized most for his attack on the Baal cult in Israel. There's no reason to doubt that this is an accurate historical recollection, since we know he broke with the policies of the previous dynasty, a dynasty that promoted Baal worship. The Baal of these narratives can confidently be equated with Hadad, since the Mount Carmel episode clearly describes Baal as a storm god. Furthermore, if the kingdom of Aram was a sworn enemy of Israel during Jehu's reign, as appears to be the case, then it does not seem possible that Jehu would honor the national god of his foes. Jehu, as enemy of Aram and the house of Ahab, would not have portrayed Baal Hadad in a positive light. Instead, I think we need to ask whether we're interpreting this portion of the inscription correctly. There are two missing letters at the end of line 4 that are crucial to our understanding of the clause. Birana Nava's reconstruction, which I will show you right now, of adding the direct object marker plus the first person singular object suffix may be incorrect. They themselves admit that the phrase is rather awkward. Me. According to them, the first person singular personal pronoun at the beginning of line 5 was added for emphasis. However, even if the aleph on line 4 is part of the direct object marker, the actual object of the first verb is not preserved. One also wonders whether aleph nun hey at the beginning of the next line should be considered a complete word. Baruch Halpern suggested that aleph nun hey may represent the end of a longer word, such as a verb ending aleph, with a third person masculine singular object suffix after the energic nun. Such a construction is less clumsy than that proposed by Birana Nava. The verb Halpern offered as a possibility was Maha. At the time he wrote the article, Halpern was aware only of the first fragment's existence, but the discovery of the other two fragments comports with his theory. So let me show you my reconstruction using his suggestion here. So the first verb can be taken as an H stem passive, and Hadad was made king. I struck him. Alternatively, we might consider Hadad to be used as a casus pendens, and the verb is taking its subject from the sentence before. We would then have the reading, and he was made king. As for Hadad, I struck him. F.H. Cryer has posited that Hadad does not refer to the god Hadad, but to a king of Damascus, and has reconstructed the first two words as King Hadad, but there's no reason to believe that in Aramaic there would be a definite article preceding Malak, so I do not go with that one. But it still is possible that Hadad is a hyperchoristicon, and the referent is not a deity. Since the writer speaks of his interaction with Hadad before he does his usurpation of the throne of Israel, the Hadad to which he refers may be Hadad Idri of Damascus, the Ben-Hadad of 1 Kings 20, and the immediate predecessor of Hazael. The following clause is fully preserved, and interpreters have noted that similar expressions have been used to refer to a god ensuring victory in battle. Hadad walked before me is what I'm talking about. By far the most common usage, though, in Hebrew, is used in connection with service to the deity. And the Akkadian parallels, Ina Pani Alaku or Atalaku, and Ina Machria Italak, are formulations used in royal grants to refer to a vassal service to his Assyrian overlord. We may wonder then if the framer of the inscription, rather than noting the protection and support of Hadad, is asserting his superiority over Hadad, whom we could interpret to be either the god of his enemies, the territory of that god, or the enemy king himself. I therefore propose that we fully investigate the possibility that an Israelite king framed the inscription. Giovanni Garbini has made the following appropriate observation about the contents of the text. Quote, "It's difficult to negate the discomfort one feels in regard to an Aramaic inscription which, instead of giving news about Arameans, talks widely of Hebrews. In the Aramaic context, there is only mention of Hadad, the well-known head of the Aramaic pantheon, while on the other hand, we find the name of Israel 3 times, and once the expression House of David," unquote. If the writer was indeed an Israelite, his identity is not difficult to determine. I'm going to go to the next slide here with my translation. The authors claim, "I killed Joram, the son of Ahab, the king of Israel, and I killed Ahaziah, the son of Joram, the king of the house of David," points directly to Jehu. The biblical account relating to these events, which was written 2 or 3 centuries later, not very distant, relatively speaking, reads thus: "Jehu took a bow in his hand and shot Jehoram between the arms. So the arrow came out his heart, and he collapsed in his war chariot. Ahaziah, the king of Judah, saw it and took to flight by the way of the garden house. Jehu went in pursuit of him and said, 'Him also, strike him down.' So they struck him down while in the chariot on the way up to Gur, which is near Ibleam. But he continued his flight to Megiddo and died there." Several correlations exist between the words on the stela and those in 2 Kings. For example, there is the unusual statement on line 6, "I slew 70 kings who harnessed thousands of chariots and thousands of horses." Many have found this boast puzzling, as it lies near the beginning of the inscription and thus among the early achievements of the author. It seems hardly conceivable, note Biran and Nava, that a king in the early years of his reign would declare that he had defeated so many kings. They go on to suggest that this statement is merely a summary of his accomplishments placed at the beginning, and the details were probably recorded further on. But there surely were not 70 kings in the vicinity for such a person to defeat, even in a lifetime. Some have attempted to alleviate the difficulty by calling the ayin into question and reading it as other words. But Malak, like sharu can sometimes refer to lesser rulers, princes, or chieftains. If we understand the author to be Jehu, the statement makes a little more sense. 2 Kings 10, 1 through 11 relates how Jehu did away with the 70 sons of Ahab, all of whom were possible contenders for the throne. Could these not be the 70 kings referred to in the inscription? Although the figure may be a round number in both instances, both the Tel Dan inscription and the biblical record may reflect an actual military undertaking at the time of Jehu's coup. He himself is quoted at 2 Kings 10:2 as saying that these 70 princes had war chariots, horses, a fortified city, and armor at their disposal, which is in keeping with the description on the stela. The preceding clause is difficult to decipher as there are missing letters. It begins, I departed from, and the next word is probably 7 or 70. A word divider likely follows, and there's space for one more word made up of 3 unknown letters and a yod. However, the final word is easily recognizable as my king. So there's evidence that the speaker was at one time in the service of a king and not of royal blood himself. Such a translation has been questioned because it is difficult to understand the expression in an Aramean context. Other acceptable translations have been proposed, like my reign, my kingdom, my enemy or vassal kings. Biran and Nava offered the following as a possible rendering of the phrase: and I went forth to war outside of the 7 districts of my kingdom. They were not able to offer, however, a word for districts that would fit. It seems best not to force the expression, but to take the word at face value, my king. We have a basis, therefore, for seeing the writer of the inscription as a former vassal or servant of a king. Perhaps he was a military commander. Here again, there's a link with Jehu, who served precisely in that capacity. The inscription refers to the author's father, whose identity is probably to be sought in the words immediately prior to my father in line 2. By means of computer analysis, Schniedewind and Zuckerman have demonstrated that the letter preceding is almost certainly a lamed, and the letter before that an aleph or dalet, but more probably an aleph. The letter preceding that one can be a samek, resh, or kof, taking into account its long vertical tail, but that's where the speculation begins. They posit the name Barakel, but we know of no such person in this context. Since the name Israel appears already in the inscription and the letters fit in this case, it seems safer to assume that that's what we have here. The author may be making claim to the throne of Israel by identifying a previous king as his father, his ancestor. For convenience, I've provided my full transcriptions translation there in its entirety. Obviously, my reconstruction is tentative and open to revision, but it gives the reader a general impression of how the text might be interpreted based on my arguments here. So according to my line of reasoning, I posit that Jehu erected a stela in Dan not long after his successful coup as propaganda designed to reinforce his claim to sovereignty over Israel. Dan was a major Israelite city and religious center, and it wouldn't be surprising if Jehu erected a stela in so prominent a location. The monument would have served as a deterrent to the neighboring Arameans in case they ever entertained the idea of extending their southern border. Perhaps for that very reason, it was composed in Aramaic. On the other hand, the new king may have commissioned an Aramaic scribe. It's maybe a little too early for that, but within the next century, Aramaic scribes will be quite common. The stela was probably destroyed by the usurpers Shalom or Menachem when the Jehu dynasty was brought down. And now I can open things up for questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Miano. That's really interesting.
I wasn't even looking. Was my chin cut off the entire time? Sorry about that.
It wasn't the entire time.
Okay.
You moved around a bit, as we tend to do. There is one question here from the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Can usage of Aramaic have its reason in the fact that Aramaic was sort of an international language there?
Well, it's a little bit early in time for that. I did actually have a section of my paper that's tried to argue that it was coming into currency already, but really, that was, I thought, the weakest part of my argument, and I dispensed with it because I'm about a century early, maybe 50 years. It's close, but I don't know if it's close enough. It's possible that that was already starting to occur, but I don't think there's quite enough evidence for it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It was a really interesting talk. I think we'll probably move on to the next presenter.
Okay.
Wait. Oh man, I'm trying to use technology here to make things work smoothly, and it just makes it more complicated. Okay, our next speaker is Matthijs Kronemeyer. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly. Forgive me if I haven't. Matthijs currently lives in Toronto, Canada. From 2014 to 2020, he lived in the United States, where he last worked as a professional tutor at Langsing Community College. He has undergraduate masters in theology and Arabic studies, both from Utrecht, Netherlands, a master's of studies in Jewish studies from Oxford University, and a master's of arts in political science from Michigan State University. His current research focuses on the intersection of Greek political philosophy and the New Testament. Today, he will be giving a talk titled "The Hole in the Narrative, Philosophical Convention and Divine Mercy in Mark 1-3."
Hello, so it's a great privilege to be with you today. I hope the Zoom comes across well. I am similarly struggling with PowerPoint and with the challenges of technology, but I hope we will overcome those. So let me go back to my first slide, if that works. Apologies. Yeah, is it there? Yeah, the hole in the narrative, Gospel of Mark between Jewish prophecy and Greek philosophy. So my talk is essentially about a discovery, a holy discovery. I will have to say a few things to be able to, before I dive right into it. So discovery, it's good practice, I think, for male presenters to work with, to start with words from a woman, in this case, the poet Wisława Szymborska. She wrote these words on a theme of discovery and the refusal to take part. I believe in the ruined career, the wasted years of work, the secret taken to the grave. My faith is strong, blind, and without foundation. So this speaks in different ways to the risks with discovery. Most of the times, discoveries are good things. They mean good news. But with some things, and especially with holy books, such as Mark, it's a little bit more difficult than that. In religion, and conversely, the rejection of religion, things should stay the way they are supposed to be. Change is bad. I'm making this point for two reasons. The first is to say it's all right for anyone to feel a bit queasy about the discovery of Mark, this book that is part of the New Testament. There are several copies in circulation. I'm not feeling too great about it myself in some ways, but ultimately I believe the only people who have cause to worry are those who are deeply invested in their own views on the New Testament or Greek philosophy. Anyone else, including Christians of all denominations or Jews, do not need to worry over much. But the second reason to bring this up is that change in matters of religion and the intellectual makeup of our society bring us right to the heart of the matter. So that's a philosophical question that I have here. Should one want to change anything in religion or philosophy? Like the ancient thinkers typically answer this question with a resolute no. I mean, ancient thinkers, I think of the thinkers from the Greek philosophical tradition that ends up in the Roman tradition and later in the Christian tradition. Change in religion upsets people far too much. It upsets the political order that requires religion, and that order is necessary for people to live. Like Socrates, one of the world's most famous philosophers, took risks in religion and paid for them with his life. So change in religion is probably bad. This conviction deeply influenced Greek philosophers' writings, so that even if they had very radical views also about the kind of reason that upsets religion, they would keep them to themselves or write them up in such a way that only trusted people could understand it. We'll see examples. So one more introductory point. This slide, by the way, shows what I have prepared. I will have to do a little bit of lit review before diving into the reading. Let's move on. So who and what this discovery coming to is not only my thing. I started playing as I was in a sort of liminal career phase with the Gospel of Mark, trying to understand it a bit better. And then I found out that my local church in the middle of the pandemic had a need for ESL Bible classes. So I thought, okay, I can help with that. A few dedicated people were willing to read Mark with me, and that brought me to where I am now. So Mark, a holy discovery, a hole in the narrative. So I say that Mark 1, 2, 3 contains several overlapping compositional patterns, creating a complex literary structure with Mark 2, 1 to 15 in the center. It's a two-part center. It's like with a palindrome. I'll come back to that. It's 2, 1 to 12, and then 13, 15. So these patterns, what eventually is a mirroring pattern, a ring composition, have direct implications for understanding Mark's stories about Jesus. And then lastly, there's a gap in our knowledge of Greek philosophical writing that Mark's gospel actually helps to fill. Isn't that great? Right, what story? This is the crudest summary. For a hole in a narrative, we need a narrative, and then of course a gap to become a hole in a narrative. So get out your Bibles. This is the crudest summary. One of Jesus' early healings in a house in Capernaum in Galilee, in the north of Israel. Jesus is so popular, people cannot get to him. Some people open up the roof of the house to bring a paralyzed man to Jesus, lowering him down on the mat. Then after an unexpected twist, Jesus tells the paralyzed man to get up, pick up his mat and leave, which the man does. So the question again, what happened to the roof? All right, so now I have to do a little bit of lit review. So I said already in my abstract that the Gospel of Mark is a badly understood classic. So why? Scholars do not fully, if at all, understand the literary structure, how the Gospel hangs together, what the intrinsic order is. One scholar notably wonders, why was Mark even preserved? Matthew and Luke are so much more sophisticated, longer, incorporate Mark's materials. Why did they keep Mark? And then this becomes more interpretive. Scholars underestimate Mark because of language and style. And then I tell my church group, Mark wrote as a philosopher. Is this an outlandish statement? Perhaps not quite so much. Look, this is a book from last year. This is Helen Bond of Edinburgh, first biography of Jesus, thinks Mark as a biography. This book is about Mark. And then she says the closest analogies to Mark are Greek lives of philosophers. For example, Xenophon's Memorabilia and a few others. Xenophon's Memorabilia is one of our most important, in some ways, the most important testimonies of the work of Socrates. And a hugely influential document, I can say. But what exactly are those memorabilia, if they're so important? Are they really a biography? And then this is actually from this year. Leo Strauss, well-known philosopher and philologist, said that Xenophon's Memorabilia present the core of Socrates' teachings according to their intrinsic order from beginning to end. So that's what it does. So is Mark like Xenophon's Memorabilia or not? If it is, if it is, then Mark is not really going to be a biography, because the Memorabilia are not a biography. There's no background information about Socrates. There's no early education, no important teachers. There's nothing of that, and neither is there in Mark, I would say. All right. Now, a little bit of a way out of this puzzle, because this puzzle exists without me having anything to do with it. there is this question of how did Greek philosophers write? The name for that is esotericism. Philosophical esotericism. It's not like the cult, like what we often understand as esotericism, but in this technical language, political theorist Meltzer describes it. Esoteric denotes a secretive method of communication, the practice of partly revealing and partly concealing one's belief. It's a form of rhetoric. And this is not a curious exception. It's been the rule. This book, Philosophy Between the Lines, is really the greatest resource on esotericism. Okay, we have a hole in a roof. Now, the question we have is about this hole. I will do this a little bit playfully. Was it a square hole or was it a round hole, perhaps? So, if we consider the story of Mark 2 to 1 to 12 by itself, here at the first part, everything we see is square. You can draw a square box around the story. Study it in isolation. A house is square, the paralytic's mat is square, and then the hole in the roof must be square. So our gaze moves down, as it were, from the roof into the house, down where Jesus is. Then we can read on. We see that Jesus says this line very incongruously, strangely, "My son, your sins are forgiven," like the man came to be healed. He did not come to hear anything like theological. He came to be healed, not for this. And then, so there is this discussion. I'll skip over that for a moment. And then Jesus says this: "The Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins." So, and then Jesus does heal the paralytic and tells him to take up his mat and walk. All right, so if you can draw a block around the story, you have a square hole. But now for a round hole. So then this, I will say, this is my submission to the art competition almost. But this is an attempt to graph the ring composition of Mark 1, 2, 3. So for those who have Bibles in front of them, or this is something, there's a few easy moves that everybody can repeat at their leisure. So there's two stories that talk about events in the synagogue on Shabbat. Those are the ones in green. Next one, two stories about breaking Shabbat, minor breaches. Those are the light yellow. Then there are stories in the orange and yellow on both sides about Galilee, the Sea of Galilee, and the apostles. That would take a little bit too much time to unpack those, but I assure you can unpack them. And then there are stories structured ABA that discuss the Holy Spirit and the new communities gathered around John the Baptist and Jesus, respectively. So part of that is what some people call the prologue of Mark. So you see that this whole beginning of Mark is a ring composition. And then there is a second ring composition, and unlike the rainbow that I just presented, the second ring composition is in the existing literature. That's the one marked with Greek letters, and that I call it orange. Right. So again, these are concentric structures, and typical of those is that the core is in the middle. Ring compositions are a phenomenon rooted in oral literature. They are frequent in the Old Testament, and interestingly, they're also being attested in the Quran quite extensively. That is an ongoing exploration. But in Mark, their existence and importance has mostly been denied. How am I doing for time? Let me just check briefly. But we see that we have our story in the middle of the ring composition. So let me focus on that mostly. Now we have two ring compositions, with the second one setting in just in the middle of the one that is the center of my story. Let me go back to that for a moment. Excuse me for scrolling. So Jesus sees the paralytic coming down, tells him his sins are forgiven. What's the reaction? Some of the scribes, Jesus' opponents, are saying here, questioning in their hearts, why does this? They are not saying actually, they're only thinking this, but Jesus understands that. Why does this guy speak this way? It's blasphemy. Who can forgive sins but God alone? And then Jesus perceives this and reacts against this. So with this moment, a sequence of opposition to Jesus breaks into the narrative. In this story, though, let me go down, the opposition is defeated because in the end, everybody is amazed and glorifies God. They say, we've never seen anything like this. So, okay, we have I've talked about ring compositions, about 2 ring compositions. Now, what about this hole in the roof? You might expect a simple argument. Is that a square hole or a round hole? Since the ring is round, the hole must be round. That's not all there is to it. We are here in a house. The paralytic goes to his house. This whole scene takes place in a house. So there are 3 instances of stories that are set in houses in Mark 1, 2, 3. And if you look closely, it appears that all these houses are remarkably spacious. They attract great numbers of people, including in this case, well, in an earlier story actually, the people who come from the synagogue. The synagogue actually even empties to fill it. The whole city comes to the house. In an important sense, all these houses in the story seem to be the same house, and the people in it seem intent on eating together, which is a Christian ritual. One house even features a woman, much like a deaconess, a Christian minister. So, and this story, the way this story continues, let me scroll down, 9, 12, and now the next story. Jesus goes out again, but before you know, he's back in the house and sitting at a meal. It's not elaborated, but Christian readers know that meals together, that's what Christians do, right? That's what the Eucharist is. All right, so what I suggest, and it's really going on in Mark, is that the central narrative unit, so we're talking about the central of this whole large rainbow composition, represents the house as the meeting place for the Christian church. At that time, it was a house church, and it represents the church as the successor to the Jewish synagogue. This is also how the common meal in this story makes so much sense. And now this meal is taking place because with the conversion of the sinners and tax collectors, the new community is complete in a sense. It's a side point. So the house becomes to represent the church. Unfortunately, now it turns out that our story is very distinctively Christian to the point that it has some potential anti-Jewish applications. I suggest we bear with them. Actually, Mark resolves those elements later on in this section, but I can't go into that. So what happens to our house with a hole in the roof now that it has come to represent the Christian church? The words that Jesus spoke to the poor paralyzed man take up a special significance. Jesus had said, "My son, your sins are forgiven." This house, this church, is a place of forgiveness, that of divine mercy. That's the first element. Second point is the forgiveness that Jesus proclaims and administers, standing directly under this hole, under the sky, is mercy that comes directly from heaven. As I mentioned, in this story, Jesus first defines himself as the Son of Man. The Son of Man is an apocalyptic figure, even the Messiah, who comes down to earth from heaven. This is in the prophetic book of Daniel in the Old Testament. Jesus is truly the Son of Man who brings divine mercy on earth, or forgiveness. Mark almost literally tells us so. Third point, This house with the hole in the roof recalls another building lacking a roof. That's the new temple, famously described by the prophet Ezekiel. A temple that was cleansed to allow the divine presence to occupy it again. So the evidence for this is again that Jesus in Mark and in this section of Mark first applies the Son title to himself, and Ezekiel is the book that is also characterized by the Son title. There are a number of other temple references in Mark 1, 2, 3, some explicit and some hidden, and I hope to discuss those at some other occasion. So if we accept this interpretation, the hole in the roof is neither square nor round, but the whole roof has disappeared. So to conclude, the Christian church is represented here in Mark 2, 1 to 12 as the new seat of heavenly mercy and of the divine presence, as opposed to the old synagogue and temple. Jesus embodies the divine presence. This reading is obviously a lot richer than a simple understanding that Jesus has the authority to forgive sins. Like that would be the literal, sort of down-to-earth reading of the passage. But that idea would also be true for Mark, but it's pretty straightforward and boring. So in a way, the text invites us to look through the hole the other way. This hole in the roof, to look up out of the house onto heaven where God dwells, and from where Jesus has come as the true Son of Man, bringing mercy and forgiveness and a new possibility of community, that is the church. So what is the hole in our narrative about Mark? So for one, the major ring composition, the rainbow one that I described, I'll go back to it. I think this is essentially new. I haven't seen it anywhere else or any awareness that's remotely like it. But it's an original structure in Mark, something Mark made that serves both a thematic and a practical purpose. It brings out where the center of the story is, and it brings out numerous correspondences between two halves of the rainbow. I could give examples now. So these ring compositions, what this type of thing is called, and structural feature of Mark are really essential to his message. Compartmentalization into single stories, often called pericopes. It's what exegetes have done for centuries, but it doesn't work. That's at least my short take on that. So the second point is that, like Mark actually has to contribute something to our understanding of Greek philosophical writing. So I basically say that Mark pitched his gospel in such a way to be connected to the convention of Greek philosophical writing. But a large part of what he did is to use Hebrew storytelling conventions and prophetic motifs to veil this message to those people who do not understand it. And the result would be a narrative that on the face of it just describes Jesus as some kind of strange miracle worker. I'm not sure if I quite finished this point, but otherwise we can come back to it. So, and then perhaps most importantly, like what we do not know or not sufficiently aware of is that what we do is we underestimate these ancient thinkers. We do not take them seriously. They can still speak intelligently and articulately to the modern world, and they can offer a critique of the world of our days. So Mark's Jesus is one of them. We do well to listen to him or to others if we so choose. So last point, religion does not have to be strong, blind, and without foundation. To paraphrase Szymborska and twist her around a little bit, it can be extremely intelligent, rational, and philosophically literate. In other words, it doesn't have to be mostly Taliban, rich traditionalism, climate change denial, anti-abortion, anti-vax activism, and some of those other unpalatable things. Christianity was highly intelligent and articulate at its very origins, as Mark shows, and guess what? That was probably crucial to its success. All right, I think that was what I had to contribute.
Thank you very much, Matthijs. That was very interesting. So there was one comment in the YouTube chat. Someone said, I was just going to ask whether this was propaganda. And I think you must have answered that question in the course of your talk.
You mean of Marcos propaganda? Well, I can answer that question. Well, it is, I don't know. This text was made ready to defend and support the Christian claims to truth, and to make them more intelligent and articulate. It can be that could have been done for an internal purpose to strengthen the community. It could be done for an external purpose in dialogue with others. This is a matter of conjecture or reconstruction. We cannot know. At least that's my short answer. Others could speak to this much more intelligently.
All right. I had just something I was wondering about. So you mentioned at several times throughout your talk, you mentioned that Mark is sort of underestimated. Why do you think that is? Why is he underestimated?
Well, part of it is the language. Like Mark's language is simple. It is not highly literate Greek. And there are some, this is for me is also the biggest puzzle. I read Greek, but I'm not a linguist, and to speak with certainty about the language of Greek, that's language of Mark, that's a little bit beyond me. But the language is part of it. So the lack of elaborate teaching, like the Gospel of Mark is known for not presenting a lot of signature teachings of Jesus, and the ones that there are pretty condensed. They exist in parable form. And the last thing is that the scholarship of Mark comes out of this tradition of modern scientific biblical criticism that started in the early 19th century, and that like reduced these stories to primitive traditions. So the focus of much research is oral transmission and oral history. So this whole rainbow of ring structures, that is actually, it is directly connected to oral composition, yes, but it's also extremely sophisticated. It's a compositional tool in the first place. But people have been saying, oh, like this orality, that must be kind of primitive, because obviously if written text is better than an oral tradition. But people stick to the idea that Mark is very close to the original oral speeches, which I think is just not true. Yeah. So I think this is kind of what I have to say about that.
That's a good point.
Then maybe as a clarification, so some of them, like this Straussian school of political philosophy, they study the ancients. Plato, Alan Bloom is fairly well known in American academia. They study Aristotle, Xenophon, but there is little, if any, meaningful interaction between what they write and what classicists and philosophers, classical philosophers, typically read. And that is, so there is a real gap. So that is, I think, a significant problem. But on this point of veiled reading, giving an outward message with a whole sort of expandable section that people can get if they have the determination and the background knowledge. That is an insight that comes from Leo Strauss, and I think it's correct. And people have overlooked it. That's the message from the book by Arthur Melzer that I referenced earlier. I studied with them actually.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer. So there is another question that popped up just now. Do you think it is a mistake with the shape of the hole, or is it intentional?
Oh, sorry, I was being a little bit playful about about the shape of the hole. That was not serious. It was just a way to illustrate what was going on. So, the Greek says that they laid bare the roof and then they kind of dug through it, laying bare. It's the Greek word is kind of a rare one. I think they said they laid bare, but it doesn't say who. Sometimes you get these linguistic ambiguities that are often interesting for a philosophical reading because they can be a point in the right direction. So they lay bare Jesus. So the only thing the text actually says is that like Jesus is directly under heaven. And that is the essential point of the whole hole. The hole is supposed to disappear, which is fitting for a hole to do. One famous classical hero, Obelix, the cartoon character, at some point eats holes of a Swiss cheese in a bank cellar in Zurich. Well, anyways, I'll digress about the metaphysics of a hole, but that is, I was just trying to be playful.
Well, thank you very much for this fascinating talk. I think it's about time to move on to the last speaker of this session, Elliot Stern. Elliot is a writer, lawyer, and independent researcher living in New York City. He's a graduate of Yeshiva University and earned master's degrees in Jewish studies and in philosophy from Yeshiva and from Hebrew University of Jerusalem, respectively. As a student in the Hebrew University, he wrote his master's thesis on the thought of the Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. Elliot also earned his law degree from Georgetown University Law Center and is a member of the New York State Bar. So Elliot, I'll turn it over to you. Oh, I'm sorry. He's going to give a talk today titled One People, One Language, and a Tower to the Heavens, exploring the story of the Tower of Babel as a cultural legacy. Take it away.
Thanks, I appreciate that. You hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, great. So first I just wanna thank everyone that's listening and thank the organizers for this really interesting conference. Like you just heard, the topic of my talk is going to be exploring the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, the people who tried and failed to build a tower to the heavens. I want to start with what I think is an interesting insight about the Hebrew Bible that was formulated by the German literary scholar Erich Auerbach. Auerbach compared his reading of Homer to the biblical text, specifically to the book of Genesis. And what he observed is that while Homer spells out for the reader everything that he or she needs to know, right? The full cast of characters, the relevant chronology, the full background, and importantly, the didactic lesson to be drawn from the text. He compares this by contrast with the author of Genesis, who includes only so much of the phenomenon as is necessary for the purpose of the narrative. All else is left in obscurity. The decisive points of the narrative alone are emphasized. All else remains mysterious and fraught with background. It's really this idea, this phrase of being fraught with background, that what's not on the page is often as important to interpretation as what is. This really captures what I want to talk about today. The so-called Tower of Babel story from chapter 11 of the book of Genesis is really a kind of a prime example of what Auerbach was talking about. The story is grand in detail, but quite short it's grand in scale, but quite short in detail. It's a tale on the origins and spread of multilingualism, but it's exceedingly parsimonious with its words. And it spawned multitudes of interpretation, all determined to unlock a mystery at the heart of the telling. Yet this text actually, from a syntactic and semantic perspective, is actually fairly simple. The puzzle that confronts the reader is not really about how to parse the words or how to properly translate a difficult phrase, but rather to try to fill in the fraught background, right? It's about understanding what these 9 verses of relatively simple Hebrew are really trying to tell us. What this amounts to, as I hope we'll see in the interpretations I have highlighted here, and we're not going to get to all these, and we'll probably have to run through some of them, but it involves the readers generating for themselves a broad imaginative picture of the life, the circumstances, and even the ideological commitments which they, the readers, take to be animating this primeval story. So let's take a look at the story itself. This is chapter 11 of the book of Genesis, the first 4 verses of the story. You can take a quick read through. The broad strokes of the story are relatively straightforward. It takes us back to a time when the entirety of the land shared a common language and a unifying purpose. Against this backdrop, the story tells of a people, notably not any specific group of people, but rather a group that just migrates from the east, settles in a valley in the land of Shinar, which is ancient Mesopotamia, and once settled, they resolve to construct a city and a tower to the heavens. Then the skies fall. God descends to see the goings-on earth and is not pleased. He foils the building project by a confusion of tongues and proliferation of languages amongst the builders and disperses them to the ends of the earth, putting an end to the great building project. The story ends with a polemic against the city of Babylon, who's a prime nemesis of the people of Israel in the Hebrew Bible, by identifying this city, this ruined city, with the ancient city of Babylon. So I think it's fair to say that the story has a fairly simple arc and a straightforward etiology. That is the purpose. The purpose of the story is to explain the multiplicity of languages and dispersed settlement of peoples. It's the biblical account of the origins of society as we know it, composed of peoples divided, disparate, divergent, and fundamentally at odds with one another. So where does all the confusion and ambiguity come in? Why is this text so puzzling for ancient readers and for today? You can see here, Nisi Madrona says, it's left us commentators in utter darkness, almost like the blind groping along the wall. And there are many statements like this. What is it about the story that's, creates this puzzle and this mystery? Let's focus in on the middle 3 verses 4 to 6. And they said, let us build a tower, a city and a tower with its top in the sky to make for ourselves a name, else will she be scattered all over the world. The Lord came down to look at the city and the tower that man had built. And the Lord said, if as one people with one language, this is cut off, this is how they had begun to act, nothing they proposed to do will be out of their reach. That's really all we're told about what they had done. And the question is, what precisely was it that they had begun to act or that they might propose to do? What is so objectionable about the resolve to build a city and a tower in their newly found valley home that this recently nomadic people becomes the object of God's scorn and sees the end not only of the building project, but their very unity and existence as a settled people? Historically minded scholars have identified generally the tower of our story with the ziggurat, the massive edifice known from ancient Mesopotamia, and in particular, the Edamananke ziggurat of Babylon, which you see a recreation of here. This generally leads to reading the story as an anti-Babylonian polemic as one sort of or another. And of course, there's a lot of merit to this historical approach and many literary approaches as well. But what I hope to show with the various interpretations we'll read is that because this story describes a chapter in primeval human history with an epical time frame, because it has distinct symbols and tropes, this iconic tower to the heavens, the ideas of sin and subversion, the development of language and the dispersion of peoples, because it's a biblical story with a lacuna at its center, readers throughout the generations have searched for resolution of the background. Remember, we're trying to fill in that fraught background, which goes beyond the ambitions of literary style or the historical context. What I hope to show is that they see in this brief narrative with these iconic images, they see a vehicle for meaning, a statement, whether it's theological, ideological, or even anthropological, but a statement about the nature of our world, nature of the world and our place in it. And I want to run through a number of interpretations and try to kind of demonstrate this. Let's start with the rabbis. In the Jewish tradition, the rabbis of the Talmud and the Midrash are the biblical interpreters par excellence. They combine a rigorous literalism with a keen sense of broader meaning and narrative. Commenting on the first verse of our story, the rabbis begin by placing in the mouths of the builders a stark challenge to God's supreme rule. Which is more severe? One who says to a king, "It is either me or you in the palace," or one who says, "Neither I nor you will be in the palace." It is the one who says, "It is either me or you in the palace." Generation of dispersion, that's the rabbinic phrase for the builders of the tower, spoke harshly against the one and only God. They said, it is not for him to choose for himself the upper realms, that is, the heavens, and leave for us the lower realms. Let us build a tower and place an idol at its apex with a sword in its hand, so that will give the appearance of waging war with him, i.e. with God. This type of reading sees in the people's collective resolution to build a tower to the heavens an act of theological aggression, an attempt to usurp and displace the divine throne. For the rabbis, as for many readers to follow, the image of the tower is the central pillar of the story and the essence of its deeper meaning. It is literally and figuratively an iconic representation of the deeper meaning of the story. It is both a physical manifestation of the builder's impiety and a symbol of that impiety itself. On this reading, the thrust of the story takes place along the vertical axis. The dichotomies between the heavens, in Hebrew, shamayim, and the earth, eretz, a term that actually appears 6 times in this very short story, it frames the story. The people seek to ascend to shamayim, while in mockery of the effort, God descends to inspect the tower, which of course remains firmly rooted on earth. The rabbis, I think, are building on the kind of assertive nature of humanity's proclaimed intention. Let us bake bricks. Let us build a city, to the heavens. It's followed and matched by a stark divine declaration. Let us send and confuse their languages. This direct confrontation suggests that the ethos underlying the building of the tower, that is, an unchecked and uninhibited human ambition, expresses a fundamentally antagonistic relationship between man and God. Now, I should note that while this interpretation of the story has received semi-canonical status in the Jewish tradition, is another strand of rabbinic interpretation, which explains the motivation for building the tower is connected to the memory of the cataclysmic flood in the days of Noah. In this telling, the people fear a repeat of the flood, which they believe was caused by a cyclically occurring rupture in the heavenly firmament, which holds back the waters above. Their solution is the tower of our story. Let's go back to there. It is part of a network, along with 3 other towers from the north, the south, and the west, to be set up around the earth to support the heavenly infrastructure and to prevent another civilization-ending deluge. Now, this may seem almost childlike, right, the idea of supporting the heavens, but this midrash, and there are others in a similar vein, they offer a picture of society that's less prideful than survivalist. It's a portrait of trauma, of people living with the memory of cataclysm and experiencing an ongoing fear of natural extinction, which leads them to take frenzied measures to protect themselves from harm. So that's the rabbis. I want to shift now to a couple of thinkers, medieval thinkers, and what I see is they have a kind of a fresh approach from the rabbis. And of course, all Jewish commentators follow in the footsteps of the rabbis. So any divergence is in some ways a transvaluation of their interpretation of the rabbis. So let's see, starting with Samuel ben Meir. Samuel ben Meir, known by the initials, the initials of Rashbam, is a premier biblical commentator from the 12th century, and he rejects the rabbinic picture of the tower as a symbol of humanity's rejection of divine sovereignty. Instead, what he suggests is that while the sin of the settlers of Shinar does lie in an act of disobedience, the roots of the transgression are to be found in another biblical story. As he says, is rather that the Holy One, blessed be he, commanded, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. This is from the story of creation in Genesis 1. Instead, they chose for themselves a place and said, else we be scattered, right? The quote from our story. And therefore, God dispersed them from there at his command. Rashbam's holistic read connects our story back to the initial charge given by God to man and woman in the story of creation, to be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it. In this reading, the motivating ideal of the generation of dispersion is the initiative to entrench the human congregation around a single spot on earth, an axis mundi. This is an enterprise which in the eyes of God is contrary to the blessings of creation and in defiance of the divine will. This reading is compatible with the classic image of the tower as a monument elevated above the horizon, a beacon to travelers, migrants, and wayfarers. The symbol of the tower is resituated. It's no longer a tower to wage war on the heavens, but a monument to focused civilization here on Earth. Some readers following this vein dispense entirely with the notion of sin as being central to the story. For them, the dispersal of people is not a punishment, but rather a necessary step in the fulfillment of a divine plan for a world populated by different tribes and spread and settled across all regions of the world. Gersonides, for example, offers almost a practical explanation for this divine imperative for man to settle across the expanses of the earth. He sees it as a species survival strategy. After all, he observes, should an earthquake or a tempest or massive floods once again strike the singular spot of human habitation, the human race could be destroyed in its entirety. Hence, the dispersal of the Shinrites from their valley is not about punishment, but it's a story of divine prescience in the face of human provinciality and nearsightedness. The inability or unwillingness to spread around the world is not sin, it's just not wise. It's not a good survival strategy. Another strand of this interpretation by some modern thinkers have extended this perspective on the text, that it's not really about sin, seeing it as divine foresight and conceiving of what seems to be punitive actions of dispersion and differentiation. It's rather, in their eyes, an affirmation of what we would call today ideological pluralism and heterogeneity. So you have, for example, Shai Held, who has a very interesting essay on the whole story. He concludes his reconstruction of this sin of the Tower of Babel, saying, our story is not about the loss of some primordial unity lost in the midst of time, but on the contrary, it's an active attempt to undo a divine plan for diversity that has already begun to come to fruition, meaning that's what the builders were preventing, the original divine plan for diversity across the world. God's dispersal of people and multiplication of languages thus represented the restoration of blessings already in the process of being fulfilled, an affirmation of pluralism rather than sin. I think we're not going to go too much into depth into the Derrida, which is unfortunate because it's quite interesting, but just for purposes of time, Derrida has kind of a long, dense essay on the tower. It's a very close read of the text. And he actually says, you might know the story, but I suggest you read it again closely. Basically, he identifies the idea of the tower and a universal language with a hegemonic ideology, which needs to be imposed by force. And in this telling, that the fragmentation of language and the abandonment of the tower is an act of deconstruction on the part of God. Right? For Derrida, deconstruction here means something that reveals the contradictions inherent in the idea of unity or universalism or essence or anything like that. So for Derrida, again, we don't have time to go into here, but he has a lot of discussion of the notion of translation and how being divided into languages means the only way we can converse with one another is through translation. Now, this is Derrida, so translation is impossible, but yet this is a state that's preferable to the dangerous idea of a universal language and the violence that's inherent in that idea. Let's move to Nisim of Gerona, a very interesting take. Nisim of Gerona was a 14th century scholar with celebrated philosophical and homiletical writings on the Bible. He has a magisterial essay in our story. And what he argues, let's get up the slide here. What he argues is that what's nominally a story about a people building a city and a tower is actually a profound reflection on the arc of civilization and on the social and political institutions which, however tenuously, allow for the survival of truth in an otherwise hostile world. Like others, he sees the failure to spread out and populate the earth at the heart of the story. By remaining anchored to one plot of land, those who settled in the valley stymied the natural process of differentiation, the emergence of new peoples, new languages, and development of a multipolar political and social order. But he emphatically rejects the idea that diversity or pluralism is to be valued for its own sake. In fact, he insists that the desire to live together as one people is no sin, and he praises the virtues of human fraternity. After all, a tribal world, a divided world, is a world of strife, hatred, and distrust. Still, there is a danger in the long-term trajectory of a monoculture of the sort that the builders try to establish. As you see on the bottom of the slide here, the Blessed Holy One foresaw what the consequences of prolonged human congregation would be. He determined that even if for now it would cause no harm, the gathering itself was bad for them and perilous for the world. As Nissim explains, the danger lies in the suffocation of dissent and the threat to the very survival and even the eventual triumph of truth. As he says, there's no doubt that at the time, all men held defective beliefs, false beliefs, with a few rare exceptions of those who had tasted and witnessed the goodness of the light of the world. Now, he's speaking here of the falseness of idolatry and the truth of monotheism. But I think we can infer a generalized picture, a kind of a social epistemology of how truth can survive even when ignorance is prevalent and persecution is an ever-present threat. As he says, for those righteous individuals who were few in those generations, there's no doubt that the division of the world between nations and rulers was for the good. Why? For when they would be pursued by the people of one particular nation, they could flee to another land where they could pursue the true worship unmolested. What Nissim is describing here is a world of pervasive ignorance and falsehood, in which the fear of the powerful forces the enlightened to pursue wisdom in secret, and truth takes refuge in the fissures of the social and political order. This was the threat for Nissim of Gerona that was posed by this great unification plan of the generation of dispersion. If their plan was to succeed, and the entire of the world was to converge into a single unified order under the shadow of the tower, there would be, Nissim insists, no refuge for religious dissenters, and all truth, including the idea of one true God, would be lost forever. So he does see the story about the multiplicity of nations, but instead of seeing diversity as an ideal, for Nissim, he imagines himself into the story. He sees this as a regrettable necessity. He lived in a very difficult time in medieval history. He even talks about how the idea of Jews had multiple countries to hop from one to the other. When one was bad, they would go to another country. When a Christian country was persecuting, they would flee to a Muslim country and vice versa. But the broader perspective, he sees that diversity is a regrettable necessity given the nature of our world and the threat to those dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. One also kind of pessimistic approach, I would say, is the one that's offered by the Spanish-Portuguese philosopher, biblicist, and statesman. He's a long list of titles, Don Isaac Abravanel. He strikes kind of a discordant note on some of the themes that we've been talking about. He imagines the subjects of our story as dwellers in a state of nature, before the hand of man had terraformed the face of the earth. Before, that is, they pushed beyond the natural bounty bestowed on them by God, and beyond, for Abravanel, the ideal conditions for human flourishing. Before this end, they were a single people, living in natural harmony, in that they shared a common language and common practices for all. At that time, all things were shared equally by all because no individual person had private property and nothing private for his own use, because all shared commonly in a collective and used equally among all. By the way, that's Karl Marx. That's not Abravanel, just people who are watching. But of course, this anarchist pre-state utopia was not to last, for human nature reared its ugly head. They were not satisfied with what their creator prepared for them in his bountiful benevolence. They sought to involve themselves and dedicated themselves to discovering new technologies. They engaged in the building of the city and the tower in order to gather there and form a political community, to establish artificial bonds through the establishment of a state. So the building of the tower and the city represents a point of transition from what we might call communal primitivism to a world of complex political, social, and economic relations. In pursuit of wealth, prestige, and creature comforts, the people forsook the simplicity of their pastoral existence for the efficiencies of technology, the cosmopolitanism of city life, and an organized political and social order. But this had a cost. With the advent of trade and private property came the alienation of peoples from their neighbors. With the dawn of organized political life came kings and rulers, hierarchy, and the fight for status, chasing after fortunes, and the depravities associated with life in an urban setting, violence, theft, and bloodshed. Now, this commentary, which is kind of dark and pessimistic, I think is actually even more interesting if you know that Abravanel himself served as the royal treasurer to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain. In other words, he saw the workings of the Leviathan from up close. And I think we talked at the beginning how people imagine themselves into this story. Seeing the workings of the state from up close, seeing the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, while he was in the service of the monarchs who expelled them and him as well. Perhaps this exposure to the machinery of state inclined Abravanel, who in other writings expresses an anti-monarchist settlement, to idealize a Rousseauian pre-industrial collective ideal and identify our story as the origin story of that society and of its tragic undoing. We're really scratching the surface here. I have more slides I want to run through quickly. I'm cognizant of the time, but I want to get to the visual elements because they're really interesting. Here you see this. This has been the painting that's been the background. I brought it to the foreground here. This is the famous painting of Bruegel the Elder of the Tower of Babel. And just to run through it quickly, one might say it's about what it really conveys is human futility amidst industrious effort and feverish activity. And the very small details, if you can look at it another time, you'll see amazing detail of the ways that people were working and building the effort that it took to build this tower from the very smallest detail. But of course, the tower is never to be finished, right? It's clear to all. It's clear from the painting and to the knowledge of the people who are doing it. There's also an interesting kind of visual essay here on the stratification associated with cosmopolitan life. You see the nobles in the bottom left corner, and in the foreground, the villagers, and lots of little details exemplifying sort of class distinction, which is a broader commentary on the city aspect of the story. We also have this, Bruegel's fellow Dutchman, M.C. Escher, who's the famous graphic artist. This is his wood print on the Tower of Babel, and he utilized the tower as a subject of this drawing to demonstrate those skills for which he's best known, right? The creative use of geometric structures and perspective. In this case, it's the perspective is a bird's eye view, or really a God's eye view of a tower to the heavens. And we're gonna have to skim through the end. I do wanna quickly talk about Babel in fiction. Some of you may know these works, the Library of Babel by Jose Luis Borges. It is in this kind of sci-fi work. The library has stacks and stacks of books containing every possible permutation of all the letters of the alphabet. What this means is that while it's completely random, so while most of the library's books are pure gibberish, it also somewhere on some shelf somewhere contains every copy of every book, not only ever written, but that ever could be written. Or we have the Babelfish of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fame, which is a small, bright yellow fish which can translate any language from any species anywhere. And in the words of the narrator of the Hitchhiker's Guide, it's probably the oddest thing in the universe. Both highly recommended reads. We're going to skip through some of these. Let me just mention Kafka, who has also a very, very short story called The Coat of Arms. And the basic message of his message of the story is that for him, that building the tower embodies a constituent element of the modern condition. The paralyzing insight that as knowledge increases exponentially, the work of the present will be overtaken and undone by the builders of the future, and yet the building continues. Right? It can go on and on. There's a great commentary by an 18th century legal scholar and mystic, Jonathan Eibeshitz, who reads the story about a tower built of brick and mortar, and he sees in it a blueprint in the 18th century for a space elevator to the heavens. There's a tremendous amount of creativity, and I've given you just a bit of some of the creative sparks that this story has engendered. I want to end by returning to the rabbis, and this midrash. Speaking about the builders, they'd already been engaged in the building for a very long time, so that they already built the city and the tower they're in, and the tower they're in reached an enormous height. And by the reason of the very great height, it took a full year to carry upwards the stones and the bricks to reach the builders, and thus it was done all the time, some going up and others coming down. And so difficult was the ascension and descension that when a brick would happen to fall down and break, All would lament and weep over the great loss. But when a man would fall down and be killed, no one would take the least notice of his death. When we think about the meaning of the story for our own age, with its emphasis today on hyper-efficiency, getting anything we need immediately, the nameless and faceless masses of people who work to empower our society, and everything big, not only big buildings and towers, but the bigness of big data and big corporations and the distance that we often feel from one another. And in some ways, the seeming smallness we feel against this massless society. It might do us well to reflect on the story and to try to hold it up as a mirror of our own society, to understand how the world we live in affects us and how the tower and the city we have built impacts the way we view our fellow human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elliot. That was, there's a lot of material there. It's very interesting. Clearly, you could talk about this for forever because there's just so much to talk about, and people also have. There are a couple questions here. The first one is maybe straightforward. Where does the word Shinar come from? Is it found in other cultures?
That's a good question. You might have to ask Professor Smith or someone who knows a lot more about this than I do. It's not a Hebrew term. That's certainly the case.
Fair enough. And another similar question: how can we get from the Bible the date where this event was supposed to be? The date when this event was supposed to be.
Sure. So there are ways of trying to work out that the story is actually preceded by one chronology and succeeded by another chronology. But I didn't go into this, but it's pretty clear that this story is kind of an epic in the biblical narrative. It doesn't really connect to what comes before and after. It starts, and the whole world was one people, one language. One scholar says it's almost like saying once upon a time in a land far away. It's not really connected to the broader narrative. And more than that, I think it's intentionally disconnected. It's not supposed to take place in any specific time. It takes place as sort of the mists of our history. I think that adds to the sense that this is an epic story. It's like you can add up the years, and people have certainly done it, but I don't think that's really what the story is driving at.
Right. Yeah, I was expecting something along those lines. We have a question in the chat here. Would you comment on the connection between the command to scatter and fill the earth from the verses in Genesis and the builder's desire to gather? The images of the tower historically seem to suggest height of the tower up to God rather than the gathering of people.
Right. So what I try to show is both interpretations are very pervasive. The idea of a tower to the heavens actually works both ways, because the idea of heavens, Rashbam, who we mentioned, he notes that this phrase, the tower to the heavens, doesn't necessarily have any divine implications. It could just mean he shows other biblical verses say it, which means a really tall tower. Other scholars say, no, this phrase actually is a technical phrase that's used in the broader ancient Near East to signify specifically a kind of a divine height. But I think the story itself, the self-contained story, allows for both readings. The dispersal contrasts well with the height, as well as the kind of like the tower to the heavens. So I think both readings work within the text.
Well, I think that's about all the time we have for questions. So thank you again, Elliot, for a really interesting talk. And I will pass things over to, thanks. I'll pass things over to Megan, who will be leading the next session.
Actually, I think we're going to go straight to Helen Collier, who's the moderator of our second roundtable.
Great, thank you. Thank you, David. So just like to note that for everyone in Zoom right now, we are live streaming. David, I have a question for you. I only see 16 people in Zoom. Are there more people in the waiting room, more people we need to admit? I just don't want to start the roundtable proper before everyone is here.
I think that's everybody right now. We're letting people come in as they
All right.
join.
Okay, so in that case, maybe people can can come in. As I said, if you're joining the Zoom right now, we are live streaming. So I'd be grateful if everyone could keep their microphones muted. So how this roundtable is going to work is that I hope there'll be time for discussion. I hope people will be putting things in the chat. It would be really great if this is a real discussion and a real roundtable. It is going to be structured, meaning that we will have 4 mini presentations to sort of structure the discussion a little bit. So those are for people participating on Zoom. If you're registered for Zoom, if you're in Zoom, you can type comments in the chat. You can also, it looks like we have a reasonably manageable group here. So hopefully we can actually unmute people and have people engaging in sort of a free-form discussion. Our topic is research outside the academy. And research outside the academy in ancient studies in its broadest, most global sense. I also want to note that I hope we won't just be talking about research outside the academy, but also other types of inclusion, the inclusion of multiple perspectives, taking account of histories of colonialism and imperialism that have shaped the past and present of ancient studies disciplines and unfortunately made them exclusionary. We've heard about that during the conference. So first of all, I'm going to hand over to David Danzig, who is our first sort of mini presenter. David is a PhD candidate at New York University at the Institute for the Study of the Ancient World. He's studying ancient Near Eastern history, and in particular, the changing identities of immigrants in the 6th to 5th century BCE Babylonia. He's the creator and lead researcher of an NEH project, which is working to reconstruct the ancient Babylonian chronology of the 1st millennium BCE. And he's also the founder and director of SASA. So David, over to you.
Thank you so much, Helen. I just want to point out who Helen is. Helen is the executive director of the Society for Classical Studies, and we're so glad that she's here to moderate this discussion. I would like to ask everybody to turn on their cameras so long as they're comfortable so we can all see each other and try to pretend that we're actually talking to each other in a room. And I'd also like to point out that I dropped a link in the Zoom chat that is a link to a Google Doc in which notes are going to be taken of this session. It's just available for your viewing for now. Okay. So part of SASA's idea is that we need to build a broader, more inclusive community of scholars so that when people enter ancient studies fields, they proceed through their degrees, they're having a great time, they're learning so much, they get to the end of their degree, and then they usually are looking for a job. Many people are looking for a job in academia. Some people get jobs in academia, some people don't. Then they move on to other things, the people who don't. Oftentimes that means a significant break in their lives between their student life beforehand and their future life in an occupation of their choice from that point on. I believe that that should not be how things should be going forward. This needs to change into a paradigm in which you can, once you acquire the tools of being an ancient studies scholar, you can participate actively in an inclusive scholarly community, no matter who you are, no matter where you are, no matter what you do. So SASA's first attempt at trying to bring people together who are already in this position and who want to be active scholars in it and participate in community is this very conference. Other projects that we're working towards developing to do this as well are under the guise of the Coalition of Ancient Studies Organizations, which is a fledgling group. I'm going to drop the chat to the new webpage drop the link into the chat there. And as of now, it consists of SASA and the Society for Classical Studies and the Society of Biblical Literature. we are actively courting other academic professional societies to join us as well, with the goal being to bring all of their memberships together in order to support ancient studies, outreach, and advocacy. One of the two first projects, if you'll go look at that page, you'll see is that we're embarking on under the guise of CASO, Coalition of Ancient Studies Organizations, is going to be the teacher-professor exchange program. The idea of this program is to make individual matches between college professors and teachers at any level who teach the ancient world in some way, and so that they can meet regularly in some periodicity and work on their teaching, work together on their teaching. The idea is that this will help create more continuity in the pipeline and development of Asian studies students. It will connect K through 12 teachers, community college professors, and four-year college professors so they have more dialogue with one another. And it will help educators at all levels understand how to better engage students. This is just a promo if you're interested in getting involved with this, in participating in an exchange and being matched. There is a form up on the page, saveancientstudies.org/CASO, and feel free to register and sign up for that, and you will be matched with somebody else who matches your criteria to form a relationship with them. Now, for this presentation, I don't really have much to give you. So I'm gonna take the step of throwing this to the room and make a challenge. What other ways could there be that we can create to bring together ancient studies people who are no longer active in academia, but still want to be part of an active scholarly community? What contexts, resources can we provide to them? How do we reach them to let them know that this has happened? And I'd like to open the floor. If you have comments that you'd like to make, they drop them in the chat and Helen will call on you.
Sure, yeah, please use the chat in this session, those of you who are registered and participating in Zoom. And just to echo what David said, I think, you know, not just, we're not just talking about being inclusive and in the sense of people who don't have an academic position, but we're also thinking across ancient studies disciplines, right? All the ancient studies disciplines tend to be very siloed. Also thinking about various collectives that are working now and doing really important work. The Black Trowel Collective, for example, that was mentioned earlier in today's conference, the Sportula Europe. There are so many groups working. How do we bring those groups together? And how do we create an environment that is maximally inclusive, and particularly because this is the topic of the session for people who don't hold an academic position. This is tough, right? When you don't have access to library resources, you might not have research funding. Okay, so I have a comment. Okay, Heather.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Rosemarin, and I'm zooming in from California. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to all the organizations that are hosting this conversation. It's just fantastic. Just a little bit of background for context. I have an undergraduate degree in classics and a law degree. So I don't have an advanced degree in classics. However, I have retained my love for classics and ancient history, and I think it's only deepened and broadened as my legal career has progressed, and I'd love to circle back and be part of this community you're talking about. So my suggestions based on my research into different pathways of contributing as an independent researcher are to look at potential collaboration with the Institute for Historical Study and the National Coalition of Independent Scholars. I don't belong to these organizations, I'm just aware of them, but they are set up precisely to provide, or at least according to their literature, they're set up to provide a platform for independent scholars and researchers. So that might be a good place to start, to inquire whether they might have an interest in co-hosting a platform for independent scholars that are interested in these topic areas, our topic areas. Okay, so that's suggestion number one. That's and I can drop those websites into the chat. Number two is I think we should recognize that there are already a lot of ways to contribute, such as submitting an article to World History Encyclopedia or volunteering on a dig through the AIA. I mean, these are all things that I've explored or done. But maybe we need to make those opportunities more clear and accessible. Maybe there needs to be a resource page. Like if you're an independent scholar and you want to get published or you want to go on a dig, here are funding opportunities. Here's the ways you can do that, even if you don't have an academic affiliation. So I'm going to stop there. I might raise my hand again later, but I see lots of people are jumping in, and so I want to cede the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Yeah, lots of great comments in the chat now. A great comment here from a middle school teacher, Devo. As a middle school teacher, I think it would be beneficial to have guest speakers address my students. Devo, do you want to speak more to this? You don't have to, but if you want to unmute yourself and say a little bit more about what you think your students would find useful in terms of ancient studies content.
Yeah, hi. I am a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teacher in Washington, and I don't have any kind of background really in ancient history or anything like that. I'm an avid reader. I read histories of, I just read the history of Byzantium just for fun. I do that kind of stuff, and I'm interested, but I love seeing the excitement in my students when I get really, I know that I'm supposed to be doing broad-based, broad strokes when it comes to topics, but my students love it when I get into the details of, say, the life of Alexander the Great. And I just don't know, and I don't have the resources, and I think it would be beneficial for them to have another voice come in and just say, oh, well, here is, the real life experiences of, Hammurabi or whoever, and just, have the students hear it from somebody else. That's all. And thank you guys.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you, Devo. Okay, lots of other great comments in the chat. I'm just gonna, if anyone who put a comment in the chat wants to raise their hand and sort of expand a little bit on that. We've had comments about social media, about various different types of media to reach a larger audience, about interdisciplinary studies and how an interdisciplinary approach can sort of be difficult and sort of a barrier to some people. David, I see your hand raised. Go ahead. And then Amber.
Kia ora, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm calling in from New Zealand. I am I've just finished my bachelor's degree, a Bachelor of Science with Honours in Arts. My background's in pure mathematics. And I think the big barrier for me is what you're saying is an interdisciplinary approach. Is that after spending 5.5 years at university studying my major and doing my honours thesis in maths, and then sort of realizing my great passion and interest in ancient Near Eastern history, the big barrier that I'm facing at the moment is basically what David was saying before, is trying to break into that field of academia from this outside perspective, because you see so many of the people within ancient studies and classics academia with their background in exactly that. And while it seems so much of a strength is that in ancient studies, it's very important to have a background in STEM fields or psychology or sociology or all sort of stuff, especially when you're studying maybe the more niche topics in the science of the ancient world and these sort of things. It's important to maybe have the background in science. It seems there's a very large barrier in trying to get into that field from that science background without having the ancient history background, at least in terms of formal studies and institutions. And I don't know much for a solution as much as I do complaining about trying to figure out how to maybe break into the field of Assyriology from that background. But I think maybe awareness of like certain stories that experiences that people have had in terms of making that transition, potential pathways and opportunities available without having to sink in years into another bachelor's degree or something like this, would probably go a long way. Just like shining a spotlight on these sort of possible pathways and opportunities and making it more visible would encourage a lot more people with a passion in ancient history and classics, but not necessarily the formalized background in it, to maybe start looking at exploring some of these opportunities for themselves. Because for a very long time, it's just sort of been like, oh, it's a passion, but it's sort of difficult to get into, so I'm just going to stick with my maths. And so I think, yeah, just raising awareness and putting a spotlight and making these sort of pathways and opportunities more visible would go a long way to encouraging people to make that transition and turn their passion into a potential career pathway. And yeah.
Thank you, David. So Amber, we're going to go next to you. And then I noticed that Solange Ashby put something really interesting in the chat about Egyptologists who have lost institutional access. So Amber, and then I'm going to go to Solange to talk a little bit more about that Facebook group. And I know more people have their hand up, so but Amber, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the comment that I put in there is really just something that is an urgently pressing issue that faces those who are trying to do research as independent scholars, and that is it's a challenge that is purely material, where when you sever ties with an institution for whatever reason, whether your position ends or you graduate or whatever, if you cannot, and if you don't live near a large research institution, it is very difficult. I don't want to say impossible, but it is very difficult to do good research. And even in, I love what Solange shared about the sort of quarantine library, but it still is, it's still a tremendous challenge if you want to do like a literature review of like, hey, hello friend with institutional access, can you pull these 40 articles that might be relevant to my research question? And that's something that often the people who are sort of in your circle, if you are speaking from personal experience, are also in positions of precarity. So they don't necessarily have the free time to be pulling articles for their friends that doesn't really have anything to do with theirs. And so I would love to see, I love sort of the spirit of inclusivity, but there also is a real material need of how can we provide for access. Is this something that we can look to these organizations or institutions to subsidize access so that you can actually do your research? Because that's something that is a huge shift, and something that if those of you who have been in the academy your whole careers, or your career has been quite short because you're still very young and new to it, you may not yet have experienced that line that one crosses of like, oh, now everything has evaporated. And so I just wanted to highlight the sort of material needs that that should be addressed if we are to actually make this an inclusive environment to allow people to have equitable access to research so that they can do the good research that I would like to think, all believe that independent scholars are capable of and do.
Exactly. Thank you, Amber. We should move on soon to another mini presentation, but I do want to go to a few more people. Solange, are you willing to tell us a little bit about the concrete effort about providing access to Egyptology?
Yeah, so very much agree with the points that Amber has raised. This is sort of a stopgap measure that some Egyptologists have organized due to library shutdown because of the pandemic. And so there's a lot of sharing of PDFs online. I think they limit it to 2 per day that you can request, but people just request specific titles. And if somebody else happens to have a scanned PDF of it, then it is shared. And there's generally a pile on once somebody admits to having a particular PDF. And it's a stopgap measure. It's in response to the pandemic. We very much need to take down these barriers to folks being able to do serious academic research.
Thanks, Solange. All right, maybe just a couple more people and then we'll move on to the next mini presentation. Michael Rodriguez, you put in the chat that you had a comment. Do you want to unmute yourself and contribute?
Yes. Share my microphone. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Okay, good deal. I saw your head nod. So just in brainstorming, and then not only that, but I just to let you know where I'm at, I'm here in Fort Worth, Texas. I, like David, just graduated. I'm an adult learner, went back to school because I'm interested in history and somewhat ancient studies, but more history here at the local level. Now, I can tell you this, from the local level here, there is a tie to everything that came from the ancient studies. And that's one of the correlations I wanted to bring up. How do we, because I noticed what this virtual conference was about is basically how do we get the collaboration between the academia and, for lack of a better explanation, the layperson or the common person, you know? So with that being said, one of the things I was just, that came to mind while y'all were talking, especially when I popped in, I heard the first speaker and they were already bringing up the Bible, is starting at the local church, because where a lot of groups and things of that nature are always geared towards the individual spiritual growth of the person. There are a lot of people that I've found that are so interested in ancient studies, and they're so interested in getting into that in-depth study, they don't know where to begin, other than, you know, yes, you go and you go to a university like I did. I went and I just recently got my undergraduate degree in history, and now have started commenced my graduate studies. And so with that being said, just starting that process at the local level and taking people, and I understand right now, I heard somebody earlier, I don't remember who it was, but somebody was saying about sponsoring a dig, but that would be the way to get people involved, is to start there. And then also too, with everything being online, we know that it's been a huge disconnect, but at the same time, being able to bring things close to where they need to be and showing how everything at where you're at, whether it's here in Texas or what have you, or here in the States, and how that correlates to the ancient studies, basically bringing up that the old texts, bringing that old text into a more, I guess you could say, kinesthetic or tactile method of teaching. That's it. I'm done.
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, and I think in some ways, you know, the pandemic has shown us, right, how beneficial it can be to connect kind of virtually, and using video, using sound is really has been really great. One more comment, and then I think we'll have to go to our next mini presenter. And I just want to acknowledge all the great comments in the chat that we're not gonna get to. TL Ramirez made a comment earlier about promoting ancient studies, about the use of media. He's had his hand up for a while. Do you want to speak, TL Ramirez? Okay, I think not. That's fine. I'm not gonna pressure anyone. It was a good comment. So let's go to our next mini presenter. David, can you confirm that George is not here right now?
I don't think George Connor is here. If you are,
Okay.
please speak up.
All right. So in that case, let's go to Andrew. Our next mini presenter is Andrew Henry. Andrew is a scholar of late antique Mediterranean religion, currently based in Cairo as the Coptic Iconography Postdoctoral Fellow at the American Research Center in Egypt. Earning his PhD from Boston University, Andrew's research focuses on early Christian demonology and magical practice. He's also the creator of the educational religious studies YouTube channel, Religion for Breakfast. So Andrew, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. How's my connection? I'm in Cairo, Egypt right now. My internet's not particularly good. You can hear me all right? Okay, I'm getting nods.
Can hear you fine.
Yes.
Cool, great. So I interpreted the title of this roundtable in much the same way that we've been talking so far, which is institutional affiliation. So by that, we mean all the resources that an institution, specifically university, provides to a researcher. So that's salary, research funds, travel funds, and then access to an academic library. So it's like really material stuff. So I really appreciated what Amber said. It's just really material, pay people to do work and they can do that work. So a theme that will be throughout this presentation is just paying someone to make something. Pay a researcher to do research and research can be done. And I'm using that term broadly to refer to everything from the peer-reviewed research article to the YouTube video. I kind of think of my own YouTube videos as a form of public scholarship. So in my 6 years of building my YouTube channel from scratch, I saw again and again, I encountered that creating research, especially research that's trying to bridge the academy and everybody else, is very difficult to do independently. It frequently requires institutional affiliation of some sort. And the state of the academy here in the 21st century demands academics and historians in general to look elsewhere for institutional partners. So I have a two-part call to action. So one part that's aimed at researchers and a second part that's aimed at institutions that together argues for creating an environment where researchers can produce scholarship, whether or not they're affiliated with a university. So on the individual level, I want to challenge researchers to kind of think of themselves as content creators. We use this term all the time in our attention economy, content creators. And scholars and researchers and historians, like at a very base level, are content creators. The content is frequently peer-reviewed research articles that are read by 10 people. But I'd like us to think more capaciously about what does it mean to be a scholar content creator, all of that and what all of that entails. And the spoiler alert is that entails learning a lot more than just what you learn in your PhD program or your master's program. It's another whole skill set. A lot of the stuff that I had to teach myself as I was a PhD student trying to do YouTube, from scratch. And on the institutional level, we need to pressure institutions, especially universities, and especially grant-making organizations that are just handing out pots of money. We need to challenge them to support researchers, whether or not they have that academic institutional affiliation, and to be savvy enough to be handing out pots of money that's aware of this attention economy. So I'm always kind of disappointed when I see a big grant handed out to something that's not going to be on YouTube or not going to be on TikTok or not going to be on Instagram. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're not going to where the audience is. So just real briefly, I know there's a lot of academics in the audience, but there's a lot of people that are not academics. For those of you that are academics, you know the state of the field. The academy is a mess. Ironically, the academy is increasingly a precarious place for academics. You might have an idea that professors have a financially stable job and that they make a decent living, but this is only true for a very specific type of professor, one that has tenure. You can make a decent living if you're a tenured track professor, but the majority of professors, and I mean that literally and empirically, the majority of professors are untenured. Most of them being what's called adjunct professors. You're basically hired on a class-by-class basis, usually for between $1,000 to $3,000 a class. So a lot of professors, if you're lucky enough to piece together like 3 or 4 classes a semester, are making $15,000 a year without health insurance. Many are on food stamps. So for those of you that are just recently out of your bachelor's program, like go back and look at your syllabi and see if your professors were adjuncts. You'd be shocked at like how they were just barely scraping by. And then moreover, an increasing amount of academics are not working in the academy. They're not employed by academic institutions. Tenure track jobs are insanely competitive. 200 or 300 people will apply for one job. And they might be the most qualified applicant in the world with published books and peer-reviewed articles, but you're competing against 199 other really qualified people. Like it just becomes a lottery at some point. So that's the environment we're living in. we're living in an environment where most professional historians by necessity are conducting their research outside of the academy or loosely affiliated or as a part-time faculty. So we need to foster an environment where research can thrive in these precarious positions. I can only speak from my experience as a YouTuber. I'm also somewhat of a precarious academic, having a 2-year postdoc here. Who knows what's going to happen after those 2 years? But what has helped me throughout my years building Religion for Breakfast is to think like a content creator and to think like an entrepreneur. And by building bridges with other industries. Like I went out of my way not to build bridges with universities. I was trying to build bridges with nonprofits, with media companies. I worked for a stint for The Atlantic while I was in my PhD program. So I was trying to build bridges early on because I saw more value in these media companies than some academic institutions that seem to be more focused on, peer-reviewed research and tenure-track professors. So running a YouTube channel, I had to teach myself copyright law. I had to teach myself how to light studio lights and studio microphones. I had to learn about Google AdSense, how to negotiate sponsorship contracts, how to foster multiple streams of income. So basically try to run a business. So basically it was a whole bunch of other skill sets that I was not necessarily learning from my PhD program. So I'm going to share my screen real briefly here. I was not the first one to pioneer this. I mean, academics have been doing YouTube for like over a decade now. You have very famously Dr. Derek Muller. He got his PhD in physics education from the University of Sydney. He's the creator of one of the largest science literacy YouTube channels in the world, almost 10 million subscribers you can see here on screen. He's basically the new generation's Bill Nye the Science Guy. But you don't need to be like a superstar YouTuber to be an academic trying to bridge this gap. So you can make partnerships with existing YouTube channels. Dr. Matthew O'Dowd is a physicist who's partnered with PBS's astrophysics YouTube channel called PBS Space Time. You'll notice that the science literacy folks really have several light year head start on the humanities. So I'd love to see some humanities channels that have 10 million subscribers. But the science literacy folk, they also have big pots of money. But we're focusing on giant YouTubers. In my own field of religious studies, there's an exciting new generation of religious studies academic YouTubers. So Angela Puka is a scholar of Western esotericism and witchcraft. She runs her YouTube channel called Angela's Symposium, almost 24,000 subscribers, really good academic research on witchcraft, demonology, paganism. One of the writers for Religion for Breakfast, Caitlin Ugaritz. She's a graduate student in Shinto, Japanese religion. She started her own YouTube channel, Eat, Pray, Anime, where she talks about Shinto studies and how it intersects with video games and anime. So these are very entrepreneurial thinking scholars who very early in their career, Angela just graduated from her PhD. Caitlin is still in her PhD program. From a very early position are trying to position themselves as content creators and entrepreneurs. So I did say, I want this, the roundtable is supposed to have some concrete examples of how to make this happen. So one concrete example is to emulate a project that's been a runaway success for religious studies scholars, and that's called Sacred Rites. This is a grant-funded initiative housed at Northeastern University, and it's basically a training program that pays religious studies scholars, regardless of institutional affiliation, so it's very friendly towards independent scholars, to attend a summer workshop to learn how to write op-eds, how to write for podcasts, how to write for YouTube channels, how to have on-screen presence when you're being interviewed. They bring in media trainers from the media industry to teach the cohort. So basically it's trying to transform academics into content creators. They've already had 3 cohorts, 2019, 2020, and 2021, dozens of scholars sent off in the world, equipped with the skills to think like content creators. And importantly, Sacred Rites pays all of their participants. They provide travel funds, they provide lodging, so enabling participation in this program. So I can see something like Sacred Rites, some sort of media training program working out for ancient historians. It's been a huge success. Religious studies scholars, they're talking about this all the time. But this leads me to the second point, which is a message to institutions. So the reason why the Sacred Rights program is so cool is because it's funded by a grant-making organization that has pretty forward thinking. It's the Henry Luce Foundation. They are happy to bring in non-affiliated scholars into a program like this. But not all programs are like this. I'm going to call this one out. So apologies if anybody works for the Whiting Foundation in the audience. The Whiting Public Engagement Fellowship provides $50,000 to pursue a public-facing project. How exciting. You click on the fine print. Partner schools are invited to nominate one humanities professor for each of the two programs. To be eligible for either program, nominees must be full or part-time humanities faculties. Womp womp. So here I am, a scholar. I'm not even a part-time faculty. I'm a postdoctoral fellow, and I can't apply for this. Like, what the heck? Like, what could I do with $50,000 and just all the time in the world to write a book or make a bajillion YouTube videos? Like this is the sort of gatekeeping we need to pressure these money bag people to kind of change their tune, kind of catch up to the current situation of the academy. Going back briefly to making alliances with industries other than the academy, I recently produced a 15-episode archaeology and the Bible series with a company called Patheos. Patheos basically works on interfaith content, religious literacy content, and they handed me a pot of money and were like, hey, go produce this series. And I was able to hire half a dozen archaeologists, and within 3 months, with a fraction of the budget that a full-blown production house would have taken, I was able to produce 15 episodes in 3 months, rigorous anthropological and archaeological scholarship for a public audience. I already am hearing from archaeologists who are using these videos in their classrooms and their syllabi. So it's just an example that to kind of think broadly outside of what academics usually think of, like apply to the NEH, apply to the Henry Luce Foundation, or try to reach out to a media company that you know of and try to make inroads and see if something can come of that. So that's kind of my main points there. Think like a content creator and try to get institutional help, not necessarily from the academy, to try to support your content creation or make it independently, like
Excellent.
Angela and Caitlin.
Thanks, Andrew. That was really great. Thank you for the big picture there in terms of the precarity of much academic employment right now. And I think the fact that it's sometimes difficult to identify. There are people who have stable institutional affiliations, people who have no institutional affiliation, and then a huge group of people in the middle, right? Who are maybe adjuncts, who are like, working for multiple institutions, or one institution one semester, one institution the other. And so there's a real continuum here. There was some really good stuff going on in the chat, especially contributions by Jan and by Amber. So Jan is our next mini presenter. So I think I will, Jan will have a chance to speak in a moment. Reactions to some of the things that Andrew was saying. People who have, anyone here in the Zoom meeting who either has sort of turned themselves into an independent content creator, or who has collaborated with other organizations outside ancient studies, outside the academy.
I'd like to respond briefly to Jan's comment. He has a really good point that, academics don't need to invent the wheel. I didn't necessarily need to teach myself studio lighting. There's production houses that can do that for you. So part of this outreach could be, I know for a fact that many of the biggest ancient history YouTubers are not necessarily historians. They're history nerds, which is great, but like reach out to them, offer to be a writer or a consultant. Because the YouTuber knows how to YouTube, and you don't necessarily know how to do that, but you might know a ton about ancient history. With Religion for Breakfast, I've increasingly hired consultants and writers. So like Caitlin Ugeritz wrote the 5-episode Shinto series on my YouTube channel because I don't know anything about Japanese religion, but I know how to YouTube. So 100%, make those alliances and don't necessarily reinvent the wheel at great, time and financial cost to yourself.
Okay, anyone else here who's been doing YouTube, who's perhaps done a podcast, you know, good experiences, bad experiences, advice you can pass on to other people who are looking to do this in ancient studies?
As a podcaster, I can hand it over to my co-host who's also here. I can share just a small insight that there are very specific audiences. And so you can have an audience who is interested in serious, dry content, and you can have an audience who is interested in sort of engaging, fun content. And I'm not saying that serious and fun are mutually exclusive, but it is something that you have to figure out an angle, because you can't please everyone. And so you can feel very confident in the amount of research you've done, the amount of review you've done, and you've done a service to the work that you're putting together. But you could get feedback that is sort of speaking to, and I alluded to this in a response to a question after our presentation, that there are some listeners who do not wish to be our listeners because we are going for fun, not for a lecture. And so that's something that I had shared in the chat also, is that it's a very different skill set of writing, doing and doing that communication. And it's something that you're not taught in the classroom. You're not necessarily taught over the course of a relationship with your advisor. And it's something that needs to be developed through workshops, through just sort of figuring out your own voice, because that your academic voice and your outreach voice are not necessarily the same, and that's totally fine. One is not superior to the other. It's a different tone for a different audience. And I want to reiterate my comment for those not looking at the chat, that this is something that more advisors, employers, departments need to value. That if you are taking time to work on that, to perhaps take that workshop, perhaps set aside some time to work on public-facing writing, that needs to be something that those who are in positions of authority over you need to recognize and value and encourage.
Right, thanks, Amber. Yeah, so that's obviously a huge issue about what people are getting credit for, right? What is valued in terms of work and in terms of research, and to go back to that in terms of funding as well. So thank you, Andrew, for mentioning the point about funders. I think that's really important.
Sorry, can I just jump in?
Sure, go on, Megan.
So Andrew has been doing the YouTube thing for several years, more than I have, and has made some fantastic points. I just want to add that what people are interested in. We started Digital Hammurabi because we can't, for various reasons, pursue traditional academic careers. And we weren't expecting the level of interest in Mesopotamia as a whole, but more specifically, the most viewed video on our entire channel by a magnitude of views is the Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian class, which is something that I had previously considered incredibly niche and not terribly marketable, but people absolutely love it. So even if you are thinking to yourself, well, what I specialize in is so specific, no one's going to be interested, I think there is an audience out there for you. And if this is something you're interested in, then definitely reach out to Andrew or myself or anyone else that you know who does this kind of work, because there is an audience. We just need to help you find it.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name, but there's a YouTube channel that's dedicated only to World War I, which is like pretty niche. It's like one global event. But if you think about it, like if you have a video on like one type of battleship and then one video on one political figure, you could spend the rest of your life publishing videos on just World War I. So niche audiences sometimes are the most lucrative audiences, because there's a really highly dedicated audience that will support your channel and watch your content.
Very good. Thank you. Let's move on to our last mini presenter. This is Jan van der Krabben of the World History Encyclopedia. Jan is the founder and CEO of the World History Foundation, the nonprofit organization that publishes World History Encyclopedia. one of the world's most read history publications. He holds a master's degree in war studies from King's College London and currently lives in Montreal, Canada. So Jan, over to you.
Hi, thanks for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's really interesting to see what people have already said in this session, as well as in yesterday's session. There's a lot of overlap, and I prepared my little presentation without knowing what everybody is going to say. So I am repeating a lot of the same ideas because I think a lot of people are on the same path here. So please excuse that. And I'm going to try to link it with the previous speakers as much as I can. Basically, I would like to talk a little bit about open access and how academia and the public can be brought together a little bit more, which is, I think, what we all want here. One thing that I've heard, it's not me coming up with this great line, but I don't remember who said it, is the truth is more and more hidden behind a paywall, while misinformation is always free. And think about it, like the New York Times, the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, National Geographic, you have to pay for all of these. But on the other side, you've got Breitbart, InfoWars, Fox News, and so on. They're all free. And that's not a problem that's limited to news. It's also a problem for history. And one of the previous discussions was about having access to historical information, research papers. And I think that's really important because people need history to understand the present and through that to disentangle all this misinformation that's happening at the moment. And it's much harder for politicians to influence people with propaganda and lies when people understand how we got where we are today. Because a lot of these lies are somehow based on history. And then, in the historical realm, as we know, a lot of amazing information is locked away in academic journals, expensive books, and specialist magazines, all of which you have to pay for. Open access publishing is a great initiative that has really taken off in the last 20 years or so. But I think that it's still a broken system. And there are two sides of looking at this. The one is money and the other one is accessibility. And both are really problematic, I believe. First of all, many open access journals actually require the contributors to pay while the readers get it for free. How's that open access? It's just turning the publishing model around, right? It's not open at all. And secondly, most journals are not accessible. And by that, I mean that they're not behind a paywall, sure, but the actual content and the presentation of that content is done in such a way that a layperson would often not be able to understand the academic article, or they would find it too tedious to read in the first place. And that kind of ties into some of the comments I've seen in the chat earlier about how it needs to be entertaining, right? And there are many websites and unfortunately YouTube channels that offer these exciting stories about ancient aliens, national heroes, and all sorts of other problematic views of history that are just so much more fun to read than the real academic stuff. But at the same time, academic historians are the keepers of our collective truths, and they hold the keys to our cultural and national identities. And with the culture wars, the racism, the slavery, critical race theory, and many other controversial topics making the rounds on talk shows and news channels and TVs all around the world, access to reliable and easy to understand resources is really key. So we will need to reach a wider audience, and that also helps the researcher. In many countries around the world, and this ties into that question of what is valued, universities are actually required to prove that they have a positive impact on the general public. Like the UK's university funding is in part tied to the university proving how much public impact it has, right? And lastly, I think we all here can agree with the mission of the Safe Ancient Studies Alliance that we want to get more people interested in ancient studies. And if all that amazing research is not presented to the general public, to lay people and to students in high schools, then we're unlikely to get more young people interested in ancient studies. So I'm not saying that, an academic should not publish in academic journals. Of course you should, that's what you have to do. But I'm saying there should be a second step. You should also publish for the general public. And there are many ways to do this. Many of them have been mentioned here already. You can create your YouTube channel. You can create a podcast. You can work with YouTube channels, or you can also write for general interest magazines like the Ancient History magazine. That is, a print magazine. There are many history magazines that are for lay people, and they are always looking for content. Well, and of course, I need to shamefully self-promote here. You can also write for World History Encyclopedia, and we reach over 30 million readers per year. So that is one way to have public impact as well. So there we are. I really tried to keep this to 3 minutes so that we have some time for discussion. Thank you very much for listening, and I'd love to hear what everybody else's thoughts are.
Thank you, Jan. I'm going to actually start with my own question for you. Can you tell us a little bit more about how one goes about, volunteering to write something for the World History Encyclopedia? And then follow-up question, what are you doing to encourage really diverse voices, different perspectives, perspectives that have historically been excluded from the stories we tell and arguments we make about ancient studies? So can you address those two things?
Sure thing. Yeah, I don't want to make this into an ad for World History Encyclopedia, but you asked for it. So basically, how do you submit? Generally, we accept submissions on our website, very much like, say, Wikipedia would, with a large important difference that our editorial team will review everything before it's published, not only for whether it's accurate, but almost more importantly for whether it's well written and good to read. And the editorial team works with the authors to make sure that it is suitable for a general audience and helps them. That's one of the comments I made earlier when I said, there are publications that are specialized in doing exactly that, in reaching a wide audience. And we are by far not the only one who do that, right? But these publications will take your work, that you may have written in a slightly overly academic style and help you make it ready for general public reading and make it interesting. So that's the answer to the first question, I think. And the other question was, how do we get diverse voices into World History Encyclopedia? So there are a few things that I can say. We are not actively looking and recruiting people. We are a very small team. We don't have the capacity to do that, but our team is literally all over the world. So we have people from Iraq who have contributed to our encyclopedia, from Pakistan, from India. And, because we are not affiliated with any particular institution, we don't really have that preference over people who are from academia or not from academia. We love the academic rigor that we get from people who are, at a university somewhere and who follow those standards. And at the same time, what we have to do often is we have to tone them down a little bit to make it more, open to the rest of the world. And then on the other hand, we might have people who, are independent researchers who are not tied to academia, and they often write much better than academics, but we'll have to help them bring the level up a little bit, So we are really open to submissions from everybody, and we have received submissions from literally all over the world. And then the second thing that we are doing at the moment, and this is kind of the big thing for the last 2 years for us, is translation. So we now not only work in English, but also in Spanish, French, German, Arabic, Russian, Chinese, Korean, pretty much every language in the world. And so that is also one way in which people who love history, who might speak another language, can actually work and engage with ancient studies by translating simply, So those are my thoughts. I hope I've answered that question, but
that was great. It was interesting to know. I didn't realize you had contributors all over the world. That's fantastic. That's really great. All right. Any other perspectives on open access? This was Jan made some sort of interesting and important points, I think, about open access. anyone with experience of open access publishing, thoughts to share, particularly thoughts about how open access can expand in non-problematic ways that doesn't involve author fees, which is really not equitable, and also certainly isn't going to work in the humanities and ancient studies in particular. Are any other questions for Andrew or other comments?
I have something that I would be happy to share, a little story, if you would like me to.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Did you mean me, Jan, or Andrew?
Sorry, Jan.
Jan.
I've got my
cool. Thanks. No worries. Yeah, it's just one example. So in 2014, is an older example, unfortunately, but I think it's very pertinent. In 2014, a scholar from SOAS, University of London, had published an article in an academic journal about having discovered a new tablet from the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was previously unknown. And it was a really interesting story behind it, of how the tablet was essentially taken by smugglers, bought by the museum in Kurdistan, Kurdish Iraq, and so on. But obviously none of that was in the article. The article was just about the tablet, and it was very academic. Now, in 2016, so about 2 years later, one of our contributors from Iraq, who actually is in Kurdistan, went out and saw this tablet in the museum there and started talking to the curators of the museum and asking them, you know, what's this thing? It looks really interesting. So they told them the whole story about how they actually recovered this new tablet and how they got it translated. And then he wrote an article about that. He wrote with us about the story, the human story behind it, but at the same time explaining why this is actually a really important discovery. That kind of went viral. So in the first 2 years after publication, the academic article had been downloaded 700 times. And then 2 months after we had written about it, it had been downloaded 6,000 more times. So it's just to show how, you know, this is a major discovery, right? But nobody knew about it. And if the public is informed, you know, you can actually reach people, and you have your research reach people. And it's not like, you know, you've already done the research. You just need to write another 2,000 words about it and keep it simple. And that's it. It's not a huge amount of work. That's my call out to academics and independent researchers to say, you discover something great, write about it, add 2,000 words on it, give it to us or anybody else who's happy to publish it, you know, but get it published for the general public.
All right, so we have a couple of minutes left. So I just want to open up the floor now to anyone who maybe had a comment or question. Earlier, we had a really large group at the beginning, and I think not everyone got a chance to speak. So any comments, questions, you know, even going back to some of our discussions earlier in this hour, anything for Andrew or again on open access? This is your last chance. We now have only 1 minute left, according to my my clock. All right, very good. So in that case, let us end early so David and Megan can start the next session. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Thank you, in particular, Andrew and Jan and David for those very thought-provoking presentations. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
okay,
everyone.
but before people head out, I just want to point out that this is what I did yesterday, and I'm going to do it again today after the conference. I'm going to send out the notes to everyone who is in this Zoom or who signed up to participate, and send them in commenting mode so that people can add their future thoughts to it so that we can keep growing and building on this. I think the main role that I see SASA having in this is that we want to bring everybody's work and ideas together. And I think that that's how we move towards really solving this problem and all of these problems. Okay, we're going to move on to a discussion about SASA's art competition. So I'd like to ask everybody to leave the Zoom. Oh, one more thing. We're going to be having a social hour today at 5:45 to 6:45. Everybody's invited to join. There is a Zoom link up on the virtual conference webpage, so go get it there and see you all at 5:45. And please all head out of the Zoom unless you're supposed to be here for the art competition discussion. Okay, Lauren.
Okay, so hi everybody. Thank you for joining us for that roundtable, and people that are still watching for the art competition stuff. I just really quickly, I didn't want to make it part of the roundtable, but the story I usually tell with SASA, just that went with the stuff we were talking about in the roundtable, is that part of our Inspire campaign, which is like most of the stuff we post on social media, we ended up using a lot of links from World History Encyclopedia. So that's part of the reason why we got involved with World History Encyclopedia. And then also from the Inspire campaign that we have is where we got a grant from SCS. So that's our little happy family of everyone that was just at that round table and how we all came together. So thank you very much for that. I'm wondering, Hardeep, I think you are here, so you can turn your camera on anytime if you would like. Hi, thanks for joining us. And then another one of our SASA team leaders, Tina, is probably going to be joining us, but I do not see her in here yet, but that's okay. Oh, I just saw her pop up. So I am just going to admit her, and then we will get started in about 2 seconds. Okay, so if Tina, oh, she's still joining. So I will just start. I guess maybe should I introduce you guys first or share my screen of the art competition? I think I want to let you guys share your screens first. So Rosalind and Hardeep are two of our lovely judges for the art competition, also artists themselves, of course. And Rosalind in particular was one of our interns last summer who made like every logo and stuff that you see with SASA and like picked all the color designs. So everything that SASA still uses. So I was literally like, I need Rosalind to be here because she can talk about it way better than me. I'm not an artist or created these things. So she actually also created the virtual conference logo too. So I am hoping that she will talk a little bit about that. And then I'll let Hardeep and Rosalind share their pages, of course, for their artwork. And then me and Tina, I am the communications team leader and live events team leader with SASA. Tina is the team leader of the fundraising team. We both also work with the like Archeo gaming teams. You've probably seen us at multiple live events because us two are probably the people that hosted it. So for now, I think I will just hand it over to Rosalind to introduce herself and her art and her ideas of how she came up with stuff with SASA, which I will also shout out that Christian Casey, one of the moderators of this, totally helped us with that as well. So thank you, Christian. Yes, Christian, show face. Christian also does amazing artwork. Christian, you should send me some links because some of the really cool like stuff you do that's like Adventure Time hieroglyphics and things like that is very much of the, I feel like what we were talking about of like getting things from the modern world and connecting it to the ancient world, and that's how you get people interested in stuff. So I'd love to share that. I can share it to the YouTube channel if you send it to me.
Yeah, so hi. I will share my screen because I've made a little presentation. Let me see, where is it? Here. So here it is. Yeah, so I was asked to design a new logo for SASA. So I tried a few things in the beginning to see what could maybe work because logo design was not really my forte. So we tried some things with letters with designs on them, which was a bit too confusing when it's too small, and some things with hearts. but it was just a bit too focused on Greek. Yes.
Yeah, I have to just throw in there, because David will want me to say it, that the original like slogan for SASA was I Heart Ancient. So that's why you like see it randomly on stuff sometimes still. And the heart logo was something that we like wanted to try to keep at first, but we like the columns better.
That's nice to hear. So then after we had established a color scheme, also thanks to Katie, which I would like to thank for the color scheme, for the website. And then again with Christian, he was like huge help for the SASA logo. I decided to come up with the columns, because every ancient civilization has used some sort of column, so it was a lot easier to like incorporate a lot of different ancient civilizations into one logo using the columns. So that's what it became. So we've got an Aztec one, a Greek one, an Egyptian one, a Chinese one, and a Toltec one. So that you can see that SASA is representing all of the cultures in saving the studies for them. Then the digital conference logo, that was again kind of new for me, because again, yeah, logo design's not really something I had done a lot before. So with together with David, Lauren, and the Digital Hammurabi people, we decided to come up with something that would represent opening up. So that were the hands opening up to the ancient world, with a vase, because again, that's a good representation of ancient cultures. It's very recognizable. So yes, after that, we've got the SASA Bazaar, which I was asked to make some designs for, that again weren't Greek, because otherwise SASA would be too much specializing into like Greek and Roman ancient stuff. So I did some research into what else there is and what could be easily recognizable on merchandise and other stuff. So I decided to try and do the Aztec two-headed serpent and an Egyptian scarab. So yeah, that's what this became. So you can find that in the SASA Bazaar. And yeah,
okay, sorry, your sketches are really cool, Rosalind. Like, can we use those too? I really like those. I never saw those before.
Yeah, sorry, I get a little too carried away sometimes when sketching stuff to immediately just go into the final design. So yeah, but I'm glad that you liked it. So I think that kind of covers what I've done for SASA artistic wise.
So Rosalind, while you're still on these slides, because this was a great little presentation you put together with the things like popping up, I love it. But so just really quickly, like talk about that a little bit more, because obviously this is this kind of stuff that the stuff from our competition will be used for too. Yes. So, and also going along with what we were talking about in this last roundtable, in my opinion, was like when we were getting these things together, when we were working with Christian on the general SASA logo, and Tina also, since she is the fundraising team leader who is technically in charge of the bazaar, because the bazaar is obviously for SASA do fundraising because we're an NGO. So, you know, we were in discussions of what kinds of things we should make, what we should use. As Rosalind mentioned, the rule was like no Greco-Roman stuff, because so much stuff that we already post about is Greco-Roman. That's already one of the more, at least in America, it's one of the more prominent fields that people go to. Like if a college has a specific major in an ancient studies thing, it's probably classics or like Hebrew Bible stuff, but again, that's so connected to Greco-Roman stuff too as well. So we were like trying to have things that were iconic things, and again, like things that modern people are interested in. So, you know, not wanting to sensationalize places, but also recognizing the fact that these are the aspects that people are interested in. So again, I just wanted to point that out, because for what people would want to submit. Like, actually, I think it was one of Rosalind's friends, so you can totally shout out her name because I'm forgetting it, but she submitted a super adorable Kerberos thing for the art competition that she has posted on her Instagram. So that's why I'm telling Rosalind to shout her out, because you can see it on her Instagram as well. And you know, everyone knows Care Brews. Everyone loves Care Brews. Care Brews is in the Disney's Hercules. So it's something that people associate with the ancient world right away without us having to explain it to them, right? So I just wanted to mention that in terms of if you're like trying to pick something to do artwork on, that to submit for the competition, we kind of had a hard time going back and forth of how detailed we wanted to be when doing advertisements for the art competition, because we didn't want to box people in too much, because we want them to submit something from like any culture and anything they're interested in. But also then we realized that we didn't exactly give a ton of guidelines of how to do it. So that's why I nicely requested from David that we please do this during the virtual conference, because it's the perfect place to kind of show that to people, show them our bazaar, and also explain why SASA made these choices and how we made these choices. Because again, that's stuff that leads into people getting access and people being interested more in stuff about the ancient world, right? So I'm sorry, thank you for letting me interrupt you, Rosalind, and feel free to show your own artwork that is more real stuff that you do and not just what we asked you to do.
Oh gosh, wait. So can I just, okay, well, first let me tell you who did the artwork. It was Lizanna Adams. She is a great artist and you should definitely check her out. So yeah, no, wait, but can I like show my own stuff now? Oh, okay. I can, hang on, how does this work? Okay, I can give you a little rundown of my own website that has some illustrations on it. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I usually make, some digital illustrations mostly that are to do with stuff that I like, if it wants to load. It really doesn't right now. That's great. Oh, there's one. Yes, so yeah, this is kind of what I do. I try to also incorporate some ancient stuff like Sappho, for example, and Narcissus in a more modern way, but also things like, wow, this is interesting stuff. Yeah, like the Mandalorian, which is, you know, very inspiring to me because just everything around it looks so really good.
We can argue that the Mandalorian also has ancient inspirations in it, so.
Yes, very true. Yes, so yeah, I'm a bit sad that the website's not really loading right now, but you know, you can find me if you look up my name.
Yeah, Rosalind, if you want to, can you send the links to this and like your Instagram or preferred platform in the chat, and I'll send it out to the YouTube chat, and same with you, Hardeep, of course. So yes, I definitely
I'll do that.
Followers.
Okay, well, I think that was it for me. So I will give back to you then, Lauren.
Yeah, so really quickly, but before I hand it over to Hardeep to show his work and stuff. So Hardeep is actually someone that a few of the people on the communications team knows from like through Classics Twitter and stuff like that, which I don't even use Twitter, so I'm not really in that world. So he very generously agreed to come on to be one of the judges for the art competition, because we were trying to get people that are like slightly in different aspects of the artistic world and how they're related to the ancient world and stuff like that. So I will let him explain that himself. But really quickly, I just want to shout out Ibby Bridges, who is actually the person who organized a ton of this stuff, most of the stuff for the art competition. And she unfortunately could not be here today. I meant to shout her out right at the beginning. Also Ronan, Sage, and Sarah, who are the other members of the communications teams who have like done all the work for setting all of this stuff up and making our lovely Canvas sheets that you always see on our social media, including the ones for the art competition. Also Miriam Mitchell, hers is one of the pieces of artwork that's like on the ads for the art competition. That's the like Birth of Venus thing. And of course, Rosalind's are on there too. So had to shout them all out quick, and let me hand it over to Hardeep now.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. So hi everyone, I'm Hardeep, and I'm currently a PhD student at King's College London in classics. And I look at the relationships between whiteness and British identity in neoclassical painting. So it's kind of a half classics, half art history. And I'm an artist on the side, and I'm just going to share my screen so you can see my work. Can you see it by any chance? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, great. So this is my art. So what I do is simple 2D line drawings, and I fill them in with like eye-popping neon colors. And the idea behind it was, so obviously the sculptures that we see in museums today look like the middle ones. This is the Augustus Prima Porta. So the ones we see are usually white marble, and there is the assumption in popular discourse that this is what the statues originally looked like, and there's been a lot of work recently to kind of prove that it doesn't look like this. But despite all of these efforts to kind of highlight that, in public discourse it's kind of slipped under the radar, and we do still assume that these statues were white. And if you look at the one on the right, that's a reconstruction at the Vatican Museum. So I guess you call it an official reconstruction. But even that's kind of slipped under the radar, even though it's prominently placed in one of Italy's most visited museums. So my one is on the left, and the idea behind my sculptures, the designs of the sculptures, is in a sort of way trying to make fun of this idea that we think these sculptures were originally white. Obviously, I don't claim that this is what they would have looked like, but in some way what I'm saying is my wild redesigns of them are just as valid as the white marble sculptures, because both are completely away from the truth. On one end, you get the white marble sculpture completely devoid of color. So that's one end of the spectrum. My one's on the other end where it is color, but it's just ridiculous color. It makes no sense. So the reality kind of sits somewhere in the middle. So I'm not trying to kind of detract away from the whiteness of sculpture. What I'm trying to do is kind of make us question, like, why is it that we consider the white one to look normal, but my design to look abnormal, even though they're the same distance from the reality? So that's kind of the inner workings of the designs. My journey into the art world was kind of rocky. So I did specialize in art in high school and stuff. And before I went to university, I did go to art school, but I couldn't actually, I was terrible at drawing and painting and traditional arts. So I stopped doing that and I moved more into history of art and classics. But during the pandemic, I started drawing again. It kind of just started off as a thing. And you can see some of these original sketches over here. So how it started was literally just me drawing on my phone, like with a little stylus pen in museums, or while I was talking on the phone with people. And they're not supposed to be accurate. They're just wild doodles or whatever. And so it was kind of like a nice happy mistake that I started doing this with all these wild colors. And then as I realized that I actually do like these and I kind of want to push forward and they actually mean something to me, I started doing them like properly. And I still can't really draw properly. I mean, these designs are fully traced. I don't want to, there's the assumption that you have to be able to draw, you have to have perspective or stuff like that, but like these are literally just, I traced them on my laptop. So this actual skill required is questionable, but it's, for me, more importantly, is kind of like the vision and what the art means. And that was something, especially in high school, that wasn't the idea that my teachers tried to like instill in us. It was very much your skill is what makes the art. And of course, in some artistic mediums, skill is very, very important, but skill isn't everything. So even if you think you're not good at art, like if you have that vision and you make it a reality, it's absolutely perfect. And it got me this far. And also, I also learned recently I learned recently that it's okay to also dislike some of your art. So recently I actually redid this was one of my first ever drawings that I did like properly. And at the time I obviously thought it was great. I really liked it. And then as I learned more about what I like, about my style, I actually decided, no, actually I don't like this. And it's absolutely fine to just scrap something and redo it. You don't have to like, it's fine for your style to evolve over time. Or, I mean, these were done only like 6 months apart, but they're completely different. So if you don't like something now, like your style probably like could change in literally 6 months and it will look entirely different. And finally, I just started, in August, I started selling my art online. And that's kind of, before this, my art was kind of something I just did on the side and I would share with a few friends, but I decided why not make this an actual hobby. So then I just started selling them online and it's going well. People really enjoy it. And of course, because of the underlying symbolism of it, people buying it, I take it as kind of support for the cause of the designs, like to kind of push away from this idea that these sculptures were white. So it's lovely seeing support for these illustrations. And of course, as a student, money doesn't hurt either. But yeah, it's been a fun lockdown with these drawings. And I'm obviously happy to be here. So
please send me links to your like website and /social medias, and I will get them out to YouTube so that people can check this out too. Of course, I like need to go back and take the quote from you of saying something about like a statue being purely white is just as crazy as like the crazy colors and stuff. I love that. That's a great way to think about it. I also just have to say that one of our most controversial things we ever talked about in our Instagram story was the polychromatic Augustus statue, and people had opinions. So, okay, I am going to screen share now quick to show you guys the art competition page on SASA's website, of course, which actually, if Tina or someone else can send that in the chat now that I am screen sharing in the YouTube chat, please. So of course, this is our art competition page. You can find it under the Bazaar page, which I will show you next. So we placed it there because the main reason why we're doing this is to get more designs on the Bazaar. So as I was saying earlier with Rosalind, we were kind of trying to do cultures that were like popular ones. So like if we're only going to have 2 designs on the Bazaar, they have to at least be something that people recognize a little bit and like can associate with some ancient culture or like generalize it a little bit, right? But now that we have those 2 and stuff, we want to expand it more and more. So I will let Tina talk to you as well, because she is a fundraising team leader and she very much pushes for us having as much stuff on the Bazaar as possible so that anyone who's interested in any culture can find something that they like, and of course an item that they like. But really quickly, I am going to just go through the art competition page to show you where you can find the information about it, where you can submit your work, and then of course the rules and stuff. So the theme that we chose for this art competition, again, we wanted to keep it pretty general, and then hopefully in the future we will do more of these. So we just made the free theme friends and enemies, because that could be anything. You could literally depict a battle scene, or you could depict someone like people cuddling with each other, right? Because it's friends or enemies, or it could be any way that you look at that. And that's another reason why we put on here that it's basically as broad as the artist wants to make it. So again, why it was a little bit hard for us as we were advertising for this, of when we're making it broad and wanting to bring in a bunch of different cultures, how do we explain to people what to give in? So I'm actually going to scroll down to the bottom really quick, because one of our volunteers, Ronan, made these mood boards to help give people ideas. And then of course, we're always sending them over to the bazaar to look at the stuff that Rosalind made as examples as well, because that's this kind of stuff that's printable on mugs, t-shirts, whatever. As Rosalind mentioned, like with the SASA logo, at first things were way too like small and detailed that you wouldn't be able to get it like on our Instagram posts and stuff. So that's the kind of stuff that we'll be using these things from our competition for, like mostly on the bazaar, but also for other stuff that it goes with for Instagram posts, or like for the next time we do a virtual conference, right? And stuff like that. So there's some mood boards at the bottom to give you inspiration, also trying to show you that we're going from every ancient culture. Like she has little things of jewelry on here. There's all kinds of obviously statues and stuff like that. Like this is the Narmer palette and things like that. And then right above that, so it's more towards the end of the page, is where you can enter into the competition, examples from the bazaar, which I'll go to in a second. And here are the guidelines for the designs. So it is a little bit specific of the guidelines of how to send in your design, again, because we use like, I don't know if instant print is the right word for this, but like a printing shop through where our website is, right? So we do actually need it in certain scale and everything, so that, or when you scale it, it doesn't totally lose its detail and everything like that. So people who are artistic understand what I'm saying much more than I even do at this moment about the dimensions of things, and of course PNG or JPEG and things like that. The color profile is on here, but you also don't like have to stay exactly in this color profile. We just wanted to provide it for people because this is a color profile, as Rosalind said, her and one of our other lovely interns, Katie, came up with last summer, and we use for everything on our website and social media, basically. The prizes are on here, of course. Yeah, your designs will be showcased on the bazaar, and you'll receive some items from the bazaar with your designs on it, and you will always be tagged on like where your items are on the bazaar, and then whenever we use it on social media and things like that for promotion. So now that I went over some of that stuff, I will hand it over to Tina just to kind of talk about I'll put the bazaar on the screen, or Tina, if you would rather screen share, to talk about why we made the bazaar and SASA fundraising stuff in general. As they've mentioned multiple times throughout the conference, we are an NGO totally run on like our donations and fundraisers. So check out the bazaar.
Great. Thank you for that, Lauren. I hope that people can see me now that I started talking. Yeah, so I only have 3 minutes. I'll try to be very, very short. So my name is Tinne. I am a PhD student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, doing an archaeology of the Middle East. However, I'm also the team leader for the fundraising and grant writing team, because even though SASA is a nonprofit, we do have overhead costs. We do have to pay for the server and the website and Zoom accounts, and I don't know what. The bigger we get, the more kind of subscriptions for software we need. So in my team, we kind of brainstorm what can we do to make a little bit of money for SASA. So we started a web shop, the Bazaar, from that idea that if people want to give us money, it's nice that they get something back in return. So they can buy an item from us. They don't have to just donate money. They actually can get a shirt or a mug. And I actually have the mug here with me that I bought myself to and it has a logo on it to help out SASA. So far, we only had this bazaar up for about 6 months now. And so far, we only had 2 designs, which was great. But now that we know how the web shop works and all of that, we want to expand, of course. So we would like to offer as many different designs as possible on as many objects as possible. So I am sure that the audience is a lot more creative than I am. I cannot draw for. But a lot of people out there are. So if you are talented and you think it's cool and it doesn't cost any money and you just want to doodle and you just want to send us your design, you might win. And then you can tell people that you won a competition, and you can put it on your CV, and you can have your family and friends buy your designs and your objects and etc. So I am very much looking forward to see what kind of designs we get, what kind of styles, what kind of ideas, what kind of cultures are going to be represented. So please, if you have any talent at all and any ideas at all, send us your artwork. Why not? It's fun, and you never know that you win, that you're one of our winners. I think that's it. Wow, I did it in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, I was going to say, good job, Tina. And also thank you for coming on this to talk about that a little bit. I wanted to highlight, I don't know if I already said this actually, our competition closes September 25th. So at first we had it closing to be ready to announce stuff during like this session right now. And just got feedback from people that it was like too short of a deadline. They needed more time to work on stuff and come up with ideas. So we extended it by 2 months. So hopefully that will give you time to work on stuff. I love that Hardeep is actually saying that he makes different versions of his stuff, because that was perfect to go along with like showing how people work on things, and also made me feel better as someone not artistic. Like I can draw things maybe. So that was more than perfect, Hardeep. Thank you. So on that note, I will hand it back over to, I think Megan is the right person since she popped up on the screen. And thank you all for joining us and sending your artwork.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and everybody else. That's some fantastic looking stuff. And on a personal note, having worked with Rosalind, if you are thinking about commissioning her to do any kind of illustration, I highly recommend it. She's wonderful. Okay, so our final presenter of the conference, we are very glad to have Dr. Mark Smith joining us. Dr. Smith is Helena Professor of Old Testament Literature and Exegesis at Princeton Theological Seminary and Skirball Professor Emeritus of Hebrew Bible and Ancient Near Eastern Studies at New York University. His work has ranged widely, including Ugaritic texts, Israelite religion, especially on the topic of divinity, the exegesis of several biblical books, various cultural topics such as emotions and cultural memory, Hebrew grammar, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and modern history of the field of biblical studies. His current research includes a 2-volume commentary on the book of Judges, co-authored with Elizabeth Block-Smith in the Hermania series. The first volume is scheduled to appear in November of 2021. He's also working on the third of a 3-volume commentary on the Ugaritic Baal cycle, co-authored with Wayne Pittard. Dr. Smith has been gracious enough to agree to talk on the topic of the Hebrew Bible against and/or in the ancient Near East, the problems with claims about cultural conjecture. Dr. Smith, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. And I've enjoyed listening in these past few hours. I know that I'm perhaps a bit of an outlier by way of many of an apparent outlier, but my wife is a lifelong adjunct faculty member. We have a daughter who is a doctoral student writing her dissertation, so many of the concerns raised today are near and dear to my own heart. Before I begin, I want to thank the organizers of the conference for the kind invitation. I begin with my title, which consists of 2 questions that reflect a conundrum in the scholarly historiography and the study of the Hebrew Bible from the middle of the last century to the present. The first one is the label Bible and the Ancient Near East. For a long time, the field has worked with the notion of the Bible and the Ancient Near East as an operating paradigm, as if the 2 terms of comparison could be taken in conjunction, but also separate, and also as entities in themselves that were comparable. The second label in my title, the Bible in the Ancient Near East, represents a response to the first. My purpose today is to unpack these 2 formulations and also to suggest their ongoing impact, both of which to my mind superimposes an overarching paradigm, with both running the risk of obscuring the larger picture and impeding our intellectual efforts to come to grips with that larger picture of the Ancient Near East. To explain this impact, it's important to know the prior background to these 2 binary formulations. I do so not only out of a scholarly interest in scholarly historiography, it's also because even their predecessor formulation remains very much with us in the field, and that is the older formulation, the Bible versus the Ancient Near East. An explicit version of this earlier paradigm versus the Ancient Near East was captured in the title of an influential monograph by G. Ernest Wright while he was professor at McCormick Seminary in Chicago before moving to Harvard in 1958. Arguably a mark of its influence, the book entitled The Ancient Near East Against Its Environment first published in 1950, was reprinted 8 times between 1951 and 1966. Wright's title captures a perspective that was not specific to the American scene. It informed some German Old Testament scholarship of the time, notably Gerhard von Rad, not to mention Israeli scholarship in its own forms, as well as captured by the work of Yechezkel Kaufman. Wright took the representations of Israel's religion in several biblical books, such as Deuteronomy, to suggest a general religious difference between biblical religion and what he would call the pagan religion of Israel's neighbors, premised on a series of binary oppositions in accordance with his book title. Perhaps most dramatic was Israel's monotheism versus ancient Near Eastern polytheism. Moreover, Wright assumed that Israel's religion was based on historical event, that's his phrase, and here he's thinking of the so-called Mosaic covenant on Mount Sinai. By contrast, the religion of Israel's neighbors was premised on their, quote, numinous awareness of nature, so a dichotomy of history versus nature. Wright also argued that Israel's God has no mythology nor sex, and he's getting this from his teacher, W.F. Albright. Now, Wright's approach was marked by 4 basic interlocking features. First, it assumed a massive generalization about both the Bible or Israel on one side and also about the ancient Near East. Second, it assumed a massive binary between the two. One dimension of this binary was a sharp differentiation between Canaanites and Israelites, as well as their cultures, as the Bible itself represented the situation, especially in Deuteronomy and in parts of the books of Joshua and Judges, but hardly in all parts of the Hebrew Bible. As for any similarities that might be seen of traces of borrowing on Israel's part, the biblical writers, according to Ernest Wright, quote, radically transformed all that was borrowed. Third, as a general thrust, Wright assumed the superiority of Mosaic religion over the religions of the ancient Near East. Fourth, Wright assumed that this Mosaic religion was an original dimension of Israel's religion rather than a major outcome of its own religious self-understanding, a problem that was apparent from comparing Deuteronomy with its source material in Exodus, which was lacking in expressions of monotheism. A good deal of Wright's discussion may seem naive today, not to mention massively reductionistic and simplistic, and thus perhaps not worthy of our consideration so many decades removed as we are from 1950 when he published the book. Indeed, many modifications have taken place in how the paradigm works, often allowing for ancient Near Eastern influence or borrowings at deeper levels. Still, the paradigm continues to influence scholars today, and I could name names, but I'll skip the exercise. Ironically, to my mind, perhaps even strangely, this approach has also fueled the negative critique of biblical religion on the part of the scholar Jan Assmann, especially in his claims about Israel's intolerant monotheism versus the relatively tolerant polytheism of the ancient Near East, in what he calls the Mosaic distinction. Assmann further claims, I would say without sufficient evidence, that intolerant monotheism was more predisposed to violence against others compared with polytheistic cultures. To indicate the inadequacy of the generalization, one need only point to harem warfare that is both inside the Bible and outside the Bible, or to the many Neo-Assyrian royal inscriptions invoking deities in support of its massive destruction of others. Ironically, Assmann's Mosaic distinction parrots some of the flaws of Wright's approach to reach the opposite evaluation. Like Wright, Assmann gives to the voice of one biblical book and its biblical echoing in Joshua, Judges, and Kings the final say in how we should think intellectually about ancient Israel and its view of the rest of the ancient world. Assmann's work also shows, on this score, no sense of the depth dimension is Israel's religion taking place over the more than 1,000 years of biblical writings. With this background for the Bible against the ancient Near East, we may turn to the first formulation that replaced it, namely the Bible and the ancient Near East. This is the title, I think a bit ironically, of one of the Festschriften honoring Albright, and the editor was Ernest Wright himself, who offered no rationale for this title. The Bible in the Ancient Near East was also the title that Jimmy Jack Roberts gave to his 2002 volume of collected essays. He does not explicitly address the meaning that his own book title held for him, but one can see a general principle in the essays. Roberts sees, quote, strong family resemblances between the Bible and ancient Near Eastern genres. He criticized the dichotomy drawn between history and myth. He shows the inadequacies of seeing divine freedom in the Bible as opposed to magical manipulation of the gods, other gods through divination. In other words, he moves through a complex of texts in order to avoid simplification and to show the breadth of perspective in the ancient Near Eastern literature itself. In other words, he seems to gesture at giving up any simple formulation. Sometimes one hears nowadays the reformulation, the Bible in the ancient Near East, perhaps thought to overcome this problem of privileging the Bible by locating the Bible within the vast range of space and time and textual corpora of the ancient Near East. It also removes an operating assumption of general differences, even as it may allow for less general difference. This was not to deny that each culture developed distinctive traits, only that Israel was as different from another ancient Near Eastern cultures as they were from one another. Bible in the ancient Near East as a label or way of framing the question could also serve to challenge assumptions of Israelite difference on matters important to post-biblical religious traditions. For example, claims about ethical superiority of legal rulings and ethics generally in the Bible, prophetic teachings, or monotheism. Still, the label operating at such a level of generality also seems to call for an assessment of that very level of generality. It never poses the issue at the level of group comparison. In other words, it does not ask how Israel's neighbors were all similar to or different from one another, or how their seminal cultural configurations might compare. Nor did it ask how these would look in comparison to Israel. The approach in all of these rarely pits the same question for the Assyrians in relation to the Hittites or the Babylonians or the Egyptians, or to other peoples of this part of the ancient world. All of these cultures are similar and different from one another in a number of ways, and understanding Israel from a comparative perspective would depend on a far greater set of meaningful and accurate comparative data. Moreover, each of these cultures is a moving target, culturally shape-shifting as they went. In short, without a comparison of all these cultures and societies relative to one another that also accounts for their internal developments, any comparison involving Israel as one term in the comparison is meaningless. Finally, we can never get past the problem of data distribution, where we have huge resources for Egypt and Mesopotamia and rather little for Israel's immediate neighbors to compare with Israel's highly curated Bible. Thoughtful attention was drawn to several of these issues in a seminal 1990 article by Peter Machinist entitled, quote, "The Question of Distinctiveness in Ancient Israel." Machinist notes the problems in attributing monotheism to some biblical texts, but not to some texts in ancient Mesopotamia. Similar difficulties afflict efforts to locate the biblical God in that deity's transcendence relative to some Mesopotamian gods. This is sort of a claim made by a number of biblical scholars that Machinist disputes. In short, discerning Israelite difference based on a kind of trait list that, as Machinist calls it, does not hold up well, and he criticizes the approach. Distinctive configurations rather than a list of traits might be more promising, but even here Machinist raises questions, quote, "For how can we be sure that the configurations that we've discerned in the data are actually there? And even if they are there, how representative of the given culture are the data that we're using?" Thus he cautions, quote, "The history of the discussion about Israel's distinctiveness is, in sum, a cautionary tale." He notes that the issue of Israel's distinctiveness is not simply a post-biblical theological issue. Rather, it begins with the Bible itself. And I think that this is a turn that's particularly insightful to bring to bear that Machinist has done. He considers biblical statements for what he calls their common content. Quote, they all speak of Israel or one of its representative groups or individuals, including its God, as distinct from outsiders, whether humans or gods, end quote. Machinist identifies 433, quote, distinctiveness passages in the Hebrew Bible. You got to check out his lengthy note 22, which is a great footnote. He deduces from these passages, quote, the core of Israel's claim to distinctiveness is her special relationship to her God. Interesting pronominal use. From these 433 passages, Machinist observes that they are found almost everywhere in the biblical corpus, and that they together suggest a diversity of origin of Israel as a whole. The other emphasis in the 433 passages falls on Israel's deity or on the people, as well as its outsider origins and origins in historical time. He believes that it was a fact and problematic of Israel's newness that lies at the heart of biblical distinctiveness passages. Israel, in effect, forged not just a distinct identity, but what he calls a counter-identity. And here he's thinking of Amos Funkenstein. Machinist ends, quote, the Bible's very preoccupation with distinctiveness is enough to suggest that outside critics, or at least the challenges they represented, were already real to Israel from its earliest period. Now, Machinist's conclusion received a major endorsement in an important 1997 article by Ed Greenstein. And indeed, there is much to admire in Machinist's treatment. At the same time, we may be left with questions. How do we know what the deity looked like in earliest Israel? Here we may note one of Ed Greenstein's conclusions, quote, the God of biblical Israel may not actually be very different from the gods of the neighboring nations. A relative gap in the 433 statements involves the so-called old poetry, I put that phrase in quotation marks, in the Hebrew Bible, but it's thought to be among the corpus, or some of the corpus, I should say, is thought to be among some of the older passages in the Bible. One of the signal passages cited by Machinist occurs in Exodus 15, Mi chamocha ba'elim Adonai, who is like you among the gods, O Lord. Yet Machinist himself notes the similarity of this passage to Mesopotamian expressions. Moreover, the 433 distinctiveness passages show some particular clusterings which point to a need for a diachronic analysis of these passages to see what they might really say about Israel's distinctiveness. In order to make any positive claim from what is present in these passages, it may be difficult to do little more than observe a trend emerging in the late monarchy. Many of the passages cluster in 2nd and 3rd Isaiah and in the Psalms, as well as Deuteronomy and Deuteronomically inflected texts, especially under the impact of the exiles of the northern and southern kingdoms, that arguably pushed Israelite writers to rethink its traditional religion from the 8th century on. Those distinctiveness passages in Leviticus largely fall in the Holiness Code, which is thought to be subsequent to P, and also in Ezekiel itself, a holiness prophetic work. More such breakdown is needed, as found in a fine chronological observation made in the 2012 book by Beth Berkowitz. Citing Machinist, she notes some possible intertextual influences on the holiness view of Israel's distinctiveness as found in Leviticus 18:3, which itself may reflect adaptation to, quote, the conditions of Persian imperialism, end quote. What might be distinctive about Israel's religion is the view or constellation of self-image, as well as the apparent long process of how it came to its notion of distinctiveness, not to mention the way in which these were made to intersect by virtue of the Bible becoming a compilation of compilations. Machinist's article nicely brings out these dimensions. At the same time, his conclusion about Israel's distinctiveness itself might seem to replicate the very trait-list approach that he also criticizes. And it is hard to get around the intellectual problem of discerning meaningful criteria, at least on this issue. So perhaps a scholarly hiatus on any sort of trait list would be useful. In the meantime, I would like to tinker for a moment today with an inversion of the paradigmatic binary. What the field of biblical studies has largely demonstrated since the time of Albright and Wright is not the Bible relative to the ancient Near East as much as the ancient Near East relative to the Bible. For this reason, I'd prefer to approach the issue not in terms of the Hebrew Bible in the ancient Near East, but of the ancient Near East in the Hebrew Bible. This, in fact, has been the question all along, namely, what were the impacts of ancient Near Eastern cultures on ancient Israel? Now, we have to be clear that only some of the picture is available. And from that picture that can be discerned, there are any number of rather particular matters of specific impacts on ancient Israel. We might list Phoenician impact in terms of alphabet, whether direct or indirect, Phoenician traditions of temple architecture, or Phoenician month names that appear in the Hebrew Bible. Similarly, we have Aramaic loanwords into Hebrew. We also have Egyptian loanwords into Hebrew, as well as Egyptian adaptations, cultural adaptations. For example, hieratic numerals in Hebrew inscriptions, Egyptian Bes iconography and Israelite artistic representation, or the very format and theme of the Egyptian words of Amenemope in Proverbs chapter 22:17 through chapter 24:22. And parenthetically, we may note that specific cases of impact also run in the opposite direction, with a version of the biblical Psalm 20 known in Papyrus Amherst 63, which is written in Demotic characters, but using Aramaic as its language. Now, those are very specific items, but let me turn to two other cases of the ancient Near East in the Bible that I would regard as having what I would call a broader bandwidth in terms of impact on Israel. The first is Israel's own West Semitic heritage, as seen in a triangulation of the Hebrew Bible with the Ugaritic texts, Phoenician sources, and later texts such as Philo of Byblos's Phoenician history. The other case that I'm going to mention is Mesopotamian impact, apparently beginning in the 8th century with the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The first case is indigenous. The second involves an invasion, or better, a series of invasions from the outside. Now, for the first, any account of Israel's literature and religion commonly backs up to the Ugaritic texts, which show some deep similarities that puts the lie to the historical claim of Israel's distinctiveness relative to the Canaanites. It is true that Israel does some interesting things. I should say its writers do some interesting things with this literary heritage, but this is something that ancient Israelites worked out over time. Stated differently, the literary and religious world of ancient Israel's earliest literature stands closer to the Ugaritic texts in many respects than it does to Israel's own later prose monarchic literature. And Israel's post-exilic literature looks like a rather different world than either of those. Now, I could dwell at great length on Israel's West Semitic heritage, but others have done this work for me. Simon Parker's 1989 book, The Pre-Biblical Narrative Tradition, provides ample illustration for Israel's narrative literature. And others, including Saul Olian, John Day, Ed Greenstein, Ted Lewis, and others, have done the same for the deity and divinity. And we also have the Dictionary of Deities and Demons relating to the Bible in its second edition offers a massive compendium of the relevant data. What all these works demonstrate is that the practices and beliefs associated with Canaanites in biblical literature were Israelite practices and beliefs, and that the biblical representations of the Canaanites have come to be seen in academic circles less as an accurate representation of historical reality and more as a symbol and cipher for internal Israelite polemic over both religious boundaries and internal religious constructions within Israelite society. Now, amid all of this research, the findings that really rocked any traditional theological paradigm was actually made by Frank Cross already in his 1973 collection of essays, Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic. And while the book title suggested moving the question of distinctiveness from the literary plane to the literary plane of myth and epic, the volume was actually more important for its viewpoint that would utterly explode commonly made claims of difference for Israel's God. At the heart of Cross's central claim in the book was that Yahweh was a title of the god El, known well from the Ugaritic texts and elsewhere in West Semitic literature. In other words, from Israel's earliest moment, the God of Israel was El, as in the name of Israel, not Yisra Yah or Yisra Yahweh, but Yisra El. Other scholars, including several of Cross's students, would follow up his central point, Ted Lewis's massive book on the origin and character of God being a rather recent example. Other scholars would follow up Cross's point by showing that any number of specific features associated with other deities were built into Yahweh's identity as well. In other words, and arguably quite startlingly, Yahweh, whether originally an El figure or a storm warrior god like Baal, as in the deity's oldest biblical representations, that deity, Yahweh, over time was created in the image and likeness of other gods that the Bible itself was rejecting for ancient Israel. As Cross's work showed, and others who came in his wake, this point extends to the very construction of Israel's Godhead. Now for my second major case of the ancient Near East in the Bible, and this is due to the massive impact of Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian invasions, conquest, and administration. The Akkadian loanwords in biblical Hebrew are traces of Mesopotamian impacts ranging from the military and political to the cultural and religious. It seems to extend it to other forms of culture and fusion, for example, in the Mesopotamian flood traditions, especially known from Genesis 6-9, or the Mesopotamian legal traditions, evidently reflected in the covenant code in Exodus 21-23, the treaty form of and formulations in the book of Deuteronomy, and perhaps the tradition of royal historiography, chronicle, found in 1-2 Kings. It has also been argued that the prose narrative practice as seen in the Hebrew Bible and earlier in West Semitic royal inscriptional narratives ultimately goes back to Mesopotamian royal inscriptions narrating the deeds of its kings. Prophetic literature too also shows such impact. For example, in Peter Machinus's 1983 article on Isaiah, showing the adaptation of Mesopotamian political rhetorical tropes. The insights about Mesopotamian impact extended as well to the Israelite God on any number of fronts, not only in the oneness of reality expressed in a God such as Marduk, but also the Levantine notion of the world as a series of divine inheritances of many gods, specifically 70 of them, reconceptualized as a single empire dominated by a single God. Thus, understanding the biblical God, as generally putting the phrase, is an exercise in understanding Israel's cumulative responses to its environment, whether it involved its own earlier West Semitic heritage or the impact of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires. These are just a handful of examples of the ancient Near East in the Bible, and more specifically in the Israelite deity. As this discussion would suggest, what often makes Israel and the Bible seem different from the rest of the ancient Near East were not essential original features or cultural traits, but how it responded, crafting and recrafting its identity in a myriad of manners out of the traditions that it received and those additional traditions and cultures with which they came into contact. The comparison and contrast that today I've drawn between the impacts of West Semitic literature on one side and Assyrian and Babylonian literature on the other should also point toward a further deconstruction, namely of the construct of the ancient Near East itself. It too is too varied to function well as a single term within our consideration of the Bible and, or the Bible in, or whatever formulation we might be drawn to. Let me end with a short reflection on the figures in the secondary literature that I've discussed. They were almost all white males, either Protestant or Jewish. For them, monotheism seemed to be both academically defensible and religiously useful, perhaps particularly at the meeting points of certain forms of religiosity and secular education. No Roman Catholics or Christian Orthodox scholars in the field of biblical scholars have made this topic a major part of their work, as far as I know, nor have minority scholars other than Jews. I know a few women who entered this discussion in a serious way. I have already mentioned Beth Berkowitz, and I would add the brilliant scholar of Bible and ancient Near Eastern studies, and that is the lamented Tikva Frymer-Kensky, who found biblical monotheism a potential source of freedom for her as a feminist in the way that the Hebrew Bible handled divine gender. In the new millennium, interest in the topic has perhaps waned outside of some traditional religious circles. There have been occasional and sometimes tired defenses of biblical monotheism or of Israelite distinctiveness. Notably, there is the new book on monotheism by Joachim Schapper and the discussion of Israelite distinctiveness in Beth Berkowitz's book, which I've mentioned, and I view these as positive trends. Fuel for the discussion has also come in more recent years from critics of biblical monotheism. I've already mentioned Jan Assmann and his criticisms. On the Jewish side, one could mention Shaul Magid. Assmann and Magid both have decided that biblical monotheism is the enemy lurking in the traditional theological edifices that they oppose, namely Christianity and Judaism respectively, or at least traditional forms, which they would like to see dismantled in favor of a post-denominational world. Both scholars take liberties in their criticism of biblical monotheism. Biblical monotheism serves as an emblem for what they oppose, but their discussions are lacking in proper context or texture of biblical monotheism within the Bible, and I would say in the wider ancient Near Eastern world. And biblical monotheism comes off, therefore, as a straw man or straw doctrine designed to stand in for the traditional religious thinking that these two scholars oppose. In a strange way, and yet perhaps not so surprisingly, the counter efforts of Assmann and Magid also position them as liberal theologians, counter images of the very Christian theologians or traditional Jewish thinker that each of them imagine. They are perhaps, that is, Assmann and Magid themselves, are perhaps like those very strawmen that they criticize, perhaps more so than they think. This seems to be the present of the question of biblical monotheism and other claims of distinctiveness. They are, as with so many other issues today, politicized mostly between some unimaginative traditional voices and their liberal critics offering little more than their criticism. Instead, it may be only a return to the sources of the Hebrew Bible in all its complex embeddedness in its many ancient settings, as seen in the scholarship of Machinists Berkowitz and Frymer-Kensky, that will break this apparent impasse and move matters forward in our study of ancient Israel and the ancient Near East. And on that incomplete thought, I end by thanking you for your patience and your interest. Thank you very much.
Dr. Smith, thank you. That was very interesting. We have no questions from the comments section yet, so if anyone does have a question for Dr. Smith, please pop them in the chat and we'll get to them before we go. I just wanted to say on a personal note that it had never actually occurred to me that pitting the Hebrew Bible and Israelite religion against, maybe not pitting them against, but comparing them to the Near East as a whole, without comparing distinctive Near Eastern cultures to each other, was kind of setting you up for a failure or a false dichotomy, I guess. So that was a really interesting point. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not the only person who's made this observation. There's something along these lines in this 1997 article by Edgar Stein, which appeared in one of the World Congress of Jewish Studies volumes of the Bible in the Ancient Near East.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
We don't have any questions, just people saying that this was a really interesting talk. So again, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you taking time out of your Monday evening.
It's okay. Happy to do it. It's always a pleasure. And it's a pleasure also to learn what's going on out there widely. I live in and I work in a very sort of narrow, limited world, mostly in the very room where I'm sitting. I mean, I refer to my most recent book as a COVID book. And I think you can understand what that sounds like. It's not the most appealing thing in the world, I suppose. I hope it isn't contagious. Or it is, I don't know. But it's good for me to have heard what everyone has been saying over the course of the past few. I just want to say how much I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. David.
Yeah, sure. Well, Dr. Smith, I think we both appreciate your having agreed to present, and we hope that you'll be a part of things in the future going forward. You can certainly look for emails coming your way from me. As we say, no good deed goes unpunished.
Right. Well, that does happen now, doesn't it? I do like, I mean, I think that one of the themes that really comes out of the earlier discussion is just the deep need for huge, thick web of multilateral alliances, and that comes in all kinds of forms. And I do think that one of the things that I think that SASA and those who are here today can really open up the eyes of a lot of people who do have fairly standard academic positions, what we might say used to be standard academic kinds of positions. I add as a footnote that it took me 12 years to get tenure, and that didn't include my adjunct teaching. But that now sounds like still a pretty good thing at this point in time. So, but I think that there's a lot of educating to be done among the more established professoriate, and that your group or in groups can really contribute to that. And the fact of the matter is that all of you have a lot to contribute to scholarship. And I mean, the more important thing, and that people need to understand that. So I think that this is something like my fourth or fifth one of these in the last 2 years through various fora. And I look forward to more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're all gonna wrap up the conference now. Just wanted to hold on. Let's see, 1 second. All right, anyway. And we're going to ask everyone who's watched today to please take the survey on the virtual conference page and let us know what you thought about it, and help us understand how to do this better in the future. And I'd like to invite everybody to join myself and Megan, baby willing, baby allowing, at a virtual conference. I'm sorry, it's been a long day, long 2 days, at a social hour for the next hour. There's a Zoom link on the virtual conference page down there underneath the YouTube embedded video, and you can all follow that link and join us to chat about whatever comes up.
I know we're still recording, but I was just going to ask you, do we need to go off this link to join us?
I'll close that all up. Yeah, there's another link. It's on the virtual conference page. You go to saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference, and you'll see it below. There's a button below the viewing screen, next to the feedback button. I'll send you a link. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
I am older than 65, so
It's okay, it's fine. And thank you, Megan, for partnering with us.